Hey everyone, if you're enjoying my RM audiobooks, don't forget to like, subscribe, hit that hype, and maybe check out my Patreon if you want to support the channel even more. Your support means a lot and helps me keep these coming. Now, sit back and enjoy the story.
Chapter 11. Author note. Hey, I'm back with a new chapter. Shinigami 101505. Thanks for the review. Here's another chapter. Guest, glad you liked the bonding moment between Belle and Wealth. Belle inheriting Arthur/Artoria is something I'm trying to figure out how to pull off. Ideally, each arc will see one heroic spirit, if not two. It would also have to fit the situation. So far, Arthur/Artoria is one I'm finding a hard time fitting in. Muramasa, on the other hand, is also complicated, mainly because the version of Muramasa he can contract is just, well, Muramasa Shiro. Anime fan 13579, glad you find things progressing well. Okita is one I am potentially considering, as I may want to bring Althea into the story too. Somehow. Pace of Nox, thanks. Cody White 162, glad you found the last one good. Here's a new one. So yeah, here's the newest chapter. Hope y'all enjoy it. Triple X. The next day, Belle was in front of the Tower of Babel waiting for Wealth and Lily. Soon, the White Rabbit noticed the pair approaching him, and he smiled. Hey guys, good morning. The redhead stared at him blankly. Good morning. Lily smiled at him. Good morning, Belle-sama. Belle smiled. Ready to head down? Wealth nodded, a blank expression still on his face. Yeah, I'm still annoyed at you though. The prom in disguise blinked in confusion as she looked at the blacksmith. Huh? Did Belle-sama do something to you? The redhead nodded. He brought me to this pub with a bunch of cute waitresses. Lily instantly understood. Ah, I understand. That is cruel of him, really. Wealth looked at her as if he had found a long-lost friend. Wait, you understand how it feels? The prom nodded sagely. As sad as it sounds, yes I do. I feel you, Wealth-sama. The redhead nodded. And he did it after I forged him a new dagger. How cruel is that? Lily gasped. He what? Belle made a complicated expression. Wait, I only brought him to the hostess. I didn't do anything bad. The pair looked at him with deadpan expressions. That is the problem there. The white-haired boy's expression fell. How? Lily and Wealth just walked away from him, and Lily spoke. Come on, Wealth-sama. We don't need to bother him anymore. Wealth nodded, and the two shared a smile. Agreed. Let's get going. Belle chased after them. What did I do wrong? The two ignored him as they entered the dungeon. Tell me. Line break. A while later, Belle and his two party members stood at the end of the 12th floor. The redhead smirked. Here we are, right before the middle floors. Belle nodded. Yeah, hopefully we can handle it. Lily chuckled. Of course we can. Now, before we head down. The two males turned to the girl, who reached into her giant bag and brought out 3 sets of cloaks. Belle blinked. Wait, are those dash? Lily nodded with a smile. Cloaks made from salamander wool. I got one for us each. Wealth stared at her. Wait, aren't those pretty expensive? The prom in disguise nodded. Well, not that much considering we're going into the middle floors. Lily glanced at Belle. Besides, wasn't it your advisor who told us to get them? Belle blinked. All right, Ina-san did stress it when we saw her last time. The prom nodded. Then it's all good. Now put them on. We're heading down now, right? The two males shared a look, before Wealth shrugged. You heard her. Belle sighed as he put his on. We'll make sure to pay you back, okay? Lily stared at him blankly, before she shook her head and walked on. We can talk money later. Let's go. The three walked down the stairs, and they quickly reached a large area, not as bright as the last 2 floors, but the visibility was definitely better. Wealth looked around. So this is the 13th floor. Belle nodded, noting the large boulders and pillars around them. Yeah. It really looks different from the last few floors. Lily hummed. Well, I guess that's the dungeon for you. Before they could continue talking, the walls shook, cracks forming as monsters started to spawn. The redhead drew his sword. Guess break time's over. Here they come. Belle drew the Hestia knife and Mino Tan. Yeah, just like we discussed. Lily nodded. Just like we discussed. The monsters all left the walls, revealing to be hellhounds, and Belle dashed forward. Flipping both knives into reverse grip, the boy jumped up to dodge the charging hellhound, letting it run straight into Wealth's cleaver. Taking the chance, Belle landed on the ground, and he swung both knives down into a hellhound's head. The 2 hellhounds exploded into ash, but before the 2 males could regain their bearings, a gleam of light caught their eyes. The pair turned just in time to see 3 hellhounds, flames brewing in within their jaws. Lily yelled, Belle-sama. Their fire breaths. The white rabbit caught on to her words, and he broke into a dash, using his fingers to grab onto the edges of his cloak. The 3 hellhounds unleashed their breath attacks, and the boy threw his cloak up, effectively blocking the blasts of flames. Not missing a beat, the boy appeared in the middle of the 3 hellhounds, and he spun. In the blink of an eye, all 3 hellhounds exploded into a burst of ash. The 3 looked around, and they quickly relaxed when they realized they were clear. Wealth grinned as he helped Lily pick up some of the magic stones. That was a good one for our first fight in the middle floors, don't you think? Belle nodded. Yeah, for now I think we're okay to handle the monsters on this floor. If we stick together, we'll be fine. Lily nodded as she picked up the last of the stones. And that's just with us fighting as we are. I'm sure if Belle-sama uses his magic, we'll probably be fine even on the 15th floor. The White Rabbit chuckled. Now let's not get ahead of ourselves, okay? Wolf laughed. Coming from Lil Lily, there's got to be some merit to those words, right? The Chianthrope nodded. Definitely. Lily beamed as she was about to continue, only for a loud squeak to interrupt them. The three turned to see a bunch of rabbits some distance away from them. White rabbits with rubies for eyes. Lily blinked. Belle-sama. Belle himself blinked. Welf nodded as he stared at the group of rabbits. Yep, those are Belle's. Clones? No, more like siblings. The boy blinked again, before he realized what they were talking about. Wait, those are Almirage. His outburst sent the rabbits into overdrive, as they bared their fangs and drew knives and small axes before leaping at the three. Welf held himself from laughing as he did his best to act surprised. Whoa, Belle's coming at us. Lily nodded, a smile on her face. Yep, Belle-sama's in a hurry, huh? Belle himself found himself drawing his own knives, the irony not missed. For God's sake. He dashed forward, knowing his two companions weren't lifting a finger to fight. A part of him knew it was because they were absolutely confident in his ability, but the majority of him knew it was more likely because they were poking fun at him. In the blink of an eye, all of the Almirages were gone, and Belle sheathed his knives. Wow, that was horrible. Yep, he just killed his own kind. He committed genocide. No, Belle no side. Belle turned to them, a resigned expression on his face. Are you two done? Welf and Lily shared a look, before they grinned at him. Nope. The White Rabbit sighed. I want to go home. The pair just laughed at his expression as they walked further down. Line break. Meanwhile, Hermes was walking along the streets, with Asfi by his side. The god of messengers glanced at his trusty captain. So, how'd it go? The blue-haired woman sighed. I have no idea why you wanted me to go do it, but it seems like a majority of Oreo don't quite have a high opinion of him. Hermes hummed. How so? Asfi followed after her god. There are generally two groups of opinions. One group thinks he's a sham, that he can't exactly use the power of legendary heroes, while the other thinks he's cheating because of his unique abilities. The god nodded. I see, it's as I thought, huh? The item maker looked at him. Why the sudden interest in him? Hermes chuckled. I've always been interested in him, my dear Asfi. I just never realized who he was. Asfi blinked. Wait, so you knew? The god nodded. Sort of. I knew there was an heir to the throne of heroes. But I never really knew who he was, until recently, that is. The pair reached a quiet alley, and Hermes turned to the captain of his familia, a wide grin on his face. I told you what the throne of heroes is, did I not? Asfi nodded. Yes, you said it's essentially a record of every single hero that existed in the history of human order. Time is not relevant, so heroes from the past, present, and the future can be recorded. Hermes nodded. And those heroes are ones that do not exist here. Parallels do exist, of course, and eventually we will see some very familiar names. He smiled at her knowingly, much to Asfi's annoyance and frustration. Does it not excite you? We may very well see the birth of a true hero, in the truest sense. Asfi sighed. Perhaps. But I'd rather not. She walked past him. Now come on. You have places you want to be, right? Hermes chuckled. Right you are. Line break. Back in the dungeon, the trio were now on the 14th floor, having cleared the 13th floor with some effort. Now, they were in a larger hall, surrounded by a large horde of Almirages and Hellhounds. Welf grunted as he hefted his cleaver in his hand. What the hell is going on? Belle dashed forward, the power of Heracles flowing through his body as the boy cut through the monsters like paper. He skidded to a stop next to Lily and Welf to regain his bearings. The difference between this floor and the last one is huge. So this is what Ryu-san meant. Lily nodded. The number of monsters is just too much. But I think at the rate we're going, we may be capable of reaching the end of this floor. Belle nodded. Yeah, I think so too. The monsters growled at them, and Welf raised his sword. Here they come. Lily yelled, Belle-sama. The boy glanced at her, only to spot her firing her crossbow at the army before them, the arrows sinking into the feet of the monsters, essentially stopping them in their tracks. Belle nodded. Nice, Lily. He dashed forward, the Hestia knife and Minotan in hand. Drawing from the memories of Emiya he had gained, the boy moved. Whatever he could emulate from Emiya's technique, coupled with the strength of Heracles, the monsters all exploded in a burst of ash. Yet, despite the number of monsters he had killed, more simply took their place. Welf grunted as he cut down a hellhound with his sword. This is going nowhere. Lily shook her head. No, we're making progress. It may not seem like it, simply because there's just so many of them. Belle nodded as he cut down another handful of hellhounds. Yeah, they're spreading out more, that's all. The redhead looked around, and sure enough, the amount of monsters around them had decreased by a good amount. But they were still surrounded. The white-haired boy was about to move, until he heard more footsteps. Huh. Belle turned, just in time to see a group of 5. No, 6 adventurers rushed past him, and the girl at the back of the group glanced at him, a torn and frustrated expression on her face. Apologies. The trio blinked when the group rushed past them, and Lily quickly realized what had just happened. The prom tightened her grip on her bag strap. They used us as bait. It's a pass parade. We need to move. Belle glanced around, and he spotted a corridor close to them. There. Welf grunted as the 3 ran. You've got to be kidding me. The redhead cut down whatever monster that got in their way as they ran into the corridor, but the monsters that were chasing the other group of adventurers quickly chased after them. The trio dashed into a narrow tunnel, and they quickly reached a narrow bridge. Belle's eyes darted around, Ryu's advice ringing in his ears. Take advantage of your surroundings. Be mindful, and make use of it. The bridge was relatively small, and there was only one way forward. Load, Sakata Kintoki. Lightning erupted from his body. As Belle turned around, the golden eater in his hands. You two go ahead. Now, Lily blinked as she snapped her head back. What? Belle-sama. No. The boy flung the axe forward, sending it spinning at the horde of monsters, taking down a good number of them before spinning back to Belle. But the white rabbit didn't have time to explain. Welf, get her off the bridge. The redhead had never heard such urgency in the boy's voice, and he quickly complied, pulling the prom off the bridge. Lily yelled, Welf-sama. What are you doing? Welf grunted as he struggled to keep the girl in place. Trust him. Lily glared at him, but before either could continue, the sound of thunder deafened their ears, tearing their attention to their friend. Belle took a deep breath as he unloaded the cartridges on the axe. Set. An axe was meant to cut things down, and what better way than to use an axe to break a bridge? The boy raised the axe. Golden. And it came down. Spark. The force, along with the lightning from the swing, struck the bridge, along with the monsters on it. The effects was instantaneous as the bridge collapsed, bringing the monsters down with it. It also created a wide chasm, effectively blocking the monsters from chasing after Belle and the other 2. Belle let out a breath as the hellhounds backed up, vanishing into the tunnel. Good, they're not chasing after us. He turned to see both Welf and Lily staring at him speechless. The boy smiled. All right, let's keep going. We should be able to find a place to regroup. Neither of them responded, and Belle blinked. Guys. Lily broke out of her stupor. Belle-sama. That was awesome. Welf cut her off as he jogged forward. Was that another of your unique powers? You broke the bridge in one hit. Belle was slightly taken aback by his reaction, before he realized Welf hadn't exactly seen any of his noble phantasms. The boy chuckled. Yeah, this is the Golden Eater. It lets me use lightning-infused attacks. Welf looked at the weapon, and his lips thinned. Is this a magic sword? Belle shook his head. No, I don't have any magic swords. Technically, they are fundamentally different. These are weapons who serve their original wielders to their fullest. In fact, they are the signature or preferred weapons of the heroes I inherit. The redhead nodded. I see. That's good to hear. The white-haired boy nodded, letting the power of Sakata Kintoki leave his body. All right, let's keep moving. Both Lily and Welf nodded. All right / gotcha. The 3 walked further down, until they reached a crossroads. Belle hummed, left or right. Lily opened her mouth to speak, only to be interrupted by the sound of monsters' growls from their left. The girl furrowed her brows. I guess that leaves us with right. Welf spoke up. Yeah, hate to break it to ya, but right's not going to cut it either. Belle and Lily turned to the right route, only to see a dozen sets of red eyes, obviously belonging to Almirages. And if Belle was a betting man, he'd put his money on the ones on the left being hellhounds. The boy narrowed his eyes. We're surrounded. Welf took the sword in his hands. No shit. Thanks, Captain Obvious. Lily placed her hands on her crossbow, ready to aim and fire. Belle's eyes darted around, and his mind went to Emiya. Guys, stay in the middle. I can handle this. The 2 blinked, and Welf asked, I'm sorry, what? The boy took a deep breath. Load. E-dash. He was cut off when he felt something fall on his shoulder, and the boy realized it was a piece of rock. Belle blinked, and he looked up, just in time to see the ceiling cracking. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. The ceiling gave way, revealing a swarm of bad bats, and Belle cursed. Load. Emiya. But he was too late, as all of the monsters from all 3 sides charged them. Belle tried to summon more copies of Kansho and Bakuya, but before he could, every bad bat screamed, causing both Lily and Welf to fall to their knees as they covered their ears in pain. The boy, on the other hand, was more resistant to the pain, and he managed to throw the copies of Kansho and Bakuya in hand to mow down a small number of monsters around them. As they had some space to breathe, Belle prepared to summon another copy of Kansho and Bakuya to take down the bats, only for the sound waves to cause cracks in the floor, and the boy felt the lose of his footing. Then they fell. Belle groaned as he pushed himself up, forcefully pushing off the rubble on his back. Fortunately, he had taken on the powers of Emiya. Despite not being the strongest, it still boosted his strength and endurance by a huge margin. That had saved him from being crushed by the ceiling and the bad bats. The boy's eyes snapped open at that thought. He had the strength to survive, but the same couldn't be said for Welf and Lily. Bell looked around, and he yelled, WLF. Lily. A soft groan reached his ears, and the boy quickly shot to his feet, moving towards the source of the sound. To his relief, he spotted both Welf and Lily nearby, both groaning in pain, but very much alive. Bell reached for Welf, who was closer to him. Dude, you alright? The redhead's eyes pried open, and he quickly noticed Bell. Ugh. Like shit. The boy chuckled as he helped him up. Come on. Welf tried to pull himself up with Bell's help, only to wince when a surge of pain shot up his left leg, and he fell to the ground again. Bell's eyes filled itself with worry. Welf. The redhead raised a palm. I'm fine. I'm fine. Sorry, Bell, but I think my left leg's shot. The boy looked down, and sure enough, Welf's left leg was slightly bent in a weird way, most probably from the rubble crushing him. Bell nodded. It's okay, come on, I got you this time. Welf nodded, and once more, the boy pulled the man up, but this time with much more care, and they managed to get him to his feet. The redhead looked behind him. How's Lil Lily? Bell's face was once again filled with worry. I'm not sure. He glanced at Welf. Can you? The redhead nodded. Yeah, I'll be fine on one leg for a bit. Bell nodded and let go of the blacksmith, letting him balance on one leg before he quickly squatted down before Lily. The boy nudged the girl softly. Lily, you there? The prom in disguise groaned. Why yes. She slowly got to her feet, and she glanced at her giant bag nearby. My bag helped soften the fall. But our supplies. The trio noticed the amount of glass on the floor, along with the liquid. It didn't take a genius to figure that they had lost a huge portion of their supplies. Lily grabbed her bag, opening it up and grimaced when she saw that almost all of their potions were gone. Bell sighed. Nothing we can do about it. He quickly went back to help Welf on his feet as he looked around. Let's figure out how to get out. Welf grunted as he shifted his weight to ease his legs. By the gods. We wanted to get out, but we fell further down. Bell nodded, before he looked up at the hole. Are we on the 15th floor? Lily looked up, the sound of monsters from the floor above filling their ears. No, we're probably on the 16th floor. Falling through a single floor wouldn't have been that bad. The white-haired boy nodded. That makes sense. We can't be on the 17th floor either. Lily nodded. This is obviously not the 17th floor. It looks too similar to the 14th floor. Bell hummed. Yeah. The prom furrowed her brows. We'll have to find our way back up. The redhead chuckled humorlessly. In our current state? I guess we have no other choice. Bell looked down, and his eyes widened when he spotted a hole near them. Wait. Welf blinked. What's wrong, Bell? The white-haired boy's heartbeat grew faster. It was a dumb idea. It was a foolish idea, but Bell couldn't deny that it was a choice. He was confident that he alone could make it. He wasn't that hurt or tired, if at all. Bell's eyes darted to Lily and Welf. No, he couldn't risk it, not like this. Lily evidently caught on to his thoughts, as her face turned serious. Bell-sama, I know that look. The boy blinked. Huh. The Chianthrope stared at him. It is a choice, and now that we're at it, I believe it may very well be our best bet. Bell furrowed his brows. But it's too risky. Lily looked at him. Is it any riskier than going through all 15 floors again? The boy looked down, deep in thought as he debated if they should. Welf, on the other hand, was more than confused. Hold up. What are you two talking about? The two looked at him, and Bell took a deep breath. If we can get to the 18th floor, we'll be fine. The redhead's eyes snapped open in surprise. The 18th floor? Are you nuts? Lily shook her head. No, Bell-sama is right. The 18th floor. Rivera, it's one of the few safe zones in the dungeon. The whole floor is one on itself. That means no monsters will spawn there. Bell nodded. And chances are, adventurers of higher levels might camp out there before going deeper down, or they might recuperate before heading back to the surface. If we can get there, we might be able to find help. Welf frowned. What about the floor boss? The one on the 17th floor? Lily answered. The Loki Familia should have taken it down on their way down. If I remember correctly, that was approximately slightly less than a week ago. We'll make it. The redhead asked. But how are we going to get down? Bell is one thing. But neither you nor I can make it any further, Lil Lily. Bell answered this time. The pits. The blacksmith blinked in confusion. Pits. Bell nodded. Over there, there's a pit that'll lead us to the 17th floor. If we can find our way to the boss room before it spawns, we'll make it. The white-haired boy nodded. Look, it's a dumb idea, Dash. But it's still an option, if not our best option. Welf cut him off, and Bell fell silent. Lily looked at Bell. Bell-sama, in the end it is but an idea. But we still need to make a decision. Hopefully our party leader can make that decision. The prom hated to push it on to Bell, but as of now, he was the only one capable of pushing through. Welf, evidently, thought the same. Bell, whatever decision you make, we'll follow you. We won't blame you no matter what happens. Bell took a deep breath, his eyes trained on the pit, and he glanced up at the slowly repairing hole in the ceiling. The white rabbit made his decision. Let's head down. It'll take us too long to look for a way up. We have a way down. Let's use it. The pair nodded, and Lily reached into her bag, grimacing when she noticed the lack of supplies again. The prum shook her head and grabbed 3 sets of rope and climbing gear. Give me a minute, I'll set the hooks up. A short while later, the 3 were slowly descending through the pit, and Welf grunted as he did his best to not use his injured leg. The redhead glanced down. By the gods, this is a long way down. Lily nodded as she slowly lowered herself down the rope, careful not to let her bag hinder her. Of course, on most floors, we might not notice it, but the distance between each floor is actually bigger than you can imagine. Belle slid down bit by bit. Yeah, which makes it even more dangerous than we thought it'd be. The 3 slowly slid down until they spotted the bottom of the pit. Lily spoke up. Okay, get ready, you two. We don't know if anything is waiting for us at the bottom. The 3 found themselves descending, lowering themselves through the ceiling, and their eyes widened when they saw what awaited them. Monsters. Enough monsters to be called a small army. Or at the very least, a large battalion. Lily's eyes trembled. How? We're supposed to be going into the 17th floor. There shouldn't be that many monsters on this floor. Welf grunted as he struggled to hold himself up. No idea. But that doesn't matter. The redhead could spot hellhounds and almirages, all ready to pounce when the 3 came further down. No, the hellhounds were already preparing to shoot fireballs at them. It was only a matter of time. But what caught his eye were the minotaurs behind the smaller monsters. Dozens upon dozens of them. Bell gritted his teeth in frustration as they hung in the air. He had heard of the dungeon being alive and throwing curveballs at people. Never had he expected to face one so early on their first trip to the middle floors. The hellhounds growled, and the white-haired boy's eyes widened. Shit. Guys, jump. Bell let go of the rope, and Welf gaped. What the fuck? Dude. The hellhounds unleashed their flames, and Lily quickly followed suit, something mirrored by Welf. As for Bell, the boy had the Hestia knife and Minotan in hand, already taking down the rabbits and the hellhounds. Welf, on the other hand, winced as pain shot up his injured feet. Fortunately, Lily had used her bag to cushion her fall, and she managed to make her way to Welf, using her crossbow to keep the smaller monsters away. The Chianthrope glanced at her party member. Welf-sama, you good? The blacksmith grunted as he sat up. Does it look like I'm okay? Lily fired an arrow at an almirage. Good point. The girl turned and opened her bag, and her eyes dropped when she realized her fall had broken most of the remaining potions, including the ones Naza had gifted them. All she had left were 2 vials of potion that survived the fall. Lily pursed her lips, and she reached in and grabbed it, uncorking it as she gave it to Welf. Drink this. Welf glanced at the vial before he looked at her. How many do we have left? The girl closed her eyes. 2, including this one. The blacksmith looked at Bell, whom, despite taking down multiple monsters at once, was still getting busted up gradually. Welf furrowed his brows. Keep it. If anything happens, Bell will still have enough to keep him going. Lily frowned. What are you saying? The blacksmith stared at the girl in the eye. Lily, I'm pretty much dead weight now. Look, if anything happens, leave me. Bell can't make that decision, but I also don't want him to be held back because of me. The prum in disguise stared at him, almost shocked. Welf-sama. Welf's gaze held strong. Promise me that, please. Lily looked at Bell, who had the aura of Heracles around him as he took down hellhound after hellhound, before she looked back at Welf. The girl pushed the vial into Welf's hands. Drink it. Bell-sama will never forgive me if we left you to die. Welf blinked as he found the vial in his hands, before he looked at Lily again. Lily? The prum cut him off. While we're here, Bell-sama is fighting off that army of monsters. Alone. He won't let any of us die. The blacksmith followed her gaze, and to his surprise, Bell had already mowed down at least half of the hellhounds and almirages, which had to make up at least a fifth of the monsters around them. The man sighed. Guess his hero complex is getting to you too, huh? Welf looked at the potion before he downed it in one go. All right, I'll try to make sure I don't get in his way too much. He felt the potion his work, and he managed to stand up, albeit still struggling very much to not wince in pain. Lily nodded as she helped Welf stand. Agreed, let's find somewhere to hide. The two slowly limped away, something Bell easily noticed and was happy to see. With Bell, the boy was constantly moving, Heracles' powers coursing through his veins, and both knives slicing into each monster at every possible moment. As he spotted Lily and Welf moving to a safer spot, so did the monsters, and they quickly tried to pounce on them, only for Bell to cut them down. The boy panted as he tried to regain his breath, feeling the strain on his stamina and mind at the same time. Until eventually, Bell realized that they were surrounded, cornered to a wall. The hellhounds and almirages were all gone, leaving only the minotaurs, but the fact that there were at least 24 of them around didn't make things better. The boy gritted his teeth as he prepared to charge ahead, until he remembered something. No, it was more accurate to say that the image was no surfacing his mind. Bell let out a breath, releasing his hold on Heracles' powers, before chanting once more, Load. Yemiy. The power of the counter-guardian filled his body, and he widened his stance, letting Yemiy's memories guide him. Trace on. Bell gritted his teeth as he felt the toll on his mind once more. Set. Fake sword barrel. Full open. Countless nameless swords formed around them, much to Lily and Welf's shock, as the amount of weapons also put the monsters on guard. The boy, on the other hand, was struggling to keep them steady. It was a technique Bell had yet to be able to fully utilize. He would not be able to use it as a level 1. The cost on his mind was too much. Even now, it had a heavy toll on his mind, but he managed to hold on, just enough to send them all out. Then, every blade shot out. It ended in almost but an instance, for every sword met its target, striking down every minotaur in sight. As soon as the coast was clear, Bell stumbled on his feet, struggling to not let his eyes fall. The boy turned to his friends. Come on. We need to get past the boss. Welf and Lily could only nod, worry evident in their eyes as Bell forced himself to his feet. Line break. Meanwhile, Hestia was in the basement of their church. It had been 2 full days since Bell had joined his party in their journey to the middle floors. Yet, the boy had not returned to their shared home. Hestia had also asked Hephaestus about her child, but the goddess of the forge had yet to see her favorite child. The goddess tightened her grip on the bed sheets, and she stood up. It was time to pay the guild a visit. Author note. Done. So yeah, that's the chapter. I had been debating if I should do this a different way, but I just found myself going about it similar to canon. The next chapter will have Bell and Co enter Reveria, as well as Hestia forming the search party. Until then, read and review please. Chapter 12. Author note. Hey, I'm here with a new chapter. Nico Shiroinu. Anderson is one I'm considering. Again, it would usually depend on the situation onto which hero Bell contracts. At least until a certain point where he just gets all of them, but that's really at the end of the story. GWYNX, a little dark? I actually am not sure how it feels dark, but glad you love it anyway. Anime Fan 13579. Good point on the part with the divinity. It's actually something I sort of hinted before. The dungeon throws random shit at Bell as he is a source of divinity through Heracles. But because it is different from Arcanum, the reaction isn't as big, but still there. Ghost Iced, he doesn't have magic circuits. So the answer would be no. Cody White 162. Thanks dude. Bocce the cat. Wows. Congrats on getting Morgan. Getting a spook is good, but you already have NP2 Morgan, so I call that a win. So yeah, here's the new chapter. Triple X. With Hestia, the goddess was on her way to the guild. Bell had yet to return, and as far as she knew, the boy would only spend a day in the dungeon at most at his current level. Aside from that one time, he had never stayed out more than one night and would return the next day. Furthermore, Hestia always made it a point to ask him approximately when he'd be back. They were supposed to be back by the end of the day they went in. The goddess of the hearth clenched her fists. She had to be overthinking things. Bell was the heir to the throne of heroes. He had the powers of the legendary heroic spirits from panhuman history. Despite knowing that, Hestia just couldn't help but worry. Soon, the twin-tailed goddess reached the guild, and she quickly spotted the familiar half-elf at the reception. Hestia quickly walked over. Hey, Advisor Cohen. Ina perked up when she heard the familiar voice, and she blinked. Lady Hestia? The half-elf stood up and smiled. How can I help you? The goddess quickly got in front of her. Have you seen Belcoin or his party members? Ina blinked. Belcoin? No, not really. Hestia frowned. So they haven't been by here. She quickly caught on. Wait, they haven't returned from the dungeon? The goddess shook her head. No, they haven't. Ina furrowed her brows. Belcoin said they'd be entering the middle floors today? You don't think? Hestia nodded. Yes, even if he's gone to the middle floors, he should be back by now. The half-elf nodded. He did say he would only be going to the 14th floor at most. The goddess looked down before staring up at Ina. I want to issue a quest. The main objective is to search for Bell and his party. Ina nodded. Understood. I'll get it arranged now on the urgent list. The half-elf quickly went to work, and Hestia was about to ask how she could help, only for a familiar voice to reach her ears. Hestia. The goddess turned, and she blinked when she saw the Japanese god of thunder and sword at the door, flanked by 2 Eastern-looking adventurers. Hestia blinked when she saw the solemn look on his face. Take. A short while later, Hermes walked into the guild with Asphi by his side. The blue-haired woman sighed. Now why are we here again? The god of messengers chuckled. Hey, there are a few good places to get information in Oreo. Pubs and the like are good and all, but once in a while you get to find something interesting here too. Asphi sighed again. Sure. She fully knew her patron god was simply lazing around, going wherever he felt like going. In the beginning, perhaps Hermes would have actually worked to gather information. But now that they had a full-blown network, he had the time and energy to run around fooling around, be it with women or whatever catches his eyes. And today just happened to be the latter. The god blinked when he noticed a quest to be filled on the urgent pile. Hermes walked up to it, and his lips curved upwards. What luck! He let out a quiet chuckle. The fates are on my side today, it would seem. The Greek god of mischief took the sheet of paper off the wall. Asphi, I have a job for you. The blue-haired woman blinked. Huh? Hermes smiled as he walked towards the receptionist. Too late. It's already done. Asfi tried to chase after the god to refuse, but the god of messengers was nothing if not fast on his feet. Line break. Meanwhile, back in Hestia's church, Takamikazuchi had explained what Mikoto had told him. Hestia had also asked for Hephaestus and Mayak for help, which led to them being in the church too. Mayak looked at Takamikazuchi's children. So basically, you used Bell and his party and dumped the monsters after you on them. Takamikazuchi lowered his head. I cannot apologize enough for what they've done. They were desperate, but still. Hephaestus kept silent, simply because she couldn't trust herself to speak considering it involved Wealth, who could very well be considered her favorite child. Hestia faced the altar of the church. Normally, I wouldn't be worried. Belkuin is the heir to the throne of heroes. But it is also his first run into the middle floors. It is also his first time leading a party of only 3 members into uncharted territory for them. She turned to look at them. You were desperate to save your own. I cannot blame you for doing that, even if it was Belkuin and his party. But if they don't make it back. Hestia took a deep breath before turning to face them. Please, help me bring them back. Mikoto stood forward. I promise you, Lady Hestia. I cannot possibly atone for what we have done, but we will do whatever it takes to bring them back. Uka let out a deep breath. I shall do the same. The goddess of the hearth nodded. Thank you. Hephaestus spoke up for the first time since Takamikazuchi told them everything. We say we want to form a search party. But Hestia, most, if not all of my combat-ready members have gone with Loki's kids further down the dungeon. Mayak nodded. And I only have Naza, and you know how much she can do. Hestia nodded. I know, and I'm not asking Nazakuin to help if she cannot. I won't ask of the impossible. Takamikazuchi folded his arms. On my end, only Uka and Mikoto are actually qualified. Unfortunate as it is, the others will only slow them down. If we push it, Chigusa can make it as a supporter. The goddess of the hearth nodded. That's why I also put up a quest for the guild. Hopefully someone picks it up. And pick it up I have. A familiar, and not to mention annoying voice reached their ears, and everyone turned to see Hermes with Asfi by his side at the door. The Greek god of messengers grinned, holding up the paper for the quest. I saw your request on the board. Hestia blinked. Hermes? What are you doing here? Hermes chuckled. Well, I heard you were in a pinch. I can't exactly let a dear friend be when she's in trouble, no? Hephaestus snorted. A dear friend? The only thing tying you two together is the fact that we're from the same pantheon. But that doesn't matter at all here now, does it? Mayak nodded. That is true. As far as I know, you rarely, if ever, spoke to Hestia ever since we all came down from Tenkai. Takamikazuchi sighed and shook his head. Some friend you are. Hermes grimaced. Wow. Harsh much. The god of messengers shook his head. But I am serious. I really do want to help you, Hestia. That is not a lie. He sneakily wrapped an arm around Asfi who stood next to him. To that end, I'll be bringing Asfi with me on our search. She's the captain of my familia, not to mention, she's our ace, possibly the best member of my team. Asfi blinked, and her head snapped to her patron god. Wait, what? Hermes grinned, and although he was looking at Hestia, the woman knew the smile was directed at her. I'd bring more of my familia, but unfortunately they're all on a mission. Takamikazuchi looked at Hestia. What do you think, Hestia? You think you can trust him? The goddess of the hearth looked at her alleged nephew, and she sighed. I honestly don't think I have much of a choice. We'll need as much help as we can get. She looked at Asfi. I know your child is strong, so if you can help me, I will be very grateful. Asfi was almost taken aback by the sincerity in Hestia's voice, and she nodded. Very well, I shall do my best. Hermes grinned. Then it's settled then. Takamikazuchi hummed, before he looked at his children. All right, time is of the essence. Mikoto, Uka, Chigusa, get whatever you need and meet here as soon as possible. Hestia nodded. If possible, I want to start tonight. The group started to discuss their preparations, and Asfi took the chance to pull Hermes to his side, squatting down behind the seats. The god of messengers looked at his trusty captain with amused eyes. What's wrong, Asfi? We were getting to the good part, you know? Asfi almost glared at him. You said. You would bring me. Along. Are you Dash? Hermes cut her off with a smile. Yep, I'm coming along. The young woman almost faltered, but she managed to not yell. But a god going into the dungeon is against the law. Hermes' grin widened. Of course. But that also means we'll be fine as long as no one finds out. I'll be sure to keep to myself, okay? Asfi gaped, before she hung her head in resignation. I knew you were planning something. The god of messengers laughed softly. Well, I'll be counting on you on that part, okay? The captain of the Hermes Familia nodded tiredly. Okay. I'm coming too. Hestia's voice reached their ears, and both of them jumped when the goddess' face suddenly appeared beside them. Hermes jumped. Hestia? Hestia turned and sat down on the seat. I'm coming too, okay? The god of thieves tried to reason with her. Hold on. It's forbidden for a goddess to enter the dungeon. You shouldn't be so rash, Dash. The goddess gave him a blank stare. We'll be fine as long as no one finds out. Right. Asfi sighed. She's got you there. Hermes sighed. Hestia, you don't have a reason to risk going in. I have something I need to do. Hestia stared at him firmly. Of course I have a reason. Belcoin is in trouble. I know we have a team ready, but I just can't sit here and do nothing. Hephaestus' eyes softened. Hestia. The twin-tailed goddess looked at her best friend/niece. Don't try to stop me. Please. The goddess of the forge sighed. I can't stop you even if I wanted to, remember? She looked at Hermes. This is on you, by the way. Hermes smiled dryly. That seems to be the case, doesn't it? The god nodded. All right, since we have a change of plans, I'll have to make some preparations myself. I'll see you back here later, all right? Hestia nodded. Gotcha. Hermes turned and walked out of the church, and as soon as he did, he asked, Asphi, with 2 level 2 adventurers, do you think you can protect both Hestia and myself? Asphi paused. Before she answered, it depends on how far we plan to go. The upper floors, without a doubt. The middle floors, those ones are a bit hard to say. The item maker knew her limits, and she could definitely protect both god and goddess if she went all out. But then again, no one could predict what would happen when 2 gods entered the dungeon. Hermes nodded. I guess that makes sense. Guess we'll have to pay a friend a visit. I just hope Freya doesn't get pissed. A short moment later, Hermes and Asphi were in the Hostess of Fertility. They now stood in one of the private rooms of the pub with all of the staff of the establishment, Mia having closed the store and delayed their opening time for the night shift. Mia stared at the pair with the intimidating gaze. Come again. Hermes smiled. Well, Cranel's in a bit of trouble, so we're forming a search party to look for him. Chloe sighed. Getting a pass parade thrown on him on his first trip down to the middle floors. What luck. The owner of the pub scowled. And what does that have to do with you? What does that have to do with us? Mia ignored the looks from her employees and instead stared firmly at Hermes. The god of messengers grinned. I just want to borrow one of your girls to help us out. Ryuu, specifically. The owner of the establishment maintained her gaze at the god. So you believe you would need Ryuu, of all people? It is that bad. Hermes nodded. It is. Worst case scenario, Bel and his party will die. I made a promise with Hestia to save her child. If you allow Ryuu to come with us, I will owe you a favor, any favor. Mia hummed, before closed her eyes. Wait outside with the Perseus, Hermes. I'll give you my answer in a bit. The god couldn't quite tell what the dwarf was thinking, but he could sort of tell that she was giving it serious thought, if not torn on whether she should help. Hermes decided to stay there no longer, and stood up. Very well. I really hope you can help us, Mia. He turned and beckoned his captain to follow her out, the door clicking shut quietly as they left the room. After a short moment, Ryuu spoke up. Mama Mia, I want to take a few dash. Kenneth, you dumb elf. Mia cut her off, her eyes still closed. Ryuu closed her mouth, and despite maintaining a poker face, anyone in the room could tell she wasn't happy at all. Lunwar decided to speak up. Mama Mia, we know Bel isn't weak. But regardless, a pass parade isn't a small matter. Mia's brows furrowed. I know that. Anya spoke up as well. At least send one of us Naya. The dwarf almost shot them down, only for Syr to speak up. Mama Mia, I hope you can at least send one of them down too. Please. Mia looked at the silver-haired girl, and for a brief moment, the dwarf saw the divine power behind her eyes. Syr held her gaze. Please. The dwarf was almost taken aback, and she sighed. Fine. What kind of boss would I be if I left one of my employees to die? Mia looked at the women around her. But only Ryuu and Anya will go. It's only the middle floors. The 2 of you should be enough, right? Ryuu's expression brightened, and she nodded. Definitely. Anya beamed. Of course, Naya. The dwarf nodded. Good. Now get going. Time probably isn't on our side. The 2 shared a look, and both elf and cat person quickly headed for their room. Mia glanced at everyone else. The rest of you, get back to work. We'll open in half an hour. Lunwar and Chloe quickly got back to preparing for the night, leaving Mia and Syr in the room. The dwarf looked at her. Is he that important to you? Syr just nodded. Yes, he is. Mia furrowed his brows. I see. The dwarf sighed and walked towards the door. Get back to work. We can talk about this another time. Syr smiled. Of course, and thank you. Mia just walked out of the room, heading for the kitchen. The silver-haired girl glanced down out of the tinted windows, where Hermes and Asphi could be seen waiting outside. Hermes. Her lips thinned. If you're up to something. If Hermes did anything to Bel, there would be hell to pay. A short while later, Hestia, Hermes, Asphi, Uka, Mikoto and Chigusa stood before Babel. The 2 gods both had a cloak on, with Hestia wearing a pair of glasses and a hat, while Hermes simply swapped his hat for a dirty green helmet. Hestia looked at the group. All right, are we ready? The adventurers of Takumi Kazuchi's Familia nodded, while Hermes spoke up cheerfully. We're still short on 2 people on this end, so dash. No need, we're here. The group turned to see the 2 waitresses from the hostess. Or at least, Hestia, Hermes and Asphi did. Ryuu wore a white sleeveless top and green bloomers, covered by a green cloak. She also had a mask that covered her mouth. As for Anya, she was less secretive about her identity and wore what looked like a standard adventurer outfit. Uka asked, "Who are you?" Ryu looked at him, recognizing that he was the captain of the Takame Kazuchi Familia, and by extension, the one who dumped the past parade on Bell. "It is none of your concern. We're only here to help rescue Bell Cranel and his party." The man narrowed his eyes, and he opened his mouth to retort, only for Hermes to stand between them with a smile. Now, we're all here for the same reason." Hestia nodded. "We don't have much time. If we're all ready, then let us depart." Everyone nodded, both Ryu and Uka deciding to simply ignore each other as they descended the stairs into the dungeon. Line break. With Bell and Co., the trio made their way through the floor. Bell had used the last potion in Lily's bag, leaving him with more energy to navigate the floor. However, the last fight had also taken its toll on Lily and Wealth. Now, the trio stood before a large wall, a rainbow-colored aura surrounding it. Wealth blinked. "Guys, is this?" Lily nodded. "Yes, the Great Wall of Sorrow." Bell looked around. "Looks like we're clear. Let's hurry and move on." The pair nodded, but as soon as they took a few steps forward, the room shook. Wealth and Lily's faces paled, the former speaking. "You've got to be kidding me." The walls trembled, and cracks started to appear. Bell gritted his teeth. "Run." Now, he broke into a dash, pulling both Lily and Wealth with him. The cracks increased, and pieces of the wall started to fall off. Bell cursed and hefted Wealth on his shoulders. "Sorry, Wealth." The redhead grunted in discomfort from the sudden change. "I'm good." Lily, on the other hand, just did her best to keep pace with Bell, knowing full well if she slowed down a bit, she dragged the other two down. The three quickly covered half of the distance between them and the entrance to the 18th floor. But unfortunately, none of them realized just how much the dungeon had it out for them. The cracks increased, and more parts of the wall fell, revealing a giant face. Wealth's eyes widened in fear. "Oh shit." The giant, the Goliath, gave a loud roar, and Bell cursed under his breath as he tried to run faster. The distance between them and the exit decreased as they ran, but the Goliath quickly spotted the trio, and it wasn't about to let its prey escape. It broke out of the wall and quickly grabbed hold of the pieces of rubble on the ground. Wealth's eyes widened again. "Oh no. Bell, move." The giant swung its arm, flinging the rubble at the three, and Bell turned his head when he heard the sound of the wind. His eyes widened, and in a split second, the boy made his decision. In the next instant, Wealth and Lily both found themselves on the ground, and a loud boom reached their ears. Lily groaned as she regained her bearings, until she realized what had happened. "Bell-sama." The pair looked around, spotting the giant piece of rubble, the piece of the wall having broken to pieces, but presumably also bearing Bell underneath. "Load, Heracles," until they heard the shout as the rubble exploded, revealing Bell bruised but relatively unscathed. Wealth let out a breath in relief. "Bell." The boy stared at the Goliath, the giant approaching them quickly, and he spoke. "Wealth, Lily, get to the exit." Lily blinked. "Bell-sama? What are you saying?" Bell narrowed his eyes as he summoned the nameless golden axe in his hand. "We don't have much time. The exit is behind us, but the moment all of us turn around, it will strike. I'll protect the two of you, so get moving." The prom glared at him. "Then what about you? You can't possibly dash." "I'll be fine. Once you two get out, I'll run." Bell cut her off, and Wealth got the hint. Lily, let's go. We'll only hold him back here." The blacksmith quickly pulled the girl back, and this time, she reluctantly followed. As soon as the two turned for the exit, the Goliath roared and charged. But this time, Bell was ready. The boy dashed forward, almost shooting himself forward like a bullet, and he swung the axe. The monster Rex growled as it blocked the swing, the axe sinking into the skin of the giant. But as soon as it happened, the Goliath swung its other arm at Bell, forcing the boy to let go of the axe to dodge. Bell landed on the ground, as the Goliath plucked the axe off and dropped it to the ground before stomping on it. The boy narrowed his eyes. "This feels like I'm David, fighting against the Goliath." Normally he would have been excited, but the circumstances simply didn't allow it. At the same time, he also felt his back grow warm, power brewing in his body, yet also holding back as he simply didn't have enough mind. No, Bell knew he didn't have enough energy to even swap to a different heroic spirit, much less contract a new one. Despite having used the potion, once he released his hold on Heracles' powers, that was it. The boy glanced back briefly, and Wealth and Lily were almost there. Good. That meant he could run after he held the monster back for a bit more. However, just as he looked back, so did the Goliath notice the two adventurers nearing the exit. It couldn't allow that to happen. As soon as Bell turned to face the beast once more, his eyes widened when he spotted the giant grabbing a handful of rubble. Then it threw. Bell cursed as he leaped into action. But he knew he couldn't make it. Not as he was, so he pushed himself further. Set. 9 lives. Power flowed through his veins once more, as the toll on his mind increased. But the boy pushed through with sheer willpower, and he vanished. At the same time, the flying pieces of rubble all shattered to bits, before the Goliath felt a hard blow to its face, sending it toppling over to the ground. Unfortunately, the blow wasn't enough to kill the monster Rex. It was enough to stagger it, but that was all. Bell simply didn't have enough mind or stamina to use the noble phantasm to its fullest. That also meant that whatever energy he had left to hold on to Heracles' powers was gone, and the power of the ancient Greek hero left his body. The boy fell to one knee as he panted heavily, glancing back to see Welf and Lily at the exit. Welf yelled, "Bell? Come on." Bell nodded tiredly, and he forced himself to move, stumbling as he did his best to run. The Goliath roared as it got to its feet, but Bell was nothing if not fast on his feet, and whilst exhausted, he didn't have to carry a grown man this time. The boy quickly reached the exit. "Come on." But before Welf and Lily could respond, a shadow covered them, and Bell glanced back just in time to see the piece of rubble before them. Then he knew no more. Line break. Some time later, Bell groaned as he opened his eyes. Ugh. WR. The boy grimaced as the light entered his eyes, and he took the time to get adjusted to his surroundings, only to realize he was in a room. No, not a room. The ceiling was made of cloth. He was in a tent. Bell looked around. What? He quickly noticed Welf and Lily next to him, both covered in a blanket and patched up with bandages and dressings. The boy looked down and noticed that he was the same, except he had thrown the blanket off. Bell furrowed his eyes. The last thing he remembered was the rubble the Goliath had thrown at them, and everything went blank. "Oh, you're awake." A familiar voice reached his ears, and Bell blinked as he looked at where the voice had come from, only to notice a familiar-looking blonde, wearing a white top with black sleeves. Bell blinked again. "Ace Wallenstein?" The blonde swordswoman regarded him. "How do you feel?" The boy nodded. "I feel okay, good even." "Wait, why are you dash?" Ace hummed. "We're on an expedition, or well, was. We're just taking a break here before we head back to the surface." Bell blinked, before he nodded slowly. I see." The sword princess studied him, and the boy felt his face grew hot when he realized how intensely she was staring at him. Bell stuttered. Is there something wrong?" Ace didn't avert her gaze. "How did you get so strong?" The boy blinked. "Huh." The blonde almost furrowed her brows. "In less than 3 months, you are here. On the 18th floor." "How?" Bell blinked again, before he rubbed the back of his head. "I honestly am not sure how to answer you." Ace stayed silent, allowing him to continue. The boy spoke again, this time almost jokingly. "I guess I just trained really hard?" The swordswoman hummed. "You summoned spirits." That got the boy's attention, and Bell almost snapped his head at her. "What?" Ace stared at him. "You summoned spirits." "No, it felt like you became one. Like a half-spirit." Bell almost panicked. Wait. What are you talking about?" The blonde noticed his change in demeanor, and she leaned forward. "Is that how you became so strong? You summoned those spirits to help you?" Ace pushed on. "Tell me. Please." "I think that's enough, Ace." The two turned to see Riveria at the entrance of the tent, and Bell gaped. "Wire? Riveria?" The high elf smiled almost amusedly. "Yes, that would be me." The boy shot to his feet. "It's an honor to meet the 9 hells." Riveria almost chuckled. "Is that so? I'm happy to hear that." She looked at Ace, before back at Bell. "Since you're awake, mind following me? Our leader would like to have a word with you." Bell blinked. Oh, sure, I guess." Riveria nodded. "You should follow us too, Ace. We can continue your conversation with the others." A short walk later, Bell stood in a larger tent, faced with Finn, Gareth, and Riveria, while Ace stood at his side. The boy lowered his head. "Thank you very much for helping us. We would have died there from the Goliath if not for your help." Gareth laughed. "I believe you are mistaken, young man. We didn't help you. You escaped on your own ability." Finn nodded. "We simply found you at the entrance of this floor and couldn't leave you to bleed out." Bell nodded. "Even so, it doesn't change the fact that you have helped my party, and I cannot be any more grateful for that." The captain of the Loki Familia nodded. "In that case, we shall accept your gratitude. For now, consider yourselves our guest until we finish our preparations to head back to the surface. After that, you can join us on our way back." The boy nodded. "Thank you very much." Gareth chuckled. "A polite one, aren't you?" He walked over and patted on the boy's back, and Bell almost stumbled, much to everyone's surprise. But Gareth's grin just widened. "To think you came all the way down here on your first trip. Ballsy one." Bell's smile turned forced. "I mean, we were sort of forced to. We got past paraded, and we lost most of our supplies and fell down to the 15th floor." Riveria hummed. "I see. That's why you decided to come all the way to the 18th floor." Finn nodded. "A wise decision, albeit risky. But I suppose that is the way of us adventurers." The 2 other senior adventurers just nodded. Bell blinked at their words, before he found himself smiling. "But still, I can't believe I'm talking to all of you like this." Finn raised an amused eyebrow. "Oh? And what is there not to believe?" Bell's smile widened slightly, and he grew a bit embarrassed. "I mean, Finn-san, you're sort of like a modern-day hero. I guess you can say you're someone I look up to." That caught them by surprise, and Riveria asked, "Oh? Is that so?" The boy chuckled sheepishly, his face slightly red. "I mean, his title braver can also mean hero, right? And what with his reputation?" Gareth laughed. "Coming from you, I'd say that's the best compliment you can get, yeah, Finn?" The prom chuckled. Indeed. If the heir to the throne of heroes sees me in that manner, well, that would make me really happy. Bell just chuckled sheepishly before he asked, "Oh, and since we're here, do you mind if I ask you something?" Finn nodded. "Of course, what is it?" The boy spoke. "Did your parents give you your name?" The tent quieted down, and both Gareth and Riveria glanced at Finn carefully. The prom fell silent, and Bell blinked. "I'm sorry. Did I say something wrong?" Finn closed his eyes, and he opened them. "No, you did not. And no, my parents did not give me this name. I chose it myself." The prom's answer surprised his three comrades, even Ace. But before they could voice their expressions, Finn continued. "Why do you ask, Bell Cranel?" The boy blinked, before he rubbed the back of his neck. "This will sound ridiculous, but did you happen to choose that name from the prom's Fianna Knights?" Silence befell upon them, and after a while, Bell felt uncomfortable. Until Finn laughed. The prom laughed. "I suppose I have been found out. To answer your question, Cranel-san, yes, I did take inspiration from the legend of the Fianna Knights in choosing my name." Bell's face brightened. "I knew it. I honestly love that story. In fact, you remind me exactly of Finn from that legend." Finn blinked, before he smiled. "That was the idea, and I'm happy to hear that from you." Gareth laughed, and Riveria folded her arms. Well, I never would have thought someone other than Finn would like that story." Bell's face beamed with excitement. "Of course I would. I mean, I want to be a hero myself dash." He caught himself, and he quickly shrunk down. Finn chuckled. "Bell Cranel, I believe you, and I can be good friends. See, I also want to become a hero too. So you can say we pretty much share the same goals." Bell just giggled. "I mean, Finn-san, you've already become one, haven't you?" The prom shook his head with a smile. "No, not yet. I dash. Now, you can continue your conversation some other time alone. I believe our princess is dying from waiting." Riveria spoke up, and the pair glanced at Ace, who was patiently waiting. Finn chuckled. "Well, I suppose we got ahead of ourselves there, didn't we?" Gareth snorted. "No shit." The high elf spoke up. "Bell Cranel, I believe our dear Ace was pushing you to tell her about your explosive growth. If you don't mind, would you be willing to share it with us?" Bell blinked, and he glanced around, noting Ace's expectant expression and the curious ones on the other three. Finn spoke up. "It's fine if you do not want to tell us. Honestly speaking, we shouldn't even be asking, but as you can see, we are quite curious." Riveria nodded. "At the very least, we promise not to reveal it to anyone." The boy hummed, before he nodded. "I guess I can, considering you did help me and my friends in our time of need. But I'm not sure if it will help any of you, if at all." Ace spoke up. "I don't mind." Bell nodded. "As you would have already probably heard, I have the ability to take on the powers of ancient legendary heroes forgotten to time." The four nodded, and Bell continued. "That includes their powers and memories." Finn nodded. "I see. I would assume that also includes technique, skills, and abilities in general?" The boy nodded. "As far as my current body can handle, yes." Riveria hummed. "I can sort of understand. Like Lafia, you would have to obtain these powers gradually, and the more you obtain, the stronger you become." Bell nodded. "In addition to my Falna's growth, yes." Ace spoke up. "Is it something I can learn too?" The boy opened his mouth to speak, only for Gareth to cut him off. "Most likely not, lass. Abilities like these tend to be unique to the user only. Despite your heritage, I seriously doubt you could do the same." Bell blinked. "Heritage?" Riveria sighed. "That is something only she can tell." Ace looked at him. "I'm half spirit. That's why I could see the spirits you summoned." Bell blinked. I see." Finn nodded. "At any rate, I believe we have gone far off topic." He looked at Bell. "Take the time to rest up. We'll most probably be staying around on this floor for a few more days. Once we've finished our preparations, we'll head up for the surface in 2 groups. You can join the second group." The boy nodded, before he blinked at the prom's words. "Wait. 2 groups?" Bell's eyes widened. "Oh. You plan on using one group to clear off the floors so the second group can follow after without much trouble?" Finn smiled amusedly, almost impressed by his deduction. "Yes, that would be the idea." The boy nodded. "Anyways, thanks again for helping us." Gareth chuckled. "Well, it'd be bad if we left you here without help." Finn nodded. "Definitely. For now, take the chance to explore the floor. I believe Ace would be happy to show you around." The blonde nodded. "Okay." Bell's eyes widened. It's fine. You don't have to go through all the trouble dash." Ace looked at him. "It's okay." Riveria almost sighed, quickly seeing through the girl's intentions. Before she spoke up, "Bell Cranel, let's leave that for now, okay?" Bell blinked again, and he nodded. "Oh, okay." Finn nodded. "That's all I wanted to talk about. You can continue using that tent with your friends while we're here. I'll let you know when we're ready to head up." The boy nodded. "Got it. Thanks again." The prom chuckled. "Don't worry about it." Bell took that as the cue to leave. "I'll leave you to it then." The 3 senior members of the Loki Familia nodded, and Bell turned to leave the tent. Ace did the same, and the 2 stepped out of the tent. As soon as they did, Bell found himself face to face with 2 very familiar-looking Amazonesses. "Oh, you're awake. Argonaut-kun. The boy blinked when the shorter of the twins leaned towards him. Yeah. Ace blinked when she saw the twins. Tioni? Tioni looked at the blonde. You done talking with the captain and the others? The blonde nodded. Yes, I was about to show him around. Tiona's eyes gleamed. Oh, then can I join? I've been wanting to meet you, Argonaut-kun. Belle blinked. Argonaut? Are you talking about me? Tioni sighed. Don't worry about it. It's just something this idiot came up with. Tiona puffed her cheeks at her twin. Hey, it's not something I came up with, okay? She looked at Belle. See, we saw your fight against that Minotaur, and well, it reminded me a lot of the Argonaut. So, Belle's eyes widened. Oh. A giddy smile quickly formed on his face. I see. I see. Belle giggled. I guess it would seem like it. I mean, I was wearing armor forged by a Krotso, and I had a lightning weapon. Tioni stared at him. Oh no. Not another one. Tiona, on the other hand, grew more excited. Wait, you know the story I'm talking about? And you had armor forged by a Krotso? Belle nodded with a big smile. Yes. The Amazonas beamed. Then you really are just like the Argonaut. Argonaut-kun. The boy laughed. I know, right? It's amazing. Before the two could continue, Tioni stepped between them. Okay, stop. That's enough heroic bullshit for the day. Belle was almost taken aback by her reaction, and he lowered his head. Sorry, I got carried away. Tiona scoffed. Don't apologize, Argonaut-kun. Tiona's just being an idiot. She ignored the look from her sister, and instead pulled on Belle's arm. Anyway, can you show me that axe? I can show you my erga. The boy blinked again. Sure. Tiona beamed. Great. Let's go. She pulled him along, and the boy quickly found that he couldn't quite compete against the power of a level 5, as he was quickly dragged away. Tioni sighed. That idiot. She looked at Ace. Come on, we should follow them before something bad happens. The blonde just nodded, and the two followed after Belle and Tiona. A short while later, in Tiona and Tioni's shared tent, the boy marveled as he studied the erga. Belle looked at it. Whoa. This is adamantite, isn't it? Tiona giggled. It is. Good spot. The boy nodded, and he handed the double-bladed sword back to the Amazonas. Belle nodded. All right, my turn, I guess. Tiona beamed. Yes, show me. Tiona and Ace looked with interest as Belle held his hand out. Load. Sakata Kentoki. The air around him gave way, and the two level 5s and one level 6 watched in slight surprise at the sudden change and pressure the boy gave out. Tioni narrowed her eyes. It felt like a level up, but at the same time, different. Ace, on the other hand, was more intrigued and determined to learn if she could do it. Tiona, however, was more excited than the other two. Wow. You feel so different now. What did you do? Belle smiled. I took on the powers of one of the heroes I inherited. This is one of them. The boy summoned the Golden Eater and held it out to Tiona. Here, this is the Golden Eater. The three women could easily feel the magic radiating from the sword, and Tioni asked, is it a magic sword? Belle shook his head. No, it's different, but it does allow me to use magic, I suppose. Tiona grabbed onto the axe, and when Belle let go, the Amazonas was surprised by how much it actually weighed. The girl gave it a few swings. Wow. This feels a whole lot better than my erga. Tioni snorted. If you let your smith hear that, he's going to have a field day. Tiona looked at her sister, but it's the truth. Look, it has enough weight, and it's perfectly balanced. The older of the twins opened her mouth to retort, but before she could, the younger twin looked at Belle. But how can you even use this? It's okay for me, but like a level 2 shouldn't be able to even lift it. Belle chuckled. That's where my ability comes in. The Golden Eater is a weapon I inherited, but because I inherited the abilities of Sakata Kentoki, I also gained his strength to hold the axe. Tioni raised an eyebrow, but that means you'll be stronger than a level 2, possibly a level 3. The boy nodded. Something like that. Yes. The older twin hummed. I see. Now that's interesting. Ace stepped forward. Can I try holding it? Belle nodded. Sure. Go ahead. The blonde approached the younger Amazonas, and Tiona handed her the axe. As soon as Ace wrapped her fingers around the hilt, her eyes widened. A series of images flashed in her mind, but they were all too fast for her to make sense of it. And then all she could feel was pain. The axe fell to the ground, and Ace fell to her knees, grunting as she held her head in pain. Tiona quickly knelt beside her. Ace. Are you okay? Tioni looked at the boy. What happened? Belle quickly dispelled the axe, and he stared at the blonde in confusion. I don't know. It's never done that before. Ace raised a hand. I'm fine. Tioni asked her, are you sure? Tiona helped her stand up, and the blonde nodded. Yes. Ace looked at Belle. How? Belle blinked. Huh. The blonde furrowed her brows. How are you still yourself? Author note. That's the end of the chapter. The next one will see Belle exploring Rivera, and so on and so forth. Read and review, please. Until the next one. Chapter 13. Author note. Hey, I'm back with a new chapter. Been really busy with work and study, pretty much burnt out. I literally had to take a few days off to recover, and finally got the time to work on a chapter 2. Honestly, not too sure when I can get to writing another chapter next time, but we'll see. Ghost Iced. Bell won't have magic circuits. There will be some bleeding effect one way or another, but not anytime soon. Potentially after Season 2 when he gets more heroes. Kodawite 162, glad you like the story so far. Here's a new chapter, and hopefully we'll tell you what happened to Ace. Bocce the Cat, it's a bit late, considering your review was like over a month ago, but congrats on getting NP2 Morgan. I got NP1 pretty much every servant from LB6. Also got all servants from the recent summer banners. Now I Jay-Z need to save for Charlemagne. Regulus Cetus, hopefully this chapter may clear things up a bit. Anime fan 13579, you're right, Bell has a tolerance. If you remember some parts with Freya monologuing about Bell's soul, that's actually the reason. And yes, he would also have vulnerabilities to the weaknesses related to the heroes he uses. So for example, if he were to load Med, he would be weak to cheese. Again, the bleeding effect will happen, but as you've mentioned, heroes, as in heroic spirits who have the heart of a hero, won't affect Bell that much because of how similar they are. Now, you brought up Diarmuid, which is interesting considering I've also been thinking of who I should introduce when the Xenos arc comes out. You can bet that Bell will definitely fight some of the Loki Familia members, and as you may or may not notice, some of them bear parallel traits to some heroic spirits. TBH Diary, I'll try, been just really busy with life and all. Manicore Blues, glad you're liking it so far. My knowledge of heroic spirits mainly come from FGO. I love the Stay Night ones, but honestly I came to know and love them because of FGO. Now, clothing and hairstyles are honestly a bit of a coin flip for me. If the heroic spirit loaded is a monstrous one, he will get traits, but most of them are humanoid, and unless it's a noble phantasm that really needs it to look like that, I probably won't change his clothing or hairstyles. But do look forward to the new heroic spirits I'm planning to introduce in the next chapter or so. Guest, I don't mean to be rude or anything. But if you find it cringe, you can just leave the page, no one forced you to read this. Anyways, here's the newest chapter. Hope y'all enjoy. XXX. Bell blinked when he heard Ace's question, huh? The blonde girl stared at him, her eyes filled with frustration and confusion. How? How are you still sane? How are you conscious? Tiona spoke up. Wait, what are you talking about, Ace? I believe she is talking about the weapon all of you just held, and by extension, Bell Cranel's unique abilities. The four turned to see Riveria walking in, and the high elf spoke, apologies, I was watching when you decided to bring him here to try out your weapons, Tiona. Tioni asked, what do you mean, Riveria? The green-haired woman regarded Ace for a moment, before looking at Bell. I had a suspicion, but I felt it was rude to ask. Seeing how Ace reacted confirmed it for me. Riveria took a short breath. Bell Cranel, when you take on the powers of the heroes you inherit, you gain their powers and memories. That is what you told us. Bell nodded. Yes, that's right. The high elf sighed. Ace is a half-spirit. That means the nature of your ability is closely related to that of a spirit. It also means your soul is most likely fused with the hero you use. Riveria looked at Ace. That's why you said you felt him become a half-spirit. Isn't that right, Ace? The boy blinked. Oh. He folded his arms. It did make sense. He would form a contract with a heroic spirit, and he would gain their memories and abilities. Every time that happened, Bell would also dream of their past. Bell bowed towards Ace at a 90-degree angle. I'm really sorry. I should have known better. Ace shook her head. No, it's not your fault. Riveria nodded. Back on the topic, for someone like Ace, I am unsure how, but holding your weapons might have caused those powers to encroach into her own soul. But unlike you, she doesn't have the same capacity to hold it. The boy nodded. That would be a logical explanation. The high elf looked at the blonde. I hope you're satisfied, Ace. She also looked at Bell. I'll have to take a look at her, in case any lingering effects are in place. I hope you don't mind if Tiona and Tioni take over showing you around. The boy blinked, before he shook his head frantically. No. It's fine. If anything, we should make sure Ace-san is fine, right? Riveria chuckled. I appreciate your concern, but that won't be necessary. She turned. We'll use my tent, Ace. The blonde took that as the hint to follow the elf, and Ace glanced at Bell once more, before silently following the green-haired woman. Tioni sighed. Well, there they go. Tiona nodded. The short-haired twin looked at Bell. Okay, let's bring you to the town then. The boy blinked, before nodding quickly. Oh, okay. Tiona smiled and walked out of the tent. Come on. A short walk later, the three were outside a heavily fenced area. Bell blinked. Is this the place? Tiona nodded. Rivera. It's pretty much a town built by adventurers for adventurers. Tioni sighed, but don't expect too much from this place. The boy blinked. Huh? Why? The long-haired Amazoness folded her arms. You'll see. Bell only blinked in confusion again. Hey. Tiona grumbled. Just ignore her. Let's go in. The boy blinked when the shorter Amazoness pulled him along into the town, and Tioni just followed after them. Soon, the trio walked into the town, and the first thing Bell quickly noticed was the run-down buildings around them. The boy commented, these buildings, they all look run down. Tioni nodded. Of course they would. Everything here is done to the bare minimum, only where necessary. These buildings are just there for the sake of it. Tiona nodded. You don't see rain here, and the light from the ceiling is not like the sun too. Bell hummed. so the buildings are just for the sake of it. The long-haired Amazoness nodded, exactly, and see those shops? The boy looked at where the young woman was looking at, yeah? Tioni's lips thinned. A simple bag will cost you 20,000 valis. Bell blinked, before he widened his eyes in shock. Wait, what? Tiona nodded, yep. Something that'll cost you just a few hundred valis on the surface will cost you a lot more here. The boy looked at the store, noting that most if not all of the items were used and beat up. Bell asked, is it because of how hard it is to bring supplies down here? The long-haired Amazoness nodded. That would be a reason, yes. Tiona huffed, and the inns here are expensive too, way too expensive. So we camp out every time we're here. Bell nodded, I see. That makes sense. And your familia already has plenty of manpower and resources, so it wouldn't be hard to camp out here. Tioni nodded, that's right. Tiona walked forward. Anyway, that's enough serious talk. There's more to see at the back. The older sister of the twins sighed. All right, let's keep going. The two Amazonesses continued walking, and Bell quickly followed after them, only to bump into someone when they walked past a small bar. The boy quickly apologized on reflex. Sorry. The person he'd bumped into looked at him, and Bell realized who had bumped into. Mord Latro's face immediately turned into a scowl when he saw Bell. What the fuck are you doing down here? Bell blinked at his question. What am I dash? Before the boy could respond, Mord cut him off. Fuck that. You'll pay for what happened at the bar. The man reached for the boy's face, but Bell was quick to grab a hold of Mord's wrist, stopping him from grabbing his face. That easily pissed the man off. Why you dash? But before he could continue, one of Mord's companions, Guile, pulled the man back. Hey Mord, slow down. The man blinked, and he looked at where Guile was looking at, only to see Tiona and Tioni watching them, and he quickly noticed Tiona's narrowed eyes. It was obvious what they were telling them. Try something, and we won't stand idle. Mord's eyes widened. El Loki Familia. He looked back at Bell. You know them. The boy narrowed his eyes, and what of it? Mord growled and pulled his hand back, only to blink when he couldn't wrestle it free. Let go. Bell released his grip, and Mord stumbled back into his two friends. The man growled again and stormed away, his two companions chasing after him quickly. A short moment after they left, Tioni asked, what's their problem? Tiona snorted. Lame. Bell let out a short breath. It's nothing. Just something that happened on the surface. The older of the twins looked at him. You sure? You should know by now that a lot of adventurers aren't the best people. The boy nodded. Yeah, it's fine. Tiona snorted. Well, not like they're as good as you, Argonaut-kun. Bell chuckled awkwardly. I don't know about that. Line break. Meanwhile, with Riveria and Ace, the pair were in the High Elf's tent. The blonde sat on the ground silently as the High Elf casted her healing magic on her head. Riveria nodded in satisfaction. Seems like there's nothing wrong. Ace nodded. Thank you, Riveria. The High Elf nodded. You're welcome. The two stayed there for a brief moment, and Riveria sighed. So, do you want to tell me what happened? Ace stayed silent for a moment, and the green-haired elf spoke again. I'm not mad at you for trying. If anything, I'd be surprised if you didn't. But I'm worried, Ace. The blonde let out a short breath. I felt like someone was tearing me apart from the inside out. That caught Riveria's attention. Oh? Mind elaborating? Ace nodded. It felt like a blur. It was just too much. I can't really explain what I saw. Nothing makes sense. Riveria hummed. I see. Is there anything you can make out from it? The blonde shook her head. The only thing I can say is that it felt like a spirit, but very different from my mother. The High Elf nodded. And what are the words you told Bell Cranel? Ace looked down. The moment I held that weapon, it was like someone trying to take over my mind, to tear it apart. Riveria hummed. I have a hypothesis for that. The blonde looked at her older sister figure. Really? The elf nodded. Bell Cranel told us he inherits the abilities of past heroes. I suspect they take the form of spirits, and they grant him their memories, abilities, and techniques. You holding the weapon must have caused the spirits to try to grant you the same things, but you were already your own spirit, and those aspects tried to take over you. Ace looked down. I see. Riveria sighed. Look, I know that means you can't get stronger by using his methods, but everyone has their own way of doing things, remember? The blonde swordswoman nodded. I understand. The High Elf nodded. As long as you understand. Now come on, we should get to work. Ace nodded, before she stood up and followed the High Elf out of the tent. Line break. Back with Belle and the twin sisters, the rest of the trip was uneventful, and Belle quickly realized Riviera was more like a slums than an actual town. Food and accommodation were overly priced, and even then the quality was subpar. But that was probably due to the fact that Belle often dined at the hostess. Now, the boy was back at the Loki Familia's camp, and he was with Ace, Tiona, and Tioni. The boy asked, is there anything I can do to help? The younger Amazoness blinked. Help? Tioni looked at him. Not really. We're pretty much about done for today anyway, so don't worry about it. H-U-Ch-H. A loud voice reached their ears, and Belle turned to look at the source of the voice, only to blink when he found Bed in his face. The werewolf stared/glared at him, before snapping at Tiona, Tioni, and Ace. What the hell is the rabbit doing here? Belle blinked. By rabbit. You mean me? Bet snapped his head at him. How are you even here? The boy blinked, but before he could answer, Tiona and Tioni pulled the werewolf back. Tiona spoke up. No bullying Argonaut-Cohen, okay? Tioni nodded. Exactly, he's our guest, so he'll be with us while we're here. Bet growled. What do you mean he'll be with us while we're here? And let me go. The younger Amazonas smiled as she pulled him along. Now just keep quiet and maybe we'll let you go. The werewolf only continued to scream whilst the two pulled him away, leaving a confused Belle. The boy turned to Ace, and he also spotted a familiar elf with her. Belle quickly walked up to them, almost excitedly. Ace-san. The blonde girl looked at him. Yes? Belle looked at the elf who had an almost hostile look, but he was a bit too excited. You're the 1000th elf, aren't you? Lafia blinked, almost losing every hint of hostility when his words registered in her mind. Eh? The boy beamed. I've heard a lot about you. You can use any elf magic, right? The blonde elf blinked again. Huh? I mean. Belle asked, is it true you can really use any magic? Lafia's face flushed when she realized how close the boy was to her. I mean. Now I understand your enthusiasm, Mr. Cranel. I think our dear Lafia would be a bit flustered if you invade her personal space. Belle blinked, as he turned to see Riveria with an amused expression on her face, with another elf beside the green-haired elf, bearing a not-so-pleased expression. The boy quickly realized he had indeed gotten right in front of Lafia, and his face flushed deeply, making the perfect impersonation of a tomato. Belle quickly backed away and bowed 90 degrees. I'm very sorry. I just got a bit too excited. Lafia blinked, before she shook her head, and no, it's okay. Riveria chuckled, considering your own abilities. I guess I shouldn't be surprised that you know of Lafia's own unique set of skills, Belle Cranel. The boy rose from his bow, and he nodded. Yes, well, I mean I would be naturally. The youngest elf blinked in confusion, a similar skill set. Her eyes widened. Wait, you don't mean. Riveria nodded. This young man is the rumored little hero, and I believe both of you can benefit from each other, to some extent. Lafia looked at Belle. I see. She hummed. I mean. I guess we can try. Alicia, the other elf, spoke up. That can wait. We're here for another reason. Riveria nodded. Exactly. Belle Cranel. The boy looked at her. Why yes. The high elf gestured to the main tent. Your companions have awoken, and some of your other companions have arrived as well. They're in Finn's tent right now if you want to go see them. Belle quickly nodded. Yes, I'll go now. Thank you very much for telling me. He quickly jogged for the main tent, leaving the others. Riveria chuckled as Belle entered the tent, and Alicia sighed. Before looking at Lafia, you okay, Lafia? The younger elf nodded. Why yes, I was just surprised. The only high elf amongst them chuckled. Come on, let's finish things up, and we can start preparing dinner. With Belle, the boy stood outside the tent and patted on door flap. Excuse me, Riveria-san told me to come here? Finn's voice reached his ears. Yes, of course, come in. The boy walked in, and a familiar voice reached his ears. Belle, you in. Belle blinked when he found a familiar goddess, her arms wrapped around him. Hestia-sama. Hestia nuzzled into Belle's chest. You're okay. You're okay. Now, Hestia, I understand you're worried. But do that when you're alone, okay? Belle blinked, until he realized there were other people in the tent, and he quickly noticed Ryuu and Anya. Ryu-san. Anya? He also saw Welf and Lily, along with 5 other not-so-familiar faces. The elf spoke. I see you're fine, Cranel-san. That's good. Anya grinned. Ryu here was worried, I know? Even I was worried. Belle chuckled sheepishly. Well, sorry for that. Hermes walked forward. So this is the infamous Belle Cranel. I've been looking forward to meeting you, you know? The boy blinked when he saw the god, and he also noticed the bespectacled blue-haired woman's uncomfortable face, directed at the god. I'm sorry, who are you? Hermes' grin widened, and he took his hat off to do a dramatic bow. Hermes, god of messengers, at your service. Belle blinked, and he nodded. Pleased to meet you, I guess. Finn smiled and spoke up. Now I'd hate to interrupt the reunion, but now that we have a bit more people on board, I was hoping to see what Belle wants to do. The boy blinked. I beg your pardon? The prom chuckled. The original plan was to have you join our second group and return to the surface, but for now you have double the numbers from when you reached this floor. Belle quickly caught on. So you want to know if we want to stay with your group or go up on our own time? Finn nodded. Of course, you are welcome to come with us, and I definitely hope that you do. But well, not everyone is as receptive of joining a different party after all. The boy nodded. If you don't mind, I'd prefer if we could keep with our original arrangements. The prom nodded. Then that settles it. Now, you are welcome to continue catching up in this tent, but you'll have to excuse me for a moment. I have a few things to handle outside. Belle nodded. Thank you, Finn-san. The captain of the Loki Familia smiled as he left the tent. You're welcome. The boy looked at the others, and he smiled sheepishly. I know Finn-san said we could talk here, but I just feel a bit uncomfortable doing that. Can we go to the tent they lent us? Everyone blinked, and Lily sighed with a smile. Seriously? That's the first thing you say. Line break. A short while later, in Belle's party's tent, Makoto was on the ground in a Dejiza position. I cannot apologize enough. Belle looked like a deer caught in headlights. W8, stand up, plead dash. No matter how much you apologize, we can't forgive you just like that. Lily cut him off, a calm but very much pissed off expression on her face. Welf nodded. Yeah, that's not something we can leave as is just like that. Makoto nodded. I understand. And you have every right to be angry at us. If there's any way to make it up dash. If you want someone to blame, blame me. Everyone looked at Uka, who had his eyes closed, arms folded. The captain of the Takamikazuchi Familia looked at them, specifically Bell. All that happened was my decision. I don't mind however you want to take it out on me, but I'll say it anyway. I don't believe what I did was wrong, not when my family was in danger. Welf glowered at him. Wow, after all that, and you can still talk like that? Color me impressed, big guy. The two glared at each other, or rather, Welf was glaring at Uka, but Uka simply met the glare with a firm stare. Enough. Bell's voice reached their ears, and the two men looked at the younger boy. The white-haired boy took a deep breath. Your family was in danger, and you had to make a choice. I cannot blame you for putting your family in front of strangers. Bell looked at Makoto, then at Chigusa, before staring at Uka in the eye. You could have just left us to die anyway after that, but you still came down to the 18th floor for us. That says a lot. Welf looked at Bell. Bell? The white-haired boy let out another breath. Let us call it even. What's over is over. We're all going to be heading up the surface together anyway. Lily sighed. If that's what Belsama's decided, then I guess. The redhead scratched the back of his neck. Fine. We'll leave it as it is, but I'm not accept calling it even. Uka sighed and nodded. If that's you want to do things, then I'll gladly accept it as it is. Makoto got up to her knees. Thank you, Bell Cranel. Chigusa lowered her head in turn, and Bell turned to Ryu and Anya. And thanks for coming with them, Ryu-san. Anya. The elf nodded. Don't worry about it. The important thing is that you're safe. Anya grinned. Definitely. We can't have one of our fellow Nio. She winced when Rhea nudged her harshly on the ribs, and only then did she realize her blunder. The cat person quickly corrected herself. We can't have one of our best customers and Rhea's dear friend Dinaya. Bell chuckled. Thank you anyway. Hermes sighed. What are we then? Chopped liver. Asphyte glared at her godlightly. Hermes-sama. Bell looked at them. Thank you for coming for us too, Lord Hermes, Perseus. The god of messengers grinned. Glad to be of service. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have something to deal with now that I'm here. Asphyte. The blue-haired woman sighed as Hermes left the tent, and she looked at the other occupants of the tent. Sorry about him. We'll be back later. The two left the tent, and Bell looked around. The Loki familia is preparing dinner, and Tiona told us to join them later. Y'all coming? A short while later, the group sat at a campfire with the majority of the Loki familia's expedition team. Finn stood before the campfire. Attention everyone. Some of you may be aware, and most likely noticed we have a few guests amongst us. He looked at Bell and his group. They are brave adventurers who've risked their lives to reach this place. Unfortunately, it has costed them a lot, and nearly their lives in that process. I've offered to help them return to the surface, and I hope everyone here will do the same. Please, treat them with respect as fellow comrades. Almost everyone turned to the group, and many of them muttered amongst each other, but no one objected. Finn looked around, ignoring the dissatisfied look on Bet's face, who sat next to Tioni and Tiona, who were both seated next to Bell's party in turn. The pro nodded. Thank you. Now, I'm sure everyone is famished by now, so let us start with dinner. Everyone cheered to that, and dinner began. As they ate, Lafia approached Bell. Bell Cranel, yes? The boy looked up to see the golden-haired elf, and he greeted, Hey, Lafia-san. The elf looked uncomfortable, and she glanced back to look at Ace and Riveria, the latter giving her a nod. Lafia looked at Bell. About earlier, would you like to talk about our abilities? The white-haired boy blinked, before he nodded with a smile, sure. He scooted to his side, something mirrored by Tiona to let Lafia sit down. The elf made an uncomfortable face. I said we can talk about it, but I'm not sure what we can really talk about. Bell hummed. How about how they work? Lafia nodded. That can work. Do you want to go first, or? The boy smiled. I can go first dash. Belkuin. Bell turned to see Hestia with a concerned expression, and the boy smiled. It's fine. I think we can trust them. I've already told Fin-san, Gareth-san, and Riveria-san about it. Besides, it's not like it's a secret anymore. The goddess sighed. Fine. It is your ability anyway. The white rabbit nodded and turned to Lafia again. To summarize, my ability, or well, magic actually, is called Heir to the Throne. I basically have to form a contract with a heroic spirit before I can use their powers. The elf nodded. I see. Once you form a contract with one, you have access to every single one of their abilities and techniques? Bell chuckled sheepishly. As far as my own body can take. Yes. Lafia considered the thought. Is it like just any hero? Or is there a specific requirement? The boy considered the question. I'm not too sure on that one. All I know is that the heroes have to be in this list or record called the Throne of Heroes. Whether I can contract any hero probably depends solely on whether the hero thinks I'm worthy. That caught the elf by surprise. Really? I thought you could just choose any hero you wanted. Bell chuckled again. If only it was that easy. Lafia hummed. Then could you potentially try to contract a specific hero if you know them? That in turn caught Bell's attention. I've never actually thought about that. It was true. Up until now, he had never really reached out to a specific heroic spirit. Heracles had reached out to him. Imawai and Sakata Kentoki had reached out to him. Not once did he reach out to a specific hero. Tiona giggled. I guess you're both more alike than we thought. That tore Bell away from his musings, and by now his friends and companions were curious and paying attention. Bell asked, what do you mean? Lafia explained, my magic, elf ring, lets me use any magic from any elf, as long as I know the chant and its effects. The boy's eyes widened. Whoa. So wait, as long as the magic is from an elf, and if you know the chant and effects, technically you can use it if you see it, can't you? The elf smiled slightly, pretty much. Well, I make it a point to ask for permission first though. So I guess it's not too different from what you do. Bell folded his arms. I see, that is interesting. Ugh, all this talk is making nauseous. Can y'all just talk about something else? Tiona's outburst caught them by surprise, as the younger of the twin Amazonas sisters leaned into Lafia's shoulder. We should tell Argonaut-kun about that time with the Virgas. Lafia jumped. Yeah. Her mind immediately went to when she hesitated to cast her magic, and she shook her head frantically. No. I'm not going there. The other members of the Loki Familia just laughed at that, whilst Bell and his party just looked confused. Line break. Meanwhile, Hermes was in Riviera with Asfi. The blue-haired item maker had an uncomfortable expression on her face, and she held a small bag. Asfi looked at her patron god. Are you sure about this? The god of messengers grinned. Yeah, I'm sure. They reached a bar, and the god wasted no time to go in. And as expected, Hermes found the men he was looking for. Mord growled as he slammed his beer mug on the table. That cocky little asshole. How did he manage to get down here? The Greek god of mischief raised an amused eyebrow at that, and he spoke up. Gentlemen, may I have a moment, please? The men blinked when they saw the god, and Mord almost got sober from the sight. Wait, how are you here? Hermes chuckled. Well, one thing led to another, but let's just say we were dragged into this because of a mutual friend. The god's eyes glinted with mischief. Say, you have somewhat of a grudge against Cranel, don't ya? Mord narrowed his eyes. And what's it to you? Hermes' smile widened. Well, see, he's all the gods talk about these days, the heir to legendary heroes and all that. And his patron goddess is getting a bit over her head. So, you get where I'm going with this, yeah? That caught the man's attention. Go on. The god's smile widened. Good to hear. He glanced back at his captain, Asfi. The bespectacled woman sighed and tossed the bag onto the table. This will be of some use, I believe. Hermes chuckled. We'll pay you if you can teach our dear young friend a lesson. Think of what's in that bag as us chipping in for our part. The men opened the bag, and Hermes smirked. Think you can get it done? Mord looked at his companions, and they smirked. Hell yeah. Line break. The next day, Belle was walking with Ryuu and Anya, the former holding a number of flowers in her hands. The boy had been asked by the cat person to accompany them, while Lily, Welf, and the others prepared for their trip back. Belle asked as they walked through the forests, where are we going? Anya giggled. You'll see, Naya. Rhea nodded. Once in a while, Mamma Mia gives me time off for this. Honestly speaking, you're the only one who doesn't know, and I felt like this be a good time. The boy blinked in confusion. For what? Neither women needed to answer, for they soon came into an open area, and Belle spotted a number of weapons stabbed into the ground, with a worn-out flag in the middle. Belle asked, what is this place? Ryuu explained as she placed a flower at each blade. This is the grave of the familia I used to belong to, the Astria familia. Anya stood behind the pair as the elf explained. Have you heard of Evolus? They are a group of various familias who acted with evil intentions. Belle nodded. I've heard a bit about them, but I'm not overly familiar. Rhea nodded. That's fine. One of the familias under Evolus set up a trap, and everyone in my familia was killed, slaughtered. All except me. The boy looked down. I see. The elf continued. I sought revenge. I did everything I could. Traps, ambushes, manslaughter. I killed everyone responsible for the death of my sisters. Rhea let out a breath. That's why I'm blacklisted from the guild. When I fulfilled my vengeance, I was prepared to die, but well. Belle nodded. Mamma Mia picked you up. Anya snorted. More like Syr did. The elf chuckled. That she did. At that time, only Mamma Mia and Syr were at the hostess. Syr took me in, and convinced Mamma Mia to let me stay. Belle hummed. I see. I didn't know. Anya cackled. Oh, you can't imagine what happened next, Naya. Chloe and Lunmore were sent to kill Rhea and Naya, and they failed, and ended up kept hostage by Mamma Mia as waitresses. Rhea chuckled. Yes, 2 assassins, a drunk cat person, and a vengeful elf. The boy smiled. Well, now you have a cross-dressing hero wannabe with you. I guess it does make a strange group of people. The 2 older women laughed softly at his words, before Rhea's smile dropped. Belle, unlike you, I don't strive to help people. I'm just a shameless, violent elf, and who knows? Maybe one day I might turn that rage on you. Anya's smile dropped. Reunion. The elf sighed. We've been training together for some time, so I felt the need to come clean with you. If you want to stop our morning sessions, or even stop working at the hostess dash. Stop. Belle cut her off, surprising both women when they saw the serious look in his eyes. Ryu-san, you've taught me a lot in the short amount of time we trained together. I don't know how you were in the past. In fact, I don't know a whole lot about any of you. He took a breath. All I can say is based on what I've seen, and you're all good people. People that I respect. Belle got into her face. Ryu-san, I'm happy you're telling me this, but don't push yourself down. You're not getting rid of me that easily. Ryu could only gape. Before she smiled. Very well, if that's how you feel, then I can't really do much about it now, can I? Anya giggled, and that is bold of you. Belle, I would have expected you to do this when you're alone, Naya. The boy's face flushed when he realized how close he was to Ryu, and he quickly backed away. Anya. Anya giggled. Wait till I tell Syr Naya about this. Belle panicked. Please don't. I won't hear the end of it. Ryu pushed down the heat coming to her face, and she decided to just chuckle instead. All right, that's enough. We can decide if we'll sick Syr on him. The boy snapped his head at her. Not you too. The elf smiled, and she looked at the flag once more. That's all I really wanted to tell you, Belle. And I'm glad I got it out of the way too. Ryu turned. Come on. I believe the first group of the Loki Familia's expedition team is due to leave this afternoon, and you wanted to see them off first, right? Belle nodded. Why yes, that's right. The elf nodded. Then let us head back. Neither of the other two objected, and the trio started to head back for the camp. At the same time, Mord and his two lackeys stood on a cliff some distance away from the Loki Familia's camp. Ga looked at their leader. Mord, you sure we should be doing this? The man scoffed. Of course. It'll be a problem if the little hero gets over his head. He made his way to the 18th floor literally in a few days after he leveled up. That makes us look like clowns. Scott nodded in agreement. Well, guess we'll have to teach him a lesson then. The darker-skinned man sighed. But really, do we have to go after a goddess? Mord scoffed. Hey, Hermes said he'd take care of things for us. Besides, we have these bad boys. He patted on helmets Hermes had given them. Hades heads, quite the magic item he's given us here. Gal sighed. I still think it's a bad idea. Mord scoffed again. Relax, it's not like we're hurting the goddess, we're just putting on a show. He put the helmet on, turning invisible in the blink of an eye. Now come on, time we teach the brat a lesson. The other two followed suit, and the three vanished without a trace. Author note. There we go. I was hoping to cover the duel in this chapter too, but I guess it turned out to be too much, so I've decided to split it into 2 chapters. The next one will be Belle versus Mord and his lackeys, and we may see a new heroic spirit. So yeah, until then. Read and review please. Chapter 14. Author note. Hey, I managed to finish this chapter, had an extra day off. Anime fan 13579, glad you found the previous chapter to have a fun interaction. As for Medea, Circe and Semiramis, you could be right. If I ever bring in actual servants, that'll be fun to write. Cody White 162, yep, Ace was curious. And just to correct you, Belle had the golden eater out, so he had Sakata and Toki at the time instead of Heracles. Exodus 12345, Belle won't kill, not now at least. He will maim or butcher them, but nothing too serious for now. So yeah, here's the newest chapter and the last chapter of Season 1. XXX. Mord and his 2 lackeys sneaked into the camp, careful to avoid any mages and personnel sensitive to magic. It was simple, unbelievably simple. The magical helmets Asphai had crafted worked wonderfully, for they easily slipped past the people keeping watch for the camp. It almost made Mord giggle with glee, but he was a man on a mission. Soon, the trio found the tent they were looking for. It was easy, for Hermes had told them, Hestia was obsessed with her only child. If possible, where Belle went, Hestia wouldn't be far, and she wasn't exactly the quietest goddess too. Mord looked at where Belle was, and he scowled. The boy was amongst the women of the Loki Familia and 2 other women that looked oddly similar to the waitresses at the hostess. The boy was getting too carried away, and the man was totally not annoyed by the fact that Belle was surrounded by women. Definitely not. But he digressed, not that he knew what it meant, and instead focused on the task at hand. Mord was only glad for the fact that Belle had so many women around him that Hestia got jealous and stormed back to her tent. That led him into the tent and got into position. The man looked down at the piece of cloth in his hand. A sedating agent so strong that it would even knock gods out with a simple whiff, or at least according to Hermes himself. Unfortunately, the material was so unstable that it would only last for a day once exposed to air. So as soon as the unsuspecting goddess sat down with a pout, Mord went to work. Line break. A short while later, Belle watched as the first team of the Loki Familia's expedition team left the floor to defeat the Goliath. According to Tiona, Lafia, and Ace, defeating the Goliath was an easy task given the number of high-level adventurers they had in their team. Apparently, either Riveria or Gareth alone were more than enough to take the beast down, which led the boy to wonder just how strong the 3 higher members of the Loki Familia really were. The boy looked around again. Lily and Welf had gone off to gather some supplies to get them back up to the surface with Ryo and Anya. Uka was off training, and Makoto and Chigusa were somewhere around. Hermes and Asphai, on the other hand, were nowhere to be seen. Belle hummed, and he walked towards the tent they were given by Finn. The second party was not due to start their ascent until the next morning, which was meant to provide enough time for the first party to clear at least 3 floors ahead. The boy walked back into the tent. Hestia-sama. Belle blinked when he found not a trace of his patron goddess in their temporary tent. until the boy noticed the small rolled-up parchment on the ground, and Belle picked it up. "Little hero, we have your goddess. If you don't want anything to happen to her, come to the tall crystal on the far east from the center of the forest alone. You have 10 minutes from the moment you open this letter." Belle scowled, his grip tightening on the letter, and his mind raced. Tioni's words rang in his ears, and he was almost certain he knew who was behind this, and that they most certainly prepared a trap for him. The boy looked around, and he was sure no one near him was capable of fighting level 2 adventurers. Finding his friends and allies would also take too much time. No, they had obviously looked at who would be around Belle and Hestia, choosing to strike only when they were alone. The boy clenched his fists, and he looked around, before finding a pen and paper near the pillows they had used prior. Belle quickly scribbled a note, hoping Lily or Welf would find it when they returned, before he dashed out of the tent. After a short while, the boy found his way to the location on the parchment, and Belle looked around, finding no one around. "Yo, nice to see you here, alone too." Belle turned to see Mord walking out into view from behind one of the taller crystals. The boy narrowed his eyes. "You." Mord smirked. "I hope you didn't bring any friends, or your little goddess probably won't like what will come next." Belle almost glared at him. "Where is she?" The man just turned. "Follow me." The boy complied, and he noticed that they quickly reached a cliff, but Hestia was nowhere to be found. Mord turned. "Don't worry, brat. We're not that low to hurt a goddess. She's safe, but I don't think you have time to worry about her." Belle looked around, and he quickly noticed the crowd forming around them. "So you're here for me. Is this about what happened at the bar?" The man snarled. "Damn right it is. I extend you my generosity, and you spit on it. Who do you think you are?" Belle glared at him. "Generosity? You call demanding I hand over my friends to you generosity?" Mord scoffed. "No? You're a nobody. You think your title means something? Newsflash, kid, everyone gets a title when they reach level 2. The boy kept his glare on him, but no less aware of the men around him. "Yeah." The man snarled. "You reach level 2 in record time? Fine. You have talent, I'll give you that. But coming down to the 18th floor in the same week you leveled up." Belle frowned. "So all this because you're jealous?" Mord snorted. "Jealous? Maybe. But not really. See, kid, us adventurers? We have rules. Rules we have to keep. And you breaking almost every one of those rules. Well, it makes us look like clowns." The boy kept silent, understanding where this was going. And he didn't like it. Mord let out a breath, back on the topic. "I'm feeling generous these days, you know? These dudes around us? They ain't gonna do shit. It'll be too sad of a beatdown." The man smirked. "It'll be simple. You and I, mano a mano. To put things simply, we'll have a duel." Belle narrowed his eyes. "A duel?" Mord stalked around Belle, circling around him. "Yeep, we will fight with our lives on the line. Of course, no killing. That's not gonna end well for either of us, nor your goddess." He stopped, and Belle kept his focus on the man, who drew his sword. "The stakes are simple. I win. I get all of your equipment. You win. You get your goddess back." The boy looked around, and he noticed that the crowd had them fully surrounded, except for the cliff. Plus, none of them carried any weapons except for Mord and himself. Belle looked at Mord. "Fine." He drew the Hestia knife and Minotan. "I win. I get my goddess back." Mord smirked. "Deal. But don't get the wrong idea, brat. This isn't where you get to play hero. See, this is where I beat the shit out of you." He raised his sword, and only then did Belle notice the small crystal between them. But he was too late, for Mord swung his sword down, breaking the crystal and sending countless fragments into the air at him. Belle instinctively went to shield his eyes and face, and he felt the crystal shards bounce harmlessly off his arms. The boy unshielded his face, and he blinked when he didn't see Mord at all. "What? What indeed? You can't see me, eh?" Mord's voice came from behind him, and Belle turned, only to find nothing before him. The man's voice reached his ears again. "What? Don't want to swing your knife when you can't see me?" Before Belle could respond, he felt a hard punch to the face, sending him stumbling. The boy grunted, and he started. "Load. Harajigh." Before Belle could fully finish his chant, the boy felt dirt in his mouth, and he coughed to get it out. Now, that's cheating, you know? No using magic or skills." Belle felt another hard blow from behind, followed by one from the front into his gut, before he felt another kick to the side. The boy furrowed his brows as he got to his feet. It didn't feel like only Mord was there. He couldn't see anyone, and either Mord was quick enough, or there were multiple invisible people around him. The blows continued, and Belle could vaguely hear the crowd jeering. "Wow, is this the so-called little hero? What a disappointment." "I know, right? Can't do anything without his special powers, huh?" Mord's voice reached his ears again. "Hear that? You're nothing without your powers. You're nothing special. You don't get to break our rules and not get anything in return, bitch." He kicked Belle again, something mirrored by his two companions, and whilst not doing too much damage, it still sent the boy to the ground. The man snarled. "That hurt, yeah? There's more to come." Line break. Meanwhile, on a cliff further away, higher from them, Hermes and Asphi were watching as everything unfolded. Hermes smirked. "The copies of the Helm of Hades, Hades' heads, they are really pieces of work." The blue-haired woman glanced at her patron god. "Do you have something against Hestia or the boy?" The Greek god chuckled. "Nah, of course not. I'm just curious, just how far can we push the hero before he turns into a demon? Asfi blinked. A demon? Hermes nodded. In pan-human history, every villain is a hero in their story. A king can be considered a hero by his people, but a monster by the enemy. The woman asked, and what does this have to do with Cranel? The god of mischief chuckled. Everything. He is the heir to the throne of heroes. I'm hoping to see if we can draw out a demon amongst those heroes, or if we'll see a stronger hero emerge from his never-ending list. Asfi looked at her god with a frown. You really need to get a life. Hermes chuckled. I know, but well, look at it this way. We're helping him see the world for what it is. If after this he still strives to be a hero, well, the better. The woman furrowed her brows. And if he breaks? The god's smile fell. Then it is what it is. We'll just watch as the world plunges into chaos. Asfi looked like she wanted to protest, but before she could, Hermes spoke up again. Oh, looks like we might see something interesting after all. More kicks and punches came down on him, and Bell quickly found his face in the dirt again. Though, despite being pushed around, the blows didn't feel that painful at all. Ryu's strikes hit harder, but Bell did feel more and more frustrated as it went on. The boy sighed as he took the beating, biding his time for a chance to load a hero. Then, he heard a different voice, and he recognized it to be one of Mord's lackeys, Scott. You know, it's not fun when you don't fight back. Hey, your god has still got quite the body. Why don't we throw in one more thing into our little bed? We get to have some fun with her and your girly friends when you lose. Everyone laughed at that, and Mord grinned. Oh, definitely. We already have your goddess anyway. What's capturing the others? Bell's eyes snapped open with rage. Load, Sakagug. Mord smirked as he shoved a handful of crystal shards and dirt at the boy's mouth, causing him to choke again. The boy quickly started to cough out, and the man struck him again. Damn, Hermes was right. The brat needs to activate it with a voice command, eh? Didn't think it'd be that easy. Bell growled as he blocked another kick or punch, and he knelt down to reposition himself. Until everything froze, and Bell could guess what was coming next. You seem like you're having a bit of trouble. It's hard to fight an enemy you can't see, isn't it? A voice reached him, and weirdly enough, it sounded very much like Ryu, except this voice was more playful. Bell nodded. Yeah, I guess it is. But it's not like I can't win. I'll find a way eventually. The voice didn't respond for a moment, and for a brief second, Bell thought he'd answered wrongly, and the spirit had decided to hold off. Except time was still frozen for him. Until the voice responded again. Do you not feel humiliated? Do you not feel furious? Except this time, despite sounding like the same person, it was as if all hints of playfulness had vanished, leaving only bitterness and anger. Bell paused. No, he didn't feel humiliated. Angry? Yes. Furious, maybe. That coward called this a duel, but all he has done is hide from sight and struck from the shadows. Bell nodded. He knew. He was on the receiving end, after all. Hiding from the shadows and striking at you. Even after all that about abiding by rules. Rules that they deluded themselves into following. The voice was now filled with spite and anger, for Bell's sake or not. The boy wasn't sure, but he didn't care anymore. The voice made sense. Bell had never stepped into their turf, and Mord had instead pulled this bullshit, just because he felt that Bell had broken some unspoken rule by being better. I can tell you plan to show him his place, and you most certainly will even if I don't help. The boy nodded. He was definitely planning to. All he needed was but a moment, and everything will change. But you still won't find where they are, would you? Not with the powers of those 3 heroes you currently possess. Bell couldn't deny it, and he was sure the voice knew it as well. Then make use of our power. You are the heir to the throne. Make good use of this power, and show the world where they stand before you. With this, our contract is established. I am thou and thou art I. Time resumed for Bell, and his lips moved. I am thou, and thou art I. Thou hast acquired a new vow. Mord scowled. Trying magic again, eh? Well, guess you haven't learned your lesson, huh? The man raised his fist from behind Bell, but before he could strike the boy, Bell turned and blocked the punch. Thy body shall serve under mine will. Mine fate shall be thy sword. The man's eyes widened, and he backed away, watching as his companions tried to do the same, only for Bell to either block or weave out of the way. Bell continued chanting, and Mord and his lackeys came down on him again. But this time, the boy didn't dodge and took them head on. An oath shall be sworn. I shall attain all virtues of all of heaven. I shall dispose of all evil of hell. Unlike his previous chants, Bell was doing it softly and calmly, and at the same time, a dark aura started to swirl around him. Thou shalt let chaos blind thine eyes, and I, he who doth hold thy chains. Power surged around Bell's figure, so much that it kicked up dust and pushed Mord and his 2 lackeys back. But Bell didn't stop. If thou dost accede to this will and reason, then answer my call. Come forth from the rings of restraint, O protector of the balances. Bell opened his eyes, and Mord could feel the boy's eyes stare straight into his soul. Overload. Minamoto no Yoshitsun. Tera no Kajikyo. The moment Bell spoke those 2 names, power exploded from his body, blowing back almost all of the crowd. The boy stood up, and in the blink of an eye, a pair of Japanese swords appeared in his hands, Azumaru and Yusamidori. Bell took a deep breath, a dark aura dancing around his body as his pupils glowed in eerie dark purple. Set. Shanayo Ryuritan, Jizai Tenjin, Rikudo Kampa. A pulse of energy shot out from Bell's body, and it quickly expanded around the area in the form of a circle. In the blink of an eye, Bell grasped a hold of everyone around him, including where Hestia was held. She was safe, and that was all Bell needed to know before he turned his attention to the men around him. 3 men, Mord and his 2 lackeys he had met earlier. The boy's rage intensified, and through the noble phantasm, he relocated them right in front of him. Bell crossed his arms, and none of the men could react in time, before both swords were swung. In an instant, the helmets were sliced in half, and a thin cut could be seen on the foreheads of all 3 men. Mord could only gape and blink in shock as their camouflage was removed so easily. How? The boy didn't bother to answer, and instead instantly reappeared in front of them. Before any of the 3 could react, they all felt a hard blow to their gut, as Bell landed a devastating kick on each of them. Mord, Guile and Scott all were sent to the ground, and the thinner man gasped, This power, wait. No one told me he's a level 3. Guile grunted, 3. I think he's a 4. Mord growled. It doesn't matter what level he is. He's only one person. Now get up. The man got up, only to find Bell in front of him again. What? Before he could get his words out, the boy swung his swords, slicing at the eyes of Mord's 2 friends, much to the shock of everyone around them. The boy brandished his swords, flicking the blood off of the blades. Can't fight when you can't see, can you? Bell looked at the 2 men, 2 bloody gashes on their face across their eyes, and they let out horrid screams of pain. But the boy wasn't done, and he kicked the 3 to the ground, and Bell looked at Mord. Your turn. Bell raised his blades, but before he could, Mord screamed out, wait. Don't. We still have your goddess, you know. The boy stared at them blankly. I already know where she is. I have no use for any of you anymore. Energy surged around Bell's figure. Set. Shogyo Mujo, Jashihisui. Dark purplish energy surged to his arms, before fully coating both Yusamidori and Azumaru. The aura around Bell increased tenfold, and he took a stance, end of the line. Bell dashed forward, and he raised his swords, poised to strike. He swung his arms, but before he could reach his target, a familiar green cloak entered his line of sight. Bell couldn't stop himself from swinging, but the energy surrounding both swords immediately dissipated, and both swords clashed against 2 shorter Japanese blades. Bell. The boy found himself face to face with Ryuu, and Bell couldn't help but remember the voices of Minamoto no Yoshitsune and Tera no Kajikyo. His eyes narrowed, the eerie purple glow illuminating his pupils. Move, Ryu-san. I won't ask a second time. Ryuu stared into his eyes, unnerved by the dark glow. Bell, calm down. Do not let yourself be clouded by rage. Bell tightened his grip on both swords. I said, move. He pushed against Ryuu, who almost grimaced from the force. The elf almost struggled to push back, but she still spoke. Bell, they aren't worth it. You shouldn't taint your hands for them. The boy stared at his friend, like you didn't. The elf flinched, before she stared back at him firmly. Yes. And I don't want you to be like me. You shouldn't. Bell snorted. Is that your elven pride speaking? Pretty impudent, huh? Ryuu tightened her grip on her swords in frustration, at herself and at Bell. Bell, Hestia-sama is safe. You have no reason to kill them. They are blind. Is that not enough? Rage swirled in Bell's mind. Is it not? The elf stared into the boy's eyes. Bell, please. She trailed off, and only then did Bell truly see the emotions in her eyes. The purple glow on his eyes faded, as Bell released his hold on Tera no Kajikyo and Minamoto no Yoshitsune's powers. Bell backed away as both blades vanished, letting out a deep breath. He looked around at the crowd. Only then did he realize almost half of them were on the ground, either struck down by Ryuu, Anya, and his friends, or just fled in fear. The looks from Wealth, Lily, and the members of the Takamikazuchi familia didn't escape him. But what he was more focused on was Hestia's look of worry. Anya explained, we found your note in the tent Naya, Ryuu and I, and your friend Lily, managed to find where Hestia-sama was held Naya. Then we came here Naya. Bell nodded, I see. Thank you. Bell Kunn. The boy blinked when Hestia wrapped his head into her chest. Hestia-sama? The goddess pulled away and looked over him. Are you okay? They didn't hurt you, did they? Bell smiled awkwardly, and everyone looked at where the rest of the men had gone. Yeah, no. Everyone shared an exasperated smile, but before they could continue, a large tremor cut them off. The shaking kept on going, and Bell looked around. What the hell? Ryuu thinned her lips. It felt too familiar, and she didn't like it at all. This is bad. A loud wail reached their ears, a horrendous sound, something that was all too familiar to Ryuu. It was different, much less intense, but the nature was the same. The sky, no, the crystals on the ceiling dimmed, and the whole place turned dark. Then, They heard a loud cracking sound. Makoto looked above us. Everyone looked up, and they saw the crack in the ceiling. Lily stared with fear. What's going on? No one could answer. Ryu had an inkling, but she prayed to every god in existence that she was wrong. Then, the ceiling broke, revealing a humanoid figure curled up falling through the ceiling. Given the distance from the ground, it was definitely huge, and almost every seasoned adventurer knew what it was. Anya's eyes widened. Is that the Goliath Naya? Uka frowned. It's huge and blacker? It was true, for the Goliath Bell and his party had seen on the 17th floor had been grayish in color. This one was darker, and a whole lot larger too. The black Goliath crashed into the ground, and it roared. Then all hell broke loose. Line break. With Hermes and Asphi, the pair watched as monsters poured down from the hole in the ceiling. Asphi looked in shock. What's happening? The god of messengers thinned his lips. The dungeon. It hates us gods. It hates anything with a hint of divinity. The blue-haired woman blinked. What? Hermes took a deep breath. Bell Cranel's new addition must have triggered the dungeon. Minamoto no Yoshitsune and Terra no Kajikyo. Asphi asked, what's wrong with them? The god shook his head. I really don't know. But if I had to guess, Bell's manifestation of them was one filled with rage. To put it in simpler terms, they manifested in him with the intent to destroy. In other words, what Bell did was essentially the equivalent of summoning an Avenger. The blue-haired item maker frowned. And that triggered the dungeon? Hermes nodded. Coupled with the presence of two gods, most likely. Asphi frowned, and she turned away. I'll go rally the other adventurers. It's only the Goliath. We should be able to take it down. Hermes didn't object, and the woman took it as the green light to dash away. The god of messengers stared at where his captain had gone, before looking down at where Bell and his group were, then at the black Goliath. I really don't know about that. A black Goliath, born from the dungeon in response to two gods and the equivalent of an Avenger-class servant, or well, demi-servant. Hermes sighed. I might have bitten off more than I can chew. He looked up at the broken ceiling, where more monsters started pouring through. Aurenas, are your prayers failing? Line break. Back with Bell and his group, the boy watched as the black Goliath and the monsters spread out. Then the screams came. The boy gritted his teeth. The men who set him up aside, there were plenty of other people out there, including the other members of the Loki Familia's expedition team. He turned and broke into a run. Let's go. We have to dash. Before Bell could run off, he felt someone grab hold of his arm, and the boy turned to see Ryu with a serious expression. The elf asked, help them? With this party? Are you sure? The boy looked around. Uka, Mikoto, and Chigusa were ready to go, and so were Welf and Lily. Bell looked at Anya, who simply grinned, and the boy looked back at the elf. Of course. Ryu sighed. Fine. It's not like we can't manage. The boy chuckled, before looking around. Uka, Mikoto, Chigusa, can you help us? The swordswoman nodded with a smile. Of course. Uka nodded, definitely. Chigusa just nodded silently, and Bell nodded, before looking at Welf and Lily. Lily, take care of Hestiasoma for me, and Welf. The blacksmith grinned, say no more. The boy then turned to Ryu and Anya. This is gonna sound dumb, but the three of us will try to take down as many monsters as we can. Anya grinned. Hey, you're looking at 2 level 4s here, Naya. Bell grinned in return. Let's go. Everyone went to do what they needed to do, leaving Lily and Hestia on the cliff. The prum in disguise looked at the goddess, Hestiasoma. The twin-tailed goddess nodded. Let's get moving. With Bell, Ryu, and Anya, the three weaved through the forest, cutting down every monster they could see. Anya cackled as they cut down more enemies. You're getting better, Naya? Bell, Naya? The boy smiled as he sliced down a minotaur with his 2 knives. Well, I can't just stay the same forever, right? Ryu snorted as she took down another hellhound. I would be disappointed if he did. Bell just chuckled as they made their way through the horde of monsters towards the black Goliath. And soon enough, the three came face to face against the giant. Anya giggled nervously. Naya, no, I never really realized how big this thing is. Bell glanced at the cat person. What? Getting cold feet. Ryu chuckled. We won't think any less of you if you run, Anya. The cat person looked offended. And leave Ryu Naya and Bell Naya to fight it? Who do Naya think I am? The black Goliath growled as it noticed the trio, and Ryu let out a breath. Guess chat time's over. Here it comes. The floor boss stomped at the three, forcing them to spread out to avoid being smashed to death. Ryu and Anya immediately dashed forward, the elf leaping up to land a devastating blow to the giant's face. Anya quickly followed after, stabbing her spear at the black Goliath's feet, earning her a loud growl of pain. As for Bell, the boy steadied his footing, before he took a deep breath, his mind going to the heroic spirits he had just contracted. Terra no Kajikyo was a unique one, simply because the one he had contracted was a spirit of vengeance. No, Bell was more focused on the other one he had contracted. Load, Ushawakamaru. Yusa Midori appeared in his hands again, and Bell dashed forward, slicing at the black Goliath's legs. The boy landed near Ryu and Anya. the elf noting his new sword, Bell. The beast growled as it regained its footing, but before they could continue, a bomb exploded in the Black Goliath's face, followed by a number of other projectiles. Bell blinked. Huh. Lion. The three turned to see Asfi landing on the ground, and Ryu greeted, Andromeda. Asfi spoke, we have reinforcements, Lion. The mages from the town will begin their chants. Try to keep the Goliath busy for the time being. Ryu nodded. Understood, the four of us can keep it distracted. Asfi blinked. Wait for? Anya cackled. All right, Naya. Let's go, Naya. The Black Goliath growled and prompted the three members of the hostess staff to break off, leaving Asfi to back away in time to avoid being stomped to death. The captain of the Hermes Familia gaped at what just happened before she heard Bor's voice. All right, Andromeda and the little hero will keep it busy. Let's take the time to finish the chants. Get a big one ready. Asfi's eyes widened at his words, and she could have sworn she saw him smirk. Damn it, Bors. Before she could let her rage loose, the Black Goliath roared again, unleashing its howl attack, sending blast after blast at the four. With Bell and Ryu, the boy quickly noticed the oncoming projectiles, ranging from arrows to boulders to ballistas. Bell blinked. Whoa. Ryu smiled softly. This is a bit unorthodox, but this is what a boss raid will feel like. The pair landed on the ground after slicing at the Black Goliath again, and they noticed Anya with a bunch of other adventurers rushing to attack the Black Goliath's feet. Bell grinned. This is awesome. The elf chuckled. I suppose so. Now let's get back to it, shall we? The boy nodded. Got it. Ryu dashed forward, landing hard blows on the Black Goliath, and Bell took a deep breath. Set. Energy filled his muscles as Bell bent down into a starting position. Shanao Ryuritan, Dan no Yura. Aso Tobi. Bell shot forward, shooting past Ryu in the blink of an eye, much to the elf's surprise. It was as if there were 8 clones of Bell Cranel, and they all slashed at the Black Goliath at the same time. Large gashes appeared across the Black Goliath's body, and both Anya and Ryu watched in surprise as the boy stayed in the air, his blade glowing brightly. But before Bell could land the final blow, Bor's voice reached his ears. All right. The magic chants are done. Get away. Ryu glanced around, spotting almost everyone dashing away, and she yelled, Bell. The white-haired rabbit nodded and let himself fall to the ground, before kicking off the ground to get away from the Black Goliath. Then the bombarding started. Multiple magic spells, consisting of various magical blasts, struck the Black Goliath. They ranged from lightning blasts, to flames, to winds, to rock spells. Coupled with the wounds from before, the Black Goliath was quickly on its knees, pieces of its flesh falling to the ground as it struggled to hold itself together. Even its face had been blown off, revealing a bloody skull. Boris roared again. Arlight. It's down. Get it. Let him have it. All of the adventurers around them roared in agreement, and they started charging at the Black Goliath. However, before any of them could get close enough, the body of the Black Goliath started steaming, and Asfi gasped. You've got to be kidding me. In the next instant, the Black Goliath was quickly on its feet, and it roared, swiping its arm around it at the surrounding adventurers. Almost every one of them were caught in the swing, and Bell watched in horror as half of their forces were taken out. Bell. The boy snapped out of his stupor when he heard Ryu's voice, who was already dashing forward. Ryu-san. The elf struck the Black Goliath once more. Keep hitting it. The mages have started again. Bell looked back, and sure enough, Boris and some dwarves were shielding some of the mages, magic circles forming around them. The boy nodded. Got it. Ryu smirked softly. Match up with me, Bell. Bell nodded as he joined Ryu in dashing around the Black Goliath, both landing equally deep gashes on the floor boss. In the sky of a now distant forest, infinite stars scattered in the endless night sky. Magic swirled up in Ryu's body as she and Bell darted around the Black Goliath, the former with her own latent abilities, the latter with the power of Ushawakamaru. On a side, Asfi and a bunch of other adventurers watched in awe as the pair kept the Black Goliath in place. Respond to this foolish voice. Grant me the blessings of star and fire. As Ryu chanted, so did Bell. This is but one of 5 legends. Grant mercy to those that abandoned thee. Come, wandering wind, O traveler, thee who traverse the sky and wilderness. This body dances upon the water's surface like a bird through air. Imbue the light of stardust and strike down the enemy. Energy gathered around Bell's sword, while countless orbs of wind and light gathered around Ryu's figure. Both were positioned on either side of the Black Goliath, and they struck. Set. Dan no Yura. Aso Tobi. Luminous wind. Yusa Midori struck countless times from the front, while the countless wind and light orbs struck the Black Goliath from the back. The 2 attacks forced the Black Goliath to its knees once more, and both Bell and Ryu landed on the ground. But yet, despite their efforts, the Black Goliath started to regenerate again. Asfi cursed. Damn it, are the other mages not ready yet? She glanced up to see the magic circles still forming. Both Bell and Ryu had attacked too early, and the timing was now off. But before she could voice her concerns, the mages from around them fired, striking the Black Goliath yet another time. But like before, the Black Goliath simply regenerated. Ryu frowned. This isn't getting anywhere. At this rate, we'll burn out before we can kill it. By now, the Black Goliath was on its feet again, but this time, more adventurers were there to keep it busy, allowing Belle and Ryu some time to breathe. Yet at the same time, more and more adventurers were falling from the monsters around them in the Black Goliath's onslaught. Belle stared at the Black Goliath, and his back grew warm again as he remembered yet another tale of a hero. A hero who bested the giant known as Goliath. The boy spoke up. Ryu-san, can you buy me some time? The elf blinked. Huh? Sure, what? Belle smiled. I have an idea. It's not a definite one, but I want to try it. Ryu studied his face before she nodded. All right, I'll do my best. The boy smiled again. Thank you. We'll help as well. Belle turned to see Mikoto and Uka, the latter holding a shield and spear. The boy nodded. Thank you. The captain of the Takamikazuchi Familia looked at Mikoto. You sure about this? Mikoto nodded, and she clasped her hands together, fingers intercrossed. Respectively, I pray to thee, O war god, destroyer of all things. Uka and Ryu dashed forward, as Mikoto continued. Lead me from precious heavens. Grant this tiny body divine power. As the three got to work, Belle noticed Asfi and other adventurers joining in, and he knelt down. It was but a chance, as Lafia's words rang in his mind. Belle had never reached out to a specific heroic spirit before, not even with Terra no Kajikyo or Ushawakamaru. This would be the first of many. Belle thought of everything he knew of the hero in mind. A king, a shepherd, a harpist, a man who started as a harpist for a king, and through many trials and hardships, ascended to the throne himself. A man who faced a giant with nothing but a staff, a sling, and 5 stones. The boy reached out. Please, if you can hear me. I need help. For a moment, nothing happened, but Belle simply stayed as he was. Then, time stopped. You face a giant bearing the name of Goliath. Well, I can't believe it took you this long. Really. How inefficient. Belle smiled, sensing the teasing nature behind the voice. I apologize, but well, it's been a long day. Yeah, I guess I can let that go. Besides, I did try to reach out before, but we just didn't get around to it since you were exhausted already. The boy quickly remembered when he was facing the Goliath on the 17th floor, and he blinked. Wait, really? Yeep. But well, that's gone anyway, so let's take this as a chance to make things even, young hero. Belle nodded. Thank you. Hee, don't thank me yet. Now let us begin. I am thou and thou art I. Time resumed, as Belle started to chant as well. I am thou, thou art I. Thou has acquired a new vow. Belle opened his eyes, and he noticed Ryu and Uka trying to keep the Black Goliath occupied with a bunch of other adventurers. The boy quickly focused on his own chant. Thy body shall serve under mine will, and mine fate shall be thy sword. Let an oath be sworn here. I shall attain all virtues of all of heaven. I shall dispose of all evil of hell. Power swirled and gathered in his back, as Belle kept the name of the hero in his mind. If thou dost accede to this will and reason, then answer my call. Come from the rings of restraint, O protector of the balances. Lo, David. The air around Belle gave way, as a staff and a sling appeared in his hands. The Black Goliath evidently noticed the change, for it roared and turned its attention to Belle. Here, by my plead and order, come forth. Descend from the heavens, rule the lands. Shinbutusei. Futsanamatama. Mikoto completed her chant, and a magic circle formed above the Black Goliath, as an ethereal sword pierced the ground beneath the floor boss. A semi-transparent purplish dark box formed around the Black Goliath, forcing it to its knees as it shrunk, as if trying to crush it. The Black Goliath roared in anger, as it pushed against the gravitational field, glaring at Belle and Mikoto. The girl grimaced as she did all she could to keep the spell going. Shit. I can't hold it back any longer. Belle nodded, but instead of answering, he held up his sling and rocks. The boy stared straight at the Black Goliath, and it glared back at him. It knew the power Belle now held was a conceptual weapon aimed to take down giants. Belle loaded his sling, and he started to swing, set, Haimshavanam. Energy from the sling filled the stone, turning it into a blindingly bright bullet. The Black Goliath broke free from its bindings, but it was too late, for Belle flung the rock at it. The rock split into 5, and 4 struck the ground around it, stopping the giant from moving. The Black Goliath growled, its eyes widening when it saw the 5th one in the skies. Then the rock struck. A large explosion erupted from the upper body of the Black Goliath, as the floor boss fell to its knees, before falling to the ground limply. A moment of silence befell, until the remainder of the corpse exploded into ash. Then came the cheers. On a side, Hermes watched as the adventurers all celebrated their victory, and he smirked. David, the hero who bested Goliath, what a treat. The god of messengers glanced down to see Hestia hugging her only child once more, along with the other companions Belle had with him. Hermes chuckled. Not bad, little hero. You truly are deserving of that title for now. The god of messengers turned and walked off. I suppose that's enough for now. Author note. Done. So that's the end of season 1. The next one will be the Orion movie. So yeah, tell me what y'all thought of this chapter. Until next time, read and review please. Chapter 15. Author note. Hey, I'm back with a new chapter. So, Fate Samurai Remnant is out. Unfortunately, I have yet to get my copy, dumb distributor, and their dumb pre-order management. Hopefully I'll get it by this week. Steve R., I'm happy you find this to be a nice story and concept. I'm not sure if you play FGO or not, but literally most of the heroic spirits I've included thus far are well known in FGO, which I've put in the tag. Perhaps if you've only looked at Stay Night and Zero, then I guess I can't say much. However, even then, out of the 7 heroic spirits I've included so far, 6, if you want to be technical, 2 of them are from Stay Night, so I don't know how they're obscure. Cody White 162. Thanks, I do have something planned for the Orion movie, so you'll have to find out. Timson. Haha, the David loadout was something I wanted to do the moment I saw the Goliath fight. Anime Fan 13579. Honestly, the part with involving heroes related to the names of the monsters/creatures was one of the things that made me write this FIC. Now I don't want to spoil the story, so I won't comment on the ones you've brought up. As for the actual heroes not appearing, I was thinking more along the lines of shadow spirits, like how in FGO Shimusa, and then hinted in later chapters, Fujimaru was said to be able to summon shadows of the actual heroic spirits, much less stronger, but still as versatile. To Martin 2001, that remains to be seen, for I'm still debating on whether Artemis should live or die. Justin D., glad you liked the David against Goliath part. With Orion, you're correct with the 2 choices, so do look forward to it. As for the Ishtar arc, I don't want to give away everything, so we'll see. Anyways, here's the new chapter. XXX. A week later, Belle, Welf, and Lily were in the dungeon again. After the incident with the Black Goliath, the trio had once more decided to venture down to the 16th floor. The trio had held off from going to the 17th floor, or rather, fighting the Goliath. Now, the trio faced a horde of minotaurs and hellhounds. Welf dashed forward, cutting down a few hounds with his huge sword, while Belle was slicing down minotaurs left and right one after another. The incident with the Black Goliath had boosted his stats up by a huge margin, but unfortunately, because he had literally just leveled up shortly before, it was just that. Hestia had whined that something like that would certainly warrant a level up, considering it was a feat worthy of the gods. But because of Belle's stats at the time, the boy couldn't reach the threshold for another one. However, it did still boost Belle's stats a lot, and the boy was having a very easy time taking down minotaurs one after another. Lily yelled as she spotted a new horde showing up. Belle-sama. Belle turned, just in time to see the new horde of monsters fully spawning from the walls, and he sheathed his knives. Load. Yemue. The power of the nameless hero filled his body, and he chanted, "Trace on." A black nameless bow formed in his hands, followed by what could only be called a drill-shaped arrow with the hilt and guard of a sword. A fake noble phantasm that had become usable by the young hero now that he had reached a higher level of strength. A sword that belonged to the King of Ulster, Fergus Mac Roich, collected into the infinite armory of the heroic spirit Yemue. Bell knocked the arrow, and he took a deep breath, set, fake Calidbalg. He let the arrow loose, and the arrow shot towards the new horde of monsters. Then, it struck, and a huge explosion engulfed every monster that spawned, eliminating them in but the blink of an eye. Wolf whistled. I still can't believe just how strong those arrows are. Bell chuckled as he caught his breath. Well, I can use them a few times in a day, but it still takes quite a bit of mind from me. Lily nodded. Of course, we should avoid using them if we can. The 2 males nodded, and the blacksmith glanced at the bow in Bell's hands, still though, using swords and shooting them in the form of arrows. Can't say I really appreciate that way of using them. Bell released his hold on the bow, and he gave the man a sheepish smile. Sorry, I know how you feel about magic swords. I'll try to not use them as much. Wolf chuckled. You don't have to do that on my account, dude. It's not like they're actual swords, just copies, right? Which I still can't wrap my head around. The boy giggled. It's a part of Yemai's unique magic. Can't really say I know if I can add to that infinite number of swords, though. The blacksmith snorted. Yeah, well, I'm not in a hurry to find out. Lily picked up the magic stones, before looking at the 2 males. All right, enough chatter. We're pretty much done with this floor today. How about we call it a day? Wolf glanced at Bell. What do you think, leader? Bell sighed. How many times do I have to tell you not to call me that? Lily giggled. I mean, you are our party leader. The boy just sighed again. Whatever. Fine. Let's end it here. I have some business I need to handle later in the evening anyway. The prum in disguise giggled. All right, all right. Wolf snorted. Yeah. You never did tell us what this business really is, huh? Bell gained a complicated expression. Yeah, it's a bit complicated, but I might tell you someday. Lily smiled. What a spoil sport. The red-headed blacksmith nodded in agreement. I know, right? The boy laughed softly. All right, let's head up. I might leave y'all here if you're not coming. Bell turned and jogged for the exit. and both of the remaining members of the party shared a smile before following after him. Line break. A short while later, Bell was in his room in the Hostess of Fertility. He was in his uniform as a waitress, but unlike before, he didn't have any paddings or his wig on, nor did he have any makeup. The reason was simple. A few days after the incident with the Black Goliath, during one of his shifts, another heroic spirit had contracted him. A heroic spirit he was very familiar with, for they were known as the Knight of the White Lily. Lode Dion. The power of Chevalier Dawn filled his body, and after a short moment of focus, Belle's body glowed, changing until she gained ample breasts and long silky hair. It was certainly a strange experience, for despite having and being able to feel that his body being that of a female, Belle could still feel his male body. Bella stared at the mirror, pushing down the mixed feelings she was having, before exiting the room. The now female quickly descended the stairs, and she quickly joined her fellow waitresses into serving the customers. As Bella grabbed a plate from the counter, Syr walked past her with a smile. "Glad you could join us, Bella." The white-haired rabbit smiled at her sister. "Has it been busy?" The silver-haired girl giggled as she put in the order for another table. "When is it never busy?" Bella nodded. "True. Now Naya, better get to work, or Mamma Mia is going to be angry again." Naya. Chloe walked past them bringing 2 plates of pasta to another table, and both Bella and Syr quickly went back to work. The white-haired girl quickly went around the tables, taking orders and seating the customers as much as she could. Unlike before, Bella didn't need to fake a female voice. The transformation had taken care of that for her. All Bella needed to do was make sure she didn't vomit or die from embarrassment and disgust when the male adventurers started hitting on her. Unfortunately, it also happened she was serving Mord and his 2 lackeys today. According to the men themselves, Mord had paid the Insect Familia a hefty amount of money to get their eyes back, and knowing that Naza and Ermid were working together along with Mayak, it was no surprise they succeeded. Of course, the incident on the 18th floor had totally changed their attitude towards Bell and his comrades, becoming more respectful towards them, but the boy was still wary against them. Mord grinned as he leered at her. "How are we doing today, Bella?" The white rabbit made her best smile. "Good. What can I get for you today?" Scott grinned. "Can we get today's special? Maybe you'd like to join us too." Bella giggled. "I can get you a set of today's special each, but I don't think Mamma Mia would be too happy with the other ones." Mord laughed. All right. A set of today's special for us each, and a beer tower too." The white-haired girl smiled and nodded. "Gotcha. 3 specials and 1 beer tower." Without another word, Bella turned and quickly walked over to put in the order before tending to another table and set of customers. After a while later, Bella and her fellow waitresses were cleaning up the bar. As they did, Ryuu looked at Bella, and Syr sneaked up on her. "What y'all looking at?" The elf jumped. Syr." The silver-haired girl giggled. "Yes?" Ryuu furrowed her brows. "Please don't do that." Syr giggled and looked at Bella. "Is Bella's new look still getting you?" The elf sighed and nodded. "I won't lie and say I'm not." Bella chuckled sheepishly as she put the chairs away. "I mean, it's easier than putting on a wig and makeup every time." Mia scoffed as she wiped her counter. "Well, considering transformation magic isn't uncommon, I'm not surprised to see gender-changing magic." Chloe and Lunwar both nodded in agreement, and the former spoke. "Well, Naya, I do know some people who can erase their presence, so that's probably not really that surprising." Naya. Syr giggled. "But hey, that means Bella can join us in the baths, right, Ryuu?" She looked at the pair teasingly, earning blushes from the pair, much to the amusement of everyone else. Mia, on the other hand, snorted humorlessly. "Yeah, I don't want to know anything about that." Ryuu cleared her throat as she started sweeping the floor. "Speaking of which, Mamma Mia, what are we doing for the Holy Moon Festival?" Bella blinked. "Holy Moon Festival? What's that?" The other staff members looked at her, and Anya spoke up. "Naya, right. Bella hasn't been in Oreo for too long, so she wouldn't know." Naya. Mia hummed. "The Holy Moon Festival is a festival before the gods descended, a tradition that existed in the area where Oreo now stands." Bella blinked. "Oh." Ryuu took over the explanation. "The tradition got passed down to the residents of Oreo. It is basically a tradition where we pray to the goddess of the moon for protection." The white-haired rabbit hummed. "The goddess of the moon, huh?" Mia nodded. "Of course, we'll be opening shop that night." The owner of the shop looked around. "But considering it's most likely your first time experiencing the festival, I don't want Belle to work through it." "So Bella." The white rabbit jumped. "Why yes." Mia stared at her. "Take that day off. I want you to go enjoy the festival." Bella nodded frantically. Roger. I mean, okay." Syr giggled. "Then can I take the day off too?" Dash. Mia cut her off. "No. Not you. You're staying to work." Ryuu. The elf perked up. "Yes?" The dwarf looked at her, before glancing at the other waitresses, and she sighed. "Take the chance to show Belle around during the festival." The silver-haired girl gaped. "Huh?" Ryuu nodded. "Okay, will do." Syr snapped her head at her best friend in shock. Ryuu." The elf ignored her best friend's reaction as she continued with the task at hand, while Bella simply smiled awkwardly. The girl looked at her fellow waitresses. Speaking of which, when is this Holy Moon Festival? Lenoir answered, it's actually happening in 2 weeks. Bella oat. 2 weeks, that's not too far away. Mia scoffed, that it is, and plenty of time for us to prepare too. Which brings us to our next topic. The women all grimaced as the dwarf turned her attention to Bella. Every year, we try to come up with a new dish specific for each and every occasion in Oreo. The Holy Moon Festival is one of them. Bella nodded, okay. Mia smirked. Every year, we take turns coming up with ideas, and since you happen to be our newest recruit, you get to be the one to come up with this year's special for the Holy Moon Festival. The boy-turned-girl blinked. Wait. What? Everyone save for Mia, and Syr gave the white-haired rabbit a pitying look, and Mia grinned. I look forward to what you come up with, hero. Lenoir patted Bella on the shoulder as she walked past with a bucket of dishes. Good luck. Mamma Mia is a harsh judge when it comes to these things. Bella sighed. Guess I'll have to come up with something. Mia laughed, before she spoke loudly again. Now enough talk. Let's finish up here and go home. Line break. The next afternoon, after diving into the dungeon with Welf and Lily again, Bell was in the church basement. The Holy Moon Festival was fresh on his mind. But he knew next to nothing about the festival, only that it was meant to be a tribute to the moon goddess for protection. The boy's eyes snapped open. Oh, right. I can just ask Ina-san. Bell quickly got changed and made a beeline for the guild. Soon, Bell reached the counter, and he quickly noticed the half-elf at her usual spot. Ina-san. The brunette blinked. Belcoin? What's wrong? I thought you already exchanged your loot today. The boy smiled. Yeah, I just wanted to ask you about something. Are you free now? Ina hummed. Sure. Should we use one of meeting rooms? Bell nodded. Yes, please. The half-elf nodded and tidied up her desk before standing up. All right, let's go. After a short moment, the pair were in a private meeting room once more. Ina sat down. So, what did you want to ask me? Bell sat down opposite of her. I heard the Holy Moon Festival was coming up in 2 weeks. The half-elf gained a look of understanding, and she sighed. That isn't really related to the dungeon, but I guess I can tell you what I know. The boy giggled sheepishly. Sorry, I know you don't have to dash. Ina cut him off, but I want to. Okay, so be quiet and let me explain. The half-elf folded her arms. In a nutshell, before the first gods descended from Tenkai to Gekai, adventurers would still venture into the dungeon, but obviously they would be much weaker and couldn't go any further than the first few floors. Ina glanced out of the window. So some of them decided to pray to the moon for luck, and it eventually became a tradition for Oreo. As time went by, the target of the prayers became a goddess of the moon, and even after the gods descended, we still kept that tradition. Bell nodded. And what do we do during these festivals? The half-elf hummed. Before people would bring offerings and burn them in a sacrificial flame, to put simply. As far as I know, it can range from food to anything in general, really. The boy nodded. I see. Ina asked. So, why the sudden interest in the Holy Moon Festival? Bell blinked, before he realized he couldn't exactly tell the half-elf it was for the hostess. Oh. I mean, it sounded like a big thing in Oreo, so I was thinking of maybe coming up with something for Maya. Goddess. The half-elf stared him for a moment, before she decided she didn't want to know more. I see. Potentially you can buy her some merchandise when the festival comes around. They tend to have a lot of items on sale that are related to the moon goddess. The boy hummed. I was actually thinking of food, like something special. Ideally something I can make myself. Ina blinked, before she furrowed her eyes. That's oddly specific. But I really can't think of anything that can fit for the Holy Moon Festival. Bell looked down. Oh. The half-elf sighed. Sorry, Belcoin. Like I know it is a tradition in Oreo, but I don't really know that much about it either. The boy smiled. It's okay. You've told me more than I could ask for, really. Ina smiled at him. You're welcome, dash. Bell's eyes snapped wide open. Wait. I got it. The boy stood up, and he thought about it. Yes. Yes, that could work. It's a totally different culture, different origin, but it's still the moon. Bell bolted for the door. I need ingredients and a list. Ina blinked in confusion as her not-favorite adventurer vanished. Huh. A few moments later, the boy came back. Sorry for leaving so abruptly, Ina-san. Thank you for your help. See you tomorrow. With that said, Bell dashed off again, leaving the half-elf blinking in confusion once more. You're welcome, I guess. Line break. Later that night, Bell was writing up a list of ingredients he needed at the coffee table, and he heard the door open. Welcome home, Hestia-sama. Hestia walked down the stairs with a tired expression. I'm back. She stumbled over and quickly fell onto Bell, hugging him from the back. I miss you so much. Bell chuckled as he continued writing the instructions on the paper. It's only been a day, Hestia-sama. Hestia grumbled. Yeah, a day of me working my ass off for Hephaestus and selling Jagamoke. She glanced down at the sheet of paper. What are you doing, Belkin? Bell smiled. This is a recipe for something for the Holy Moon Festival in 2 weeks. Hestia blinked. Holy Moon Festival. The boy nodded. Yep, Apparently, it's a festival Oreo does to pray to the goddess of the moon for protection. The goddess of the hearth hummed, a small smile on her face. The goddess of the moon, huh? Belle nodded. What I'm planning to make is a mooncake. I mean, it's from the east, but the idea should still be the same. Hestia hummed. I guess so, but considering it's Oreo, I think it's a great idea. The boy giggled, right? Belle blinked, before he remembered. Speaking of which, you would know a moon goddess too, right? The goddess of the hunt, Artemis. Hestia looked surprised. Wait, how do you? She trailed off, when she remembered Belle was the heir to the throne of heroes and had already inherited the memories of Heracles. Right, of course you would. Belle giggled. No, I didn't learn about her from Heracles' memories. Lady Artemis is one of the goddesses I learned about from the stories my grandfather told me. Hestia hummed, confusion filling her mind as she got off the boy's back. I see. Where this grandfather of his got the stories from, Hestia would have to find out. But before the goddess could bring that up, the boy stood up. Okay, that's done. The twin-tailed goddess leaned over to the parchment. Is that the recipe for the mooncake? Belle nodded. It's not 100%, but it's close enough. The end result should be similar. He glanced at Hestia. I'll make one for you once I'm sure I can get it right. Hestia blinked a few times before she smiled. I'll look forward to it. Belle grinned as he rolled up the parchment. I'll make sure not to disappoint. The goddess giggled. Okay now. Time for your update, yes? The boy nodded and got onto the bed as Hestia quickly went to work. Belle Cranel. Level 2. STR, D300. End, D600. Dex, D600. AGI, D888. Mag, D870. Magic, heir to the throne. Description, the ability to inherit the powers of legendary heroes from the throne. User needs to form a contract and connection with the heroic spirit first before using their abilities. Once a connection is formed, those abilities can be used with just the last sentence of the full chant. Chant, I am thou, thou art I. Thou hast acquired a new vow. Thy body shall serve under mine will, and mine fate shall be thy sword. Let an oath be sworn here. I shall attain all virtues of all of heaven. I shall dispose of all evil of hell. If thou dost accede to this will and reason, then answer my call. Come forth from the rings of restraint, O protector of the balances. Load, blank. Asterisk as allowed by strength of the vessel, multiple heroic spirits may be loaded through the following chant. Overload, blank. Currently unlocked spirits. Heracles, restricted. Yemaiwae, Sakata Kintoki, Ushawakamoru, Terra no Kajikyo, David, Chevalier Dion. Asterisk should a heroic spirit be one of madness and tainted, the following line must be added after the fourth line of the chant. Thou shalt let chaos blind thine eyes, and I, he who doth hold thy chains. Noble phantasms. Description, once user has established connection to a heroic spirit and is in use, user can use the crystallization of the spirit's legend. A crystallization usually involves utilizing a spirit's ultimate technique or a conceptualized version of their greatest achievement. Chant. Set. Blank. Skills. Desire for the throne. Description. As long as user desires to become a hero, growth of stats will increase exponentially. Effect increases by intensity of determination and desire to become a hero. Development skills. Luck. Hestia handed the boy the sheet. Here. Belle scanned through the sheet, and he nodded in satisfaction. Another relatively huge jump. The goddess nodded. The battle with the Goliath really bumped your stats up by a great margin, but I wouldn't expect this rate to continue. The boy nodded. The stronger I get, the slower my growth, I know. Hestia hummed. But hopefully it doesn't slow down too much anytime soon. Belle grinned. Hopefully. The goddess nodded as she stood up. Now, I'm hungry. What do you want for dinner? The boy laughed. That should be line. I'm cooking today, remember? Hestia's eyes gleamed. Cook with EMIY equipped. Belle laughed. Now why would I do that? That feels dumb. The goddess' eyes turned serious. I mean it, Belkin. I seriously mean it. Now load him up. That night, Belle Cranel learned of the Counter Guardian's other ability, one that once brought about the rise of a British king with an endless void for a stomach. Line break. A week later, Belle stood in the kitchen in the hostess of fertility before every other staff member. Mia had her arms folded with a curious but skeptical look on her face. Now, let's see what you have here. Lunmar whispered to Chloe. What do you think he's come up with? The black-haired woman shrugged. No idea, Naya. Anya cackled. Well, this should be interesting, Naya. Ryuu and Syr kept quiet, mostly because they knew how strict Mia was with cooking. The boy reached into the oven and brought out a tray of golden brown cakes. However, unlike the normal cakes everyone was familiar with, these were smooth and firm. Mia raised an eyebrow as Belle placed the tray on the table. Oh? They look pretty. What are these? Belle took off his oven mitts. These are called mooncakes. They're a traditional dessert from an ancient eastern country in honor of the moon. Syr gained a look of recognition. Mooncakes. The dwarf hummed as she inspected the cakes. I see. What did you use to make these? Belle smiled as he grabbed a butter knife. The outer crust is made with a dough using honey, vegetable oil, and plain flour. The filling uses lotus paste and salted duck egg yolk. Mia hummed, salted egg yolk? Now I'm interested. The boy cut a cake into 4 pieces, revealing the lotus paste filling and the salted egg yolk in the middle. Here, try it. Mia wasted no time in taking a bite, and she silently chewed on it before swallowing it. The dwarf fell silent, and everyone watched nervously as she simply kept her gaze on the tray of cakes. Belle asked, Mamma Mia? Mia didn't respond, and Ryu asked with worry, Mamma Mia, are you Okadash? The dwarf chuckled, and she continued chuckling until it became full-blown laughter. Not bad. Her outburst caught everyone by surprise, and Mia continued with a wide grin. Not bad at all. I'm impressed. Belle blinked in surprise. Wait, really? Mia nodded with the big grin on her face. Of course. It's sweet, but not too sweet, and the salted egg yolk gives a nice contrast, full with a savory kind of flavor. The dwarf glanced at her other waitresses. Give him a try. All of you. I think this will be our best seller this year yet. The other women quickly went and took a piece, and they bit into it, blinking as the mooncake literally melted in their mouths. Syr squealed, oh my. This is an interesting taste. It's not too sweet, and it melts in your mouth. Lunwar nodded in agreement. I like it. Chloe and Anya both nodded in agreement. Me too, Naya. Ryu, on the other hand, hummed. I never pegged you to be talented at pastry, Belle. Belle chuckled sheepishly. Well, I guess. He would never reveal that it was thanks to Yemi's memories that he managed to nail every single part of it. Mia nodded in satisfaction. Good, this is very good. I have a feeling this year's Holy Moon Festival will be a good one. The dwarf laughed. All right, so, care to tell us how to make them? Belle just smiled as he went on to the recipe. Later that day, Ryu was with Mia, Belle, and Syr in the kitchen. The elf apologized. I'm sorry, Mamma Mia, but something important came up. I need to take the whole next week off, potentially even up to a month. Mia raised an eyebrow. Huh? Really now? Out of nowhere. Ryu lowered her head apologetically. It's an emergency. I have to leave Oreo to settle some business. Belle asked, Is there something wrong, Ryu-san? The elf nodded. Just some personal business. Syr furrowed her brows worriedly. Ryu answered. I'll tell you after I get back, I promise. Mia sighed. Fine, I'll allow it. I'm assuming you won't be here to help with the Holy Moon Festival then. The elf nodded. Most likely, but I'll definitely make up for it. The dwarf hummed. You better. Ryu glanced at Belle, a hint of disappointment on her face. Sorry, Belle, but I guess I won't be able to show you around the festival. The boy smiled. It's okay, there's always next year. The elf nodded. Definitely. Syr perked up. If Ryu won't be able to show Belle-san around Dash. No. Mia cut her off, much to the silver-haired girl's chagrin. You'll still be staying to work. Ryu wasn't meant to work on the day itself anyway, so we'll manage. Syr looked at Mia, but no one will be showing Belle-san around then. The dwarf stared at the goddess in disguise sternly. He'll have his party members and his goddess. Won't you, Bella? The boss and girl turned their gaze to where Belle was supposed to be, only Ryu in the kitchen with them. Syr blinked. Wait, where'd he go? The elf, on the hand, had an amused expression on her face. The boy had wisely sneaked out of the door, and Ryu was slightly torn on whether she should be proud or annoyed that the boy had managed to sneak off. Ryu wisely backed out of the kitchen, spotting Belle at the far end of the restaurant helping Chloe with the cleaning, and a small smile appeared on the elf's face before she too went on to work. As she did, however, her lips thinned, as she had a lot to think about once she left Oreo. Line break. A week later, Ryu had left Oreo, and Belle was now with Hestia, Wealth, and Lily. The 4 of them were walking through the streets, and they quickly reached the town square, where a number of stands were put up. Hestia hummed as she looked around. So this is the Holy Moon Festival. Belle glanced around. It's a bit different from what I expected. Lily glanced at the 2. What were you expecting in the first place anyway? The boy chuckled. I was expecting to see more of this moon goddess Oreo worships. But all I see are just stuff related to the moon itself. Wealth hummed in understanding. Ah, I see what you mean. The blacksmith chuckled. Obviously everyone tried to avoid focusing on the goddess of the moon. Honestly, I'm not even sure what this moon goddess is called, but considering how many gods and goddesses now live in Oreo. Belle understood. It'd be disrespectful to worship a different god when you have one who have quite literally blessed you. Wealth nodded. Exactly. Hestia hummed. That's actually not wrong. Wealth-kun, it makes sense. Considering most of the gods here are just kids. The twin-tailed goddess grinned. Now enough serious talk. Let's go get some food, Belle-kun. Without another word, Hestia grabbed Belle's hand and dragged him towards the food stands, leaving Wealth and Lily. The blacksmith sighed. Well, there they go. Lily had an annoyed expression on her face. That busted goddess. Wealth sighed again. Guess you prefer going with them, huh? The prum in disguise ignored him and stormed after them. Come on, Wealth-sama. We can't let them run off on their own. The redhead chuckled in exasperation. By the gods, What am I even doing here? Welf followed after them, but not before buying a tray of takoyaki at a stand manned by the Takamikazuchi familia. Soon after, the four of them were walking past the stands, taking in everything they could see. As they walked, a familiar voice reached their ears. Gather around, gather around. Hestia blinked. Wait, isn't this? The goddess quickly went towards the direction of the voice, and the three humans followed after her. Sure enough, they quickly spotted Hermes on a small stage, a spear encased in a block of crystal. Hermes made a grand show of showing off the spear. Those of you who believe yourselves to be worthy, come forth. The god of messengers grinned. Behold, this is a legendary spear, blessed by a goddess of purity. Only those worthy, only a chosen one can free it from this crystal. Hermes glanced around, satisfied that he had gathered a relatively large crowd. Now, the one who pulls the spear out. You can keep this spear. I dare say it is a spear worthy of the gods. He smirked. And that's not all. On top of that, if you belong to a familia, your familia will also be eligible for a grand trip around the world, sponsored by the same goddess of purity who granted us this spear. The god pulled out a sheet of paper signed by Aurenas. And this trip is already pre-approved by the guild. So no matter who you are, if you can pull out the spear, you will gain both a powerful weapon and a grand world tour. That caught everyone's attention, for the crowd roared with excitement. Back with Bell and his companions, Welf hummed with skepticism. A legendary spear, he says. Lily furrowed her brows. This sounds fishy. Bell chuckled. Well, it's Hermes. Hestia, on the other hand, was more caught up with the prize of the grand tour, but it's a grand world tour. The three mortals sighed, and Bell smiled. Guess we're giving it a go then. Let's give it a go, Ace-san. The four turned to see Lafia and Ace, and the six of them blinked when they saw each other. Bell greeted. Lafia, Ace-san, good evening. The elf greeted quickly in return. Gee, good evening. Ace gave them a nod of acknowledgement. Hello. Lafia spoke up. We didn't really get to talk more after the 18th floor, but we heard about the abnormal Goliath. The blonde swordswoman nodded. Good work defeating it. Bell chuckled sheepishly. Well, it was a group effort. Literally, everyone worked together to take it down. The elf giggled. Don't be modest. We heard you gained a new spirit and defeated it. The boy glanced at Ace. Why yeah, I guess I did. The swordswoman nodded. We should have a spar in the future. I want to see how it works. Bell nodded. If you'll have me. But before they could continue, Hestia pushed Bell towards the stage. That's enough flirting with them. We need to get that trip. The boy blinked in confusion as he found his way forward. Huh? I wasn't. The other four shared a confused look, and Welf sighed. Sorry, she's a bit possessive of him. Lily snorted. Understatement of the year. Ace hummed as she kept her eyes on Bell. It's fine. We're used to it. Lafia just chuckled awkwardly as they went after the pair. Soon, the six found themselves at the front of the stage, watching as several adventurers tried to pull the spear out, to no avail. Hermes commented, Oh, nice try. It looked like it budged a bit, but that's all, huh? An adventurer from the Apollo Familia sighed in disappointment as he walked off the stage, and Hermes grinned. Now, who's next? Hestia pulled Bell's hand up, whilst Lafia pulled Ace's hand up, both at the same time. Belkuin/Ace-san will give it a go. Hermes smiled in amusement. Oh? Now who wants to go first then? Ace glanced at Bell. I don't mind if you want to go first. The boy smiled. It's fine, you go on ahead. Hestia gaped. Belkuin. What? Lafia giggled. Ace-san is a level 6. She should be able to pull it out. I think you just missed your chance. Bell chuckled. It's fine. This is just for fun, right? Everyone watched as the sword princess walked up to the spear, and Hermes commented. Now, let's see how our first level 6 for the day fares against the spear. Will she pull it out? The crowd cheered as Ace grabbed a hold of the spear, but her eyes widened slightly the moment she did so, because as if responding to her touch, the spear seemed to tighten its hold into the crystal. Regardless, the blonde tried to pull it up, but no matter how hard she tried, it wouldn't budge, and instead seemed to grow firmer. Ace furrowed her brows. Huh? It won't budge. Hermes made a complicated expression. Really now? Even a level 6 cannot do it. The blonde nodded as she headed for the stairs off the stage, and the god of messengers cleared his throat. Now, for the next challenger for this impossible spear. Bell walked up the stairs, and Hermes grinned. I believe we have the little hero, Bell Cranel. The boy nodded to the god as he walked to the spear. I'm not sure how well I'll do, but let's give it a try. Hermes laughed. Now that's the spirit. He turned to the crowd, the heir to the throne of heroes. Let's see how he does against the legendary spear. The crowd roared in anticipation again, and Bell wrapped his hands around the shaft of the spear. The moment he did, his back grew warm, and everyone watched as runes lit up on the spear, and the crystal shattered into countless pieces. Bell blinked as he held the spear. Huh? Hermes gained a grim expression. I knew it. Of course it'd be you. He cleared his throat, and made a show of gesturing at Bell. I cannot believe it. Bell Cranel has pulled out the spear. He's the chosen one. The crowd roared. while Wealth and Ace were more focused on the fact that the crystals had shattered instead of Belle pulling it out. Lafia, on the other hand, was more disappointed, but still glad that a friend had gotten the prize. Hestia, however, was more expressive of her joy. Did you see that? That's my Belle. He's the best. Lily smiled awkwardly. Yeah, we know. Hermes chuckled as he took in everyone's reactions, before he spoke up again. Now, settle down. Since we have our winner now, let's introduce our sponsor for this event. Hermes gestured to the far back of the crowd. The goddess of purity who blessed this spear, Lady Artemis. Everyone turned to see the goddess with green eyes and long blue hair, wearing a blue and white outfit. Artemis stared at Belle as she walked forward. I see. So this is the heir to the throne of heroes. She smiled at Hestia. It's nice to see you again, Hestia. And I guess I should say, nice to meet you, Orion. Author note. Done. Now, not sure if anyone has noticed. In the part where we introduced Terra no Kagekiyo and Ushiwakamaru / Minamoto no Yoshitsun, I had Belle say overload instead of just load. So, wink wink, we might see more of that, given that some FGO servants have multiple spirits manifested in one character. And I've also added the Berserker line for heroic spirits that are considered anti-heroes or darker / alter versions. So that means yes, I'm open to having Belle use the less heroic servants. So yeah, until the next one, which will explore more on Artemis and the like. Read and review please. Chapter 16. Author note. Hey, I'm back with a new chapter. I ended up finishing another one before I realized. So here we are. I didn't realize that. We'll take note of it. Guest, Artemis, servant / Orion, is one that I am considering bringing in, but because she is a divine spirit, I'm debating on how we can bring her in. I have ideas, but I am leaning on to doing something else. Cody White 162. Thanks, hope you like this chapter too. Anime fan 13579. Hassan of the Thousand Faces honestly wasn't on the list of heroic spirits I wanted to have Belle inherit, but your take really makes it tempting to include them. You also brought up an interesting theory with the overload mechanic that can basically even out the numbers for the familial wars. I will definitely consider that idea, but we will see. So without further ado, here's the 16th chapter. XXX. A short while later, all of them were back in the abandoned church, and Hestia had a confused look on her face. What's going on here? Artemis sighed. To put things simply, my familia encountered a monster, and unfortunately, we were unable to take it down. Lily furrowed her brows. So this whole world tour is just a hunting quest? Hermes laughed. That's right. Welf shook his head in exasperation. Talk about scamming people. Artemis smiled softly at their reactions. I'll be honest, I do feel bad. But, she glanced at the spear that rested against one of the benches. That spear is our only hope, but no one in my familia, none of us were worthy to wield it. Belle looked at the spear. No one was worthy? What? The goddess of the moon looked at Belle. Because we needed someone pure. That's why despite being a level 6, the blonde girl could not get it to budge. Hestia looked at Artemis. Look, I know it's Belkuin, but are you okay with him? Artemis nodded. There's not much we can do now that the spear has chosen him. In fact, I don't see anyone more worthy than the heir to the throne of heroes. The goddess of the hunt took the spear and presented it to Belle. Will you help us? The boy looked at the spear, and an uncomfortable feeling grew in his back, but upon seeing the sincere expression on the goddess' face, he pushed it down and took the spear into his own hands. Belle smiled. I'd be honored, especially considering it's a quest from the goddess of the hunt herself. Artemis gained a sad look, but it quickly vanished as soon as it appeared as she put on a smile. Thank you. Hestia stared at them skeptically, and the moon goddess evidently noticed it. Is there something wrong, Hestia? The busty lowly goddess pointed at her. You? Who are you and what have you done to my bestie? Her outburst surprised everyone, and Belle asked, What do you mean, Hestia-sama? Hestia looked at her only child. Surely you've heard. Artemis is a man-hater. She never, and I mean never smiles at a man. Even if it's you, Belkuin. Belle blinked. Yeah? Really? I mean, I know Lady Artemis is against romantic relationships, but I don't think I've ever heard of her being a man-hater. Just those who are perverted and all. The goddess of the hearth shook her head quickly. Definitely not. I know for a fact she's a man-hater. Hermes can attest to that. Artemis blinked before she realized what Hestia was talking about, and she laughed softly. Hestia, I got over that ages ago. Hestia blinked. What? The goddess of the moon, one of my children convinced me. I don't favor such relationships, but I don't admonish them now either. Of course, preferably not, but I'm okay with it now. The goddess of the hearth blinked. Huh? Really? Artemis nodded, before she gave Hermes a stink eye. Of course, there are still lines that should never be crossed. The Greek god of mischief laughed. Well, that's a shame, isn't it? The goddess of the hunt glared at him. If you try that again, I swear, it won't be just a normal arrow up your ass. Hermes smiled and backed away behind Belle. Well, I hope you'll save me when the time comes, Belkuin. A hero should save an innocent god from the evil goddess. The boy sighed and shook his head, feeling familiar with what was going on. Yeah, I'm staying away when that happens. The god of mischief held his chest in mock hurt. And here I thought we were comrades. Brothers in arms. Bell smiled innocently. Yeah, not when it's on peeping on women. Welf sighed and shook his head. You're not getting him on your side on that end. Hermes-sama. Hermes chuckled. Guess not. Hestia glared at them. And you guys have to stop corrupting my Belcoin. Artemis smiled in amusement. Glad to see you're at least enthusiastic about something, Hestia. The goddess of the hearth huffed. Of course. Belcoin is my treasure. The goddess of the hunt just smiled, giving said boy a glance with a hint of sadness. I'm sure he is. Fortunately, Hestia was a bit too occupied with gushing over her only child, but Hermes noticed Artemis' look, and he cleared his throat. All right. Now that we've cleared things up, let's get going. The four of them looked at Hermes weirdly. Huh. The god of messengers grinned. No time better than the present, as they say, no? Line break. A short while later, the group of 6 stood on top of the walls of Oreo. Except, there was a small difference. Everyone, aside from Hermes and Artemis, all sported different outfits. Hermes smirked with pride. How do they feel? Bell looked at the god gratefully. They feel great. Even better than my old armor. Wolf chuckled. Can't say I'm happy with it, but these actually feel better than they look. Lily nodded. Yes, agree 100%. Hestia, on the other hand, was just happy she got a new dress, despite it being a battle dress. Hermes laughed. But of course, the designs and materials were chosen carefully by yours truly, and they were crafted with great care by the greatest craftsman of the Goibniu familia. I'd be disappointed if the quality was subpar. Bell looked at him. But how did you know our sizes? Not to mention our color schemes. It was true. Bell wore his signature whitish gray, and Welf had a red Eastern robe, while Lily wore a beige-colored outfit. That wasn't including Hestia's snow-white dress. Hermes laughed. Well, I actually had the Goibniu familia make more than we needed for fun, that included all sizes and all color schemes regardless of the style. Artemis glanced at him with a look that screamed sure. The goddess of the moon looked out towards the horizon, where the sun was already setting quickly, and her fists clenched. Bell evidently noticed the change, as he approached her whilst the rest gushed over their new outfits with a bit of push from Hermes. Lady Artemis, are you okay? Artemis pushed her darker thoughts away, and she nodded with a small smile. Yes, I'm fine. She looked at Hermes. Speaking of which, I trust our transport is coming soon? Hermes nodded. They should be here any moment now. A roar of laughter reached their ears, as everyone noticed the shadows over them, and the god of messengers chuckled. Speak of the devil. Everyone looked up to see a small pack of dragons, and a figure leaped off of one of them, landing on the ground before them. Hestia's eyes widened in recognition. Wait, Ga-. I am Ganesha. Bell watched as the 3 dragons landed on the ground. Are we going on them? Hermes nodded with a proud smile. Yes. I asked Ganesha for help, and he delivered. Ganesha laughed. Of course I did, for I am Ganesha. The Hindu god of wisdom's smile dropped slightly. Unfortunately, due to how abrupt it was, I can only spare you 3 dragon mounts for this ride. I promise you, Hermes and Hestia, I will owe you a dragon ride each when you come back. The god of messengers laughed softly. We'll look forward to that. He looked around, but as luck would have it, we just so happen to have 6 of us here. So we're good to go in pairs. Hestia's eyes gleamed. Then I choose to go with Dash. Hermes pulled her back. You're riding with me. Lilaruko won't ride with me, and I can't say I care to ride with another man. Artemis will kill me if I even try, so that leaves you. The goddess of the hearth's face fell. That's not of my problem. The god of messengers smiled innocently as he dragged Hestia onto a dragon. It is mine, and these dragons can't take 2 men at the same time, so we have to do a male with female pairing, so unfortunately you're stuck with me. Hestia could only whine as everyone got onto their respective dragons, with Welf and Lily on one, and Bell with Artemis on the other. The goddess of the moon sighed at her aunt's antics. Can't say I'm too happy with the arrangements, but I guess it could be worse. Bell chuckled awkwardly. Sorry for this, Artemis-sama. Artemis shook her head. It's fine. In fact, I'd rather it be you than Hermes or your blacksmith. No offense to him. The boy laughed awkwardly. I'm sure he'd be fine with it. The goddess of the hunt hummed. Speaking of which, Hestia's changed a lot. I've never seen her that worked up. Bell blinked. Really? Artemis nodded. Hestia was never the most active goddess. Others mistook it for laziness, which probably isn't far from the truth, but she merely never found the will to actively pursue something. The boy hummed. I see. The goddess of the moon glanced back at him. I am curious. What changed that? Bell smiled. I think that's something we have to ask her. Artemis nodded. Perhaps. Soon, the 3 dragons were off, and they quickly flew out of Oreo. As they soared through the skies, Bell asked, Speaking of which, where are we headed anyway? Artemis fell silent, and Hermes took the opportunity to speak up. Why? Our destination is on the far end of the continent, an ancient ruins that harbors a deadly foe, the ruins of Elsis. Lily asked, What is in those ruins? Hermes looked at the prom. the enemy we'll be looking to defeat, but that can wait until we're closer. The god of messengers spared Artemis a glance. The journey will take us a week, a month on land. But these dragons will save us the trouble of traversing the lands. Welf nodded. That makes sense. I'm assuming all these supplies are for us to make camp. He looked back at the massive bags each dragon carried, and Hermes nodded. You would assume correct. The plan is for us to fly during the day and camp out during the night. Hermes smiled proudly. I've prepared the best equipment for camping. In fact, it will feel like we're not camping at all. Artemis sighed in exasperation. And that takes away the fun, I suppose. Belle chuckled. Right? We won't have to hunt for our own food, I guess. The goddess of the hunt snorted. A shame, I suppose. Hermes laughed. Considering Hestia is with us, do you really want for us to hunt for our own food? Artemis chuckled. I suppose not. Hestia grew a tick mark. What does that supposed to mean? She started to hit Hermes, and the god of messengers panicked. W.O. Calm down, Hestia. We're gonna fall, damn it. Everyone laughed at the show, and Belle focused on holding the reins for the dragons. Line break. The next day, the 6 of them had been flying since they left Oreo, and as the sun started to set, Hermes hummed as he checked their location. Excellent. We're actually ahead of schedule. Hestia blinked. We are. The god of messengers nodded. We left Oreo at midnight, and we've been flying nonstop for the past 18 hours. It's approximately 6 o'clock. I think we're good to set up camp for the day. Artemis nodded. I agree. Let's set camp. Belle looked around. Is there a good place around here to make camp? Hermes chuckled. Oh, of course there is. The route we're taking is chosen such that we can land literally anywhere. At any time. He looked down. And Viola, there we go. Follow me. Without another word, Hermes tightened the reins, willing the dragon to take a nosedive, much to Hestia's chagrin. Wait, why, Hermes' fading laughter reached their ears, and Artemis sighed in exasperation, before she too took the reins, away from Belle. Come on, let's go after them before Hermes breaks anything. Belle blinked as he let go of the reins. Oh, okay. Welf shook his head as he led the dragon to descend, and the 2 dragons quickly followed after the last one. Shortly after, the 6 were at a campfire, with Hestia glaring at Hermes. That was mean. Hermes laughed as he chucked some firewood into the campfire. Well, you can't deny that it was fun. Belle chuckled awkwardly as he tried to hold his goddess back. Hestia-sama, I'm sure he didn't mean anything bad. We're all safe on the ground, right? Hestia looked at her child. But Belle-kun. Artemis let out a soft laugh as she watched the 3. I suppose your temper hasn't gotten any better, Hestia. Lily nodded in agreement. Hestia-sama is one of the more tactless goddesses I know, especially when it comes to Belle-sama. Wolf smiled. No comment. Hestia glared at Lily. Hey, I can be tactful. I just don't give a crap when it comes to my safety, and especially Belle-kun's well-being. Hermes laughed. That aside, I believe we should get dinner ready, no? The sun's almost gone, and I want everyone to get plenty of rest before we set out tomorrow. The goddess of the hearth got an idea, and she smirked. I propose that Belle-kun take care of dinner tonight. That caught everyone by surprise, and Lily asked, Huh? What? Hestia grinned. You'll see. She looked at Belle, who sighed with a smile. All right, let's see what we have with us. I don't want to use everything in a night. He stood up and walked over to their supplies for the night, going through the food supplies they had set aside for the day. But before he could start cooking, Hestia walked up to him. And make sure you leave out Hermes' portion. That asshole can make his own dinner, you get me? Belle chuckled. Gotcha gotcha. The goddess of the hearth nodded. Good boy. Hermes snorted. I can hear you, you know. Hestia glared at him. That's the point. The god of messengers chuckled. Well, I don't mind skipping dinner tonight. We can even call it saving up our resources. The goddess of home snorted. You said it, not me. She turned and went back to sit with Artemis, leaving the others to talk amongst themselves, including a blissfully ignorant god of messengers. Hermes sat at the campfire, arms folded. He should have seen it coming. He really should have seen it coming. Yemiya was one of the heroes Belle had contracted, and Hermes was nothing if not a busybody. He knew a lot of the nameless hero, and he had even poked into the other counter-guardians' histories. But never would he have guessed that Belle would also inherit his godly cooking, and he was paying the price for it as he did his best to ignore the smell whilst everyone feasted on a vegetable stew. It smelled so divine. But Hestia had made sure no one would give him even a bit of the food. But then again, Hermes supposed he had brought it upon himself. Lord Hermes. The god was torn out of his musings when he heard Belle's voice, and he opened his eyes to see the boy holding a small box. What's this? Belle smiled. Hestia-sama said not to give you any of the stew, but well, I think it's a bit cruel to not give you anything, so here. Hermes' eyes widened when he opened the box. Wait, are these dash? The boy nodded. Mooncakes, I made them earlier. He then quickly brought out 3 more boxes. Oh, I probably should have given them to you first, Lady Artemis. Artemis stared at the boy amusedly as he handed her the box. Mooncakes, huh? I guess I shouldn't be too surprised. Welf blinked when Belle handed him a box as well. Mooncakes? What are they? The boy handed Lily and Hestia one each too. Well, it's something I learned from the memories I got from EMIY. Long story short, it's basically a type of pastry from the east associated with the moon. Lily stared at him blankly. That explains nothing. Belle laughed. Basically, don't worry about it. Hestia hummed as she munched on her food, staring at Hermes. Fine. Since Belle's being generous, I guess I can't say much. Hermes opened the box and bit into the mooncake. Belle Quinn, I can't remember if I told you this, but you are a true hero. Artemis looked down at her own mooncake, using her spoon to cut it into smaller pieces before she bit into one. Not bad, for a man. She looked at him. Did you make these for the Holy Moon Festival? Belle nodded. Yes, I did. It felt appropriate too. Artemis giggled. I suppose it is. The six then ate their food, engaging in small talk, before they tidied up and retired for the night. Line break. The next day, the six continued their journey across the lands, bypassing the mountains and forests, as well as lakes and rivers. Belle looked down from behind Artemis, the goddess holding the reins this time. Wow, I never really realized just how much there is outside of Oreo. Artemis glanced back at him. Did you grow up in Oreo, Orion? The boy shook his head. I actually grew up in a remote village away from Oreo. I only went there around 2 to 3 months ago. The goddess of the moon hummed. I see. Belle looked at her. Speaking of which, why do you call me Orion? I'm not him. Artemis' lips thinned. Belle, I'm sure you've noticed by now. Many of the things you learn from your inheritance, they don't exactly translate to what we have here. The boy blinked. Okay. The goddess sighed. The reason I'm calling you Orion isn't because of the archer. Belle blinked. Really? Then why? Artemis didn't answer for a while, and the boy asked, Artemis-sama. The goddess didn't respond, and Belle was about to lean forward to check on her when she spoke. Hold on. The boy blinked. Wane, Artemis led the dragon to dive down, and Belle quickly realized why. 2 figures, a woman and a young girl, were running through the forest into the opening, and behind them was an army of black scorpions. The goddess frowned, and she pulled the reins behind her. Take the reins. Belle blinked as he took the reins. Sure. What do you dash? He was cut off when Artemis conjured up a bow and quiver, and she fired several arrows in smooth succession, taking down 3 of the scorpions. But for every one of them that she took out, 2 more took their place, and the army of scorpions quickly caught up to the 2 civilians. Belle clicked his teeth. Load. EMI Artemis-sama. He gaped when the goddess of the hunt suddenly leaped off the dragon, drawing a pair of hunting knives and started to cut down the scorpions. Belle gaped. What the hell? Artemis moved swiftly, cutting down the scorpions as they zeroed in on her. But despite her speed at taking them down, Belle could quickly see that she would be overwhelmed soon. The boy frowned, and his mind raced. He needed to take them all out in one go, or it would never end. There were several options he could go with. EMIY was an obvious one. Ushiwa Kamaru was another, but the problem was that most of them would hit Artemis and the 2 civilians, and other options would take too much time as he was now. Fortunately, that was as far as he got. For time stopped around him, and Belle knew what was happening. Struggling to choose now, are you? The boy nodded. I was about to, but yes. Let us ignore what-ifs. Lady Artemis is in need of help, and I cannot stand idle as a child and her mother stand in the face of danger. The voice, yet again, weirdly reminded Belle of Ryuu, and he filed it off for another time, but the chant will take too long. The voice seemed amused. I suppose it would, which is why for once, we'll bypass the chant. Belle blinked. Wait, we can do that? We can force our way through at times, but not often as it places a huge strain on your body. The boy furrowed his brows, but we don't have many options, do we? Brace yourself, and please, protect Lady Artemis. With this, our contract is forged. I am thou, and thou art I. Belle nodded as time resumed. I am thou art I. Load. Atlanta. The boy felt the strain on his body almost immediately. Unlike before, the power would settle in perfectly, but this time, it was forcing it all on his body at once. But Belle chose to ignore the strain, as Tauropolos appeared in his hands. Belle took a deep breath, reining the dragon to stay upright in the air. Stay still, please. He knocked 2 arrows, but instead of aiming at the scorpions, he aimed it at the sky, to the 2 great gods of the sun and the moon. I offer this to thee. The arrows glowed as power swirled into the tips. Set. Phoebus catastrophe. The 2 arrows vanished into the clouds, and after a split second, it rained. However, it wasn't just any rain. It was a rain of light and destruction, and yet, every shot was aimed at a specific scorpion each on the ground. Artemis could only watch in surprise and disbelief as the noble phantasm took out every scorpion around them. Surprise because she had felt the prayer reaching her, and disbelief at the fact that she didn't need to respond for the noble phantasm to activate. And as quickly as the rain of arrows came, so quickly did it too end. The goddess of the moon looked up, spotting Belle on the dragon holding Tauropolos, panting heavily. She also spotted the 2 other dragons closing in on them, whilst Belle's dragon landed on the ground. Artemis turned to the mother and daughter. Are you 2 all right? The woman immediately recognized the divinity in the goddess' eyes, and she bowed. Thank you for your protection, O goddess. The goddess of the moon nodded. Raise your head, you need not bow to me. The woman nodded as she lifted her head. Still, thank you for saving us. Artemis shook her head. Think nothing of it. Rather, if you wish to thank someone, thank him. He was the one who took out all of the monsters. She turned to see Bell approaching them. His dragon landed on the ground some distance behind him. Bell asked worriedly despite his evident exhaustion, "Is everyone okay?" The young girl beamed. "Yes. The pretty lady said you helped us." The boy blinked. Before he kneeled down, "Well, the important thing is you're okay." Artemis looked at Bell. "Teropolos. So you've acquired Atlanta's abilities." Bell nodded. "I did." The goddess looked at the bow. "May I?" The boy nodded and handed her the bow, and a smile appeared on Artemis' face before she returned it to the boy. "Use it well." Bell nodded as he let his hold on Atlanta's powers fade away, grimacing as the soreness hit him, but he focused on Artemis instead. Speaking of which, that was reckless, Artemis-sama. The goddess of the hunt raised an eyebrow. "Reckless, you say?" The boy nodded, frowning. "You jumped off the dragon to save them, and I appreciate that you would do so, but dash." Artemis cut him off. "And you would let them die?" Bell's frown deepened. "I'm not saying that. You're a goddess. We can't possibly let you fight against monsters. I could have taken them." Artemis stared at him amusedly. "Relax. I understand gods and Gekai do not have access to our arcanum anymore, but I still possess some of my original strength. With my authority as the goddess of the hunt, I am arguably as strong as a level 1 blessed with a Falna." Bell frowned. "But still, you shouldn't jump off a dragon to face an army of monsters." The goddess of the moon chuckled at his reaction. "I shall keep that in mind." Artemis then spoke again. "And speaking of which, you should do well to take care of yourself too. I don't know what you did, but using that noble phantasm had taken a lot of effort from you, did it not?" Bell froze. Before he looked away, "That's irrelevant." The goddess giggled. "Irrelevant how?" The boy glared at her lightly. "I wouldn't have to force Atlanta's powers through if you didn't jump in without thinking." Artemis blinked. "You forced her powers through?" Bell sighed. "Yes, I did forge a contract with Atlanta to inherit her abilities, but because of the circumstances, we had to bypass the usual process." The goddess of the moon hummed. "I see." Before she could comment further, Bell grimaced and stumbled, prompting her to catch him before he could fall to the ground. Artemis sighed. "See? What was that about being reckless?" The boy grumbled. "I don't want to hear it from you." The goddess chuckled and shook her head in exasperation. "Seriously, I can see why you ended up with Hestia now. You're almost as stubborn as she is. Is everyone okay?" They were torn away from their conversation when they heard Hermes' voice, and Artemis looked at Bell. "We can continue this conversation later, okay?" Bell could only nod as the other 4 of their group reached them. Line break. After sending the mother and daughter away, the 6 had resumed their journey and settled down for camp once the sun started to set. After a quick rest, Bell made dinner, simple with bacon, eggs, and bread. Now, Welf asked, "You know, we never found out what those monsters were. Any ideas?" Lily nodded. "I know several types of monsters that are shaped like scorpions, but none of them look like that. They look unnatural." Hermes and Artemis shared a look, and the god sighed. "I guess now'd be a good time." Hestia stared at him. "What do you mean?" Artemis spoke. "The monster we're going to defeat on this quest. It is the source of those scorpions we fought earlier." Bell came back with 3 plates of food, and he gave them to the 3 gods, before grabbing more for Lily, Welf, and himself. "Wait, it is." The goddess of the moon nodded. "Bear in mind, those are mere pawns. It does not come close to matching even a fraction of its original's true strength." Hermes threw some more firewood into the campfire. In the beginning, it started with an abnormal number of monsters spawning outside of Oreo. Villages were destroyed, and naturally, requests for protection and eventually investigation were put out. He looked at Bell. "It started approximately when you came to Oreo." The boy blinked. "Wait, really?" Artemis spoke up. "It may have been a coincidence, but we did consider the possibility that the connection to the throne of heroes may have triggered it." Hermes cleared his throat. Back to the topic. Various familias outside of Oreo managed to figure out the direction of source. According to the reports, it started with normal monsters you would find in the wild, but as they went out further, all they found were just the scorpions. Lily asked, "But what does that have to do with Belsama?" The god of messengers looked at her. "I'm getting there." He took a breath. "Thousands of years ago, there was a monster that would rot the land, taint the sea, and wither the forests. No one knows where it came from. It may have just been an anomaly, an abnormal species, but because there weren't many who were strong enough, it grew stronger until it became a beast worthy of a calamity." Artemis continued. "That beast was sealed in the ruins of Elsis, and the ancient spirits called it Antares." Bell blinked. "Antares? As in, the scorpion sent to kill the archer Orion?" The goddess of archery nodded. "Yes, the monster bears that name. What no one expected was for Antares to slowly gather power in the seal, and now it is strong enough to break through." Welf furrowed his brows. "Wait, so that means dash?" Hermes nodded. "News reached the guild, and my familia was dispatched to investigate. That was 2 weeks ago." Hestia frowned. "Then why were you back in Oreo?" The god of messengers closed his eyes. "We were looking for reinforcements. We ran into Artemis when we found the ruins, but unfortunately the enemy was too strong, too numerous for even my children." Lily looked at them in confusion. "Then why only the 4 of us? Surely we could have gotten more people." Artemis answered this time. "Numbers wouldn't have mattered. Perhaps it would have bought us more time with the pawns, but only the one chosen by the spear can defeat the beast. She looked at Bell, and that spear has chosen you. Bell? The boy looked at the spear, and for the first time since they departed, Bell felt an uncomfortable feeling from his back. I see. He had the sudden urge to load EMY and check out the spear, but Bell also had the feeling he didn't really want to know. Hermes cleared his throat loudly. Anyway, that's enough serious talk. If we're done with dinner, let's hit the hay. We have another long day ahead of us. No one objected. Despite the questions Lily and Welf had, they were happy to keep the conversation for a later time. Later, Bell was helping tidy up the equipment. Lily and Welf had gone off to wash up, while Hestia and Artemis were already in their own tent. That left the boy with Hermes. The god of thieves looked at the white rabbit. So, have you had a look at the spear with Emoi's eyes? Bell put the wash plates into a bag. No, I haven't. Hermes nodded. Good. For your sake, don't. The boy looked at him. What? Why? The god gained a grim expression. You won't like it. That weapon is a divine construct. Using magecraft from that world on it will only give you migraine. Bell nodded. I see. Thanks, Hermes-sama. Hermes chuckled. You're welcome. Speaking of which, what do you think of Artemis? The boy smiled. She's different from what I expected. The god raised an amused eyebrow. Oh? Care to explain? Bell nodded. From Heracles' memories, and from the stories my grandfather has told me, Artemis-sama would be a man-hater. Hermes laughed softly. Oh, she is. Trust me on that. But you should also know another side of her. The boy nodded. Artemis is the goddess who loved the archer Orion, or at least favored him. The god nodded. But Orion doesn't exist in this world. Hermes looked at the fire. Belkuin. For as long as I can remember, Artemis, Hestia, and Athena, these three goddesses were unchangeable. Hestia would stay hidden in her temple back on Tenkai, while Artemis only focused on hunting and despised men. You've changed one of them for the better. Bell laughed as he tightened the bag of plates and utensils. Surely you must be joking. Hermes snorted. I joke, and I jest all the time. But not this time. He looked at Bell. Belkuin, us gods, we're not almighty. In Tenkai, perhaps, with our arcanum, maybe. But we are just as vulnerable as you are, physically and emotionally. The boy nodded. I know. Hermes nodded. Artemis is the same. She puts on a firm demeanor, but she's the same as Hestia, the same as me. He let out a breath. Back to the topic. Orion doesn't exist in this world, but parallels do exist. Bell blinked. Wait. Hermes nodded. That spear you now have, it is the spear of Orion. You now bear the title. He snorted. And hell, you now possess the power of Atlanta. Regardless of how she is, that gives you a lot of points with Artemis. The boy chuckled. Hey, it's not like I'm trying to get into her good graces or something. The god of messengers laughed. No? Now that's disappointing. But the point I'm trying to make is that Artemis is okay with you being close to her. Your pure soul and heart is what lets her open up. Bell shook his head. You're exaggerating. Hermes snorted. Am I? The boy scoffed. Besides, I'm not worthy of that title. Hermes hummed. Really now? The god held off from saying more, simply because the name Orion, or the title, had different meanings in Gekai and Tenkai as compared to pan-human history. He looked up at the moon. So, aside from being different, what else do you think of her? Bell furrowed his brows as he tidied up other stuff. What's with asking me about Artemis-sama? Hermes chuckled. Call it curiosity. The boy sighed. I guess. She's reckless. She wanted to save that girl and her mother, and she jumped down from the dragon without thinking. The god nodded. Right. I did see that. I heard you weren't too happy about it. Bell scowled. Of course not. I wouldn't want her, or any of you, to be hurt when we could have taken care of things. Hermes smiled. And why is that? The boy blinked. Huh. The god asked. Why do you not want us to be hurt? Bell furrowed his brows. I mean, you're all gods, and... Hermes sighed. Just that? Just because we're gods. The boy blinked. Huh. The god looked up again. If you let Hestia hear that, she won't be happy, you know? Or well, she'll be happy for the wrong reasons. Bell blinked in confusion. What? Why? Hermes sighed. I told you, didn't I? We're the same as you. Or well, mostly. Some of the gods and goddesses genuinely see Gekai as a playground. But eventually, some of us came to love living with you children. Hestia, Artemis, and myself are like that. He looked at Bell in the eye. It's fine to respect us gods, but don't put us pedestals. We're not as great as you think, especially not in Gekai. Hermes stood up. I'll be on watch duty for the first half of the night. Go get some rest. Bell nodded. Oh, okay. The god looked at him again. And when you have the chance, talk to Artemis more. I'm sure she'll appreciate it. The boy nodded. Okay. Hermes leaped onto one of the trees, and he watched as Bell cleaned up the camp before heading into the tents. The god of messengers looked at the tent that housed Hestia and Artemis. He knew the goddess of the moon had seen how pure Bell's soul was, and if nothing, Hermes knew Artemis held a soft spot for children with pure and innocent souls. He sighed. It'll help boost the power of the spear. But still, even Hermes couldn't help but find it cruel. Author note. That's it. So I've seen a few stories where Artemis is portrayed differently from canon. Personally, I didn't like the movie version. But as you all may know, Artemis, in the Orion movie, is the spear with a bit of the original Artemis soul. So here, I've made it so that it is more Artemis than the spear. She is still more accepting, but not as much as the movie. So yeah, we also saw Atlanta as well, and yes, Bell can forcefully bypass the chant of both himself and the heroic spirit wants to, but it places a huge strain on his body. Chapter 17. Author note. Hey, I'm back with a new chapter. So I finished one of my exams, and I didn't feel like studying, so here we are with a new chapter. This is the last part of the Orion movie, so I hope it will turn out well. The Black Latios, having Artemis fuse with Bell, that is an interesting idea. You'll have to find out here. Anime fan 13579, now Atlanta is someone I already had planned even before I decided to add the Orion movie into the story. There are 2 archery gods in the story after all, wink wink. Glad you like the quick chant having a strain on the body. I am seriously considering a version of Load that would have him manifest certain traits like ears and tails, just for laughs. Obviously, it would mean Bell getting more access to the full power of the spirits, but we'll see. Sodkali 727. Now, funny you bring them up. Gene Alter is honestly a possibility, but I have not decided whether I should include her. Kiara is more than likely a no. Aragorn, I have not done a reaction FIC, so I'm not sure whether that will happen. Justin D. Now, one thing I want to bring up. Artemis is more of a man-hater than in the movie here. She is fond of him, but not in a romantic sense, not yet at least. Bell, on the other hand, as another reviewer has mentioned, does not quite see gods and goddesses in a romantic sense. Syr/Freya may be a different case, I stress maybe, simply because he is interacting with the human Syr, rather than the goddess Freya. But with Artemis and Hestia? He puts them on pedestals, worshipping them as goddesses, he sees them as beings higher than himself and out of his league basically. As for Sun Wukong, I think the actual heroic spirit you're looking at is Tang Sanzhong, or as per the fate variant of the name, Xuanzong Sanzhong/Sanzo. But you're right, we may see a martial artist type heroic spirit soon. Avalon GX, yep, it is. Kijin 666, now you may have read my response to Justin D, and I agree with you. Bell has never really been one to pursue a relationship in a romantic sense with a divine. Volume 18 of DanMachi shows it, but I may be reading too much into it, and it's actually just Bell loving Ace more. But anyway, this Bell is different from canon, if slightly just cause of the throne. So yeah, without further delay, here's the newest chapter. XXX. After the run-in with Antares pawns, the journey for the next 3 days were uneventful. Taking Hermes' advice, Bell had tried to talk to Artemis more, and both of them quickly came to find that they liked each other's company. Artemis had especially been curious about Bell's use of the Hestia knife and Minotan, considering they were hunting knives similar to her own. Now, they flew above the seemingly never-ending forest again, but as they went further, Bell quickly noticed the trees changing color, from the lush green to an ominous purple. The further they went, the darker the color. Well frowned, what the hell is this? Lily commented in horrified awe, it's like, the forest is dying. Hermes nodded, that's because it is. We told you, right? Antares withers the forests, it taints the land. Hestia frowned, Antares. Artemis looked forward, where a large temple could be seen, Antares lies there, the ruins of Elsis. Bell tightened his jaw, the ruins of Elsis. The goddess of the hunt glanced back at Hermes. Hermes, do you know where your children are? The god of messengers hummed. If I remember correctly, they should have set camp some distance away from the ruins on the main road. Artemis nodded. Can you lead the way? Hermes laughed. Who do you think you're talking to? The god of messengers led his dragon towards the front. Follow me, ladies and gentlemen. But the moment he did, Artemis' eyes widened. Wait, no. Bell was about to ask why she had reacted the way she did, but he didn't get the chance to, nor did he need to. A chime reached their ears, and Bell glanced up to where it came from. An uncomfortable feeling grew in his back, then a glint caught his eye, and he realized it came from the moon. The glint glowed brighter, and Bell realized what was coming. Spread out now. His warning came too late, for the rain of light and destruction was already upon them. The dragons all instinctively swerved around in an attempt to dodge the deadly arrows of light, but even then the barrage was too much, and they tore into the dragon's wings. Then they fell. But even then, the barrage continued, and Bell could barely regain his bearings, shielding Artemis with his own body. The boy grunted, load, Imawai. Set, Faker Chois. The power of the counter-guardian filled his body, and the 7-petaled shield formed above them, shielding him and Artemis from the rain of fire. Bell grimaced as the shield took on the attack, and he glanced around to look for his friends. Fortunately, the other dragons had crashed nearby, allowing Ajax to shield them as well. Artemis quickly realized what was happening, and she looked up at the purple flower for a shield. Bell. The 7 shields held strong, and soon, the rain of fire ceased. Hermes whistled with appreciation, the shield that deflected the spear of Troy's greatest hero, Ro Ajax, what a treat. Hestia ran over to where Bell and Artemis were, Belkuin. Artemis, are you two okay? Bell looked at her with a smile, yes, we're fine. Are you hurt, Hestia-sama? Hestia sighed with relief when she saw that both her best friend and her favorite child were safe. I'm okay. I'm okay. Bell looked to his side where Welf and Lily were, and the blacksmith sighed. I guess everyone is fine. Lily furrowed her brows as she tended to her dragon, but they're hurt. Artemis looked around, and true, all 3 dragons were hurt. We'll have to find a safe place to let them rest. The telltale sound of squeaking reached their ears, and Hermes quickly backed up towards Belle and Artemis. Yeah, don't think that'll be possible. Hestia's eyes widened when she realized they were surrounded by a horde of scorpions, monsters. Welf scowled. Are these more pawns? Artemis nodded. They're larger, stronger, but yes. Belle glanced around, and he noted that they were fully surrounded, but for some reason the scorpions were ignoring the 3 dragons and instead looking at them. He took a deep breath, trace, on. In the sky of a now distant forest, infinite stars scattered in the endless night sky. Respond to this foolish voice. Grant me the blessings of star and fire. A faint but familiar voice reached their ears, and Belle's lips curved upwards as he too chanted, I am the bone of my sword. Countless swords appeared above them. As the familiar voice grew louder, grant mercy to those that abandon thee. Come, wandering wind, O traveler, thee who traverse the sky and wilderness. Imbue the light of stardust and strike down the enemy. Belle willed the swords to aim at one side. Set, fake sword barrel. Full open. Luminous wind. The countless swords shot forward like bullets, as a figure appeared above them all, countless green spheres of wind shooting down at the other half of the monsters. In but the blink of an eye, every single one of the monsters were wiped out by the barrage of swords and wind blasts. The blasts died down, and Belle let the power of EMY fade away as he watched the figure land before them, wearing the familiar green cloak. I'd ask if you're all okay, but I suppose that is not needed. Belle laughed softly. Good to see you too, Rhea-san. The elf smiled softly. Belle, I want to say it's nice to see you too, but given the situation. Hestia asked, what are you doing here? Elf Cohen. Rhea looked at Hestia, noting the presence of Welf, Lily, Hermes and Artemis. I was asked to participate in this quest. She glanced back, and they should be here soon. The elf didn't miss the grimace from the god of messengers, but she wisely chose to stay silent as the other group arrived. Belle blinked. Asfi-san. Lily blinked in surprise. Oh, the Hermes Familia. Asfi took a deep breath, noting the newcomers but filing it for later. She was more focused on the one god slowly backing away, Hermes-sama. The god of thieves jumped. Why yes. My dear Asfi. The blue-haired woman stormed forward with an angry expression that impressed Artemis. You idiot. You left USTO watch the ruins. And you returned to Oreo? Hermes smiled forcefully. WL, I was looking for someone to wield the spear. And we got reinforcements. Asfi glared at him. That still doesn't justify vanishing without telling US. Do you know how worried all of US were? You only left a note. That we only found after we started to clean up camp. Hermes' smile strained. WL, when you put it that way. Artemis giggled. All right, I think he's learned his lesson, or not. Let's leave it at that, Asfi. The item maker turned to the blue-haired goddess, Lady Artemis. Asfi's lips thinned when she calmed down and saw Belle behind Artemis, Belle Cranel. I should have known it'd be you. The Perseus looked at Hermes. He's not weak, but you could have asked for more people to come. Hestia scowled. Do you have a problem, huh? Asfi shook her head. Belle Cranel is a good addition. I have no qualms with him. But we will need numbers to hold back the spread of the monsters. Lily hummed. I guess it does make sense. Lillian snorted. Well, I guess it's just one of those times with Hermes-sama and his poor managing skills. Hermes grimaced. Harsh. Rhea snorted. It is but the truth, Hermes-sama. The god looked at her in shock. Not you too. Asfi sighed. Let us head back to camp. We shouldn't stay out here any longer. She looked at Hermes, and no, it is not the same place we camped out before you left. Hermes froze. It's not. Hestia sighed. Seriously. Asfi nodded. The spread from Antares' taint was faster than we expected. We had to move to a safer area. Artemis furrowed her brows. Is it that bad? The captain of the Hermes Familia nodded. I'll tell you on the way back. For now, Lion, can you heal their dragons? The elf nodded. Of course. Belle asked with interest. You can heal them? Rhea's lips curved upwards. Right? I never did show you my healing magic. Did I? She approached the dragons and started. Tis the song of a now distant forest. The nostalgic song of life. Please grant the mercy of healing to those that seek thee. Noah heal. A gentle green light enveloped the dragons, and soon, their wounds healed. The dragons all squealed with joy as they quickly flapped their wings. Hermes hummed. Well, I'll be. Asfi nodded in satisfaction. Let us depart. We have a lot to discuss. The group walked through the forests, and Hermes asked, So, Asfi, can I get a status report? The blue-haired woman sighed. The taint of Antares has spread over a diameter of 1 kilometer. We managed to evacuate most of the nearing villagers, but a few of them were not so fortunate. The god of messengers nodded. I see. What about infiltrating the ruins? Asfi shook her head. Without Lady Artemis, it is not possible. All entrances are either sealed or infested with monsters. Belle glanced at the goddess in surprise. Without Artemis-sama? Artemis nodded. The main door is sealed keyed to my divine signature, to ensure Antares cannot escape or be released by anyone, intentional or not. Hermes hummed, but the seal will not last long. The god of messengers looked around. For now, let's take a break. We can afford to rest for the night. Asfi nodded. From our estimations, and Terry should stay in the ruins for at least 3 more days. We will stay for a day at camp and finalize our plans. Fogger spoke up. We've already arranged for additional tents, and I'm sure our supplies are still good for a while. Hermes laughed, as expected of you. Guess I can go home now, can I? The blue-haired woman stared at him blankly. Yeah. No. The god of messengers just laughed as he walked. I'm joking. As the group made their way through the forests, Hestia stared at Artemis, and she frowned. Artemis, can we talk? The goddess of the moon turned to look at her and, yes. With Bell, the boy blinked when he realized Hestia and Artemis weren't with them, and he looked around, only to see them some distance away from the group. Bell furrowed his brows. What are they dash? Belkuin. Hermes' voice reached his ears, and the boy turned to the god. Yeah. The god glanced at where Hestia and Artemis were, and he could guess what was going on. Let them be. I'm sure they have a lot to catch up on. Bell blinked. Huh. He looked back, and despite not being able to make out what they were saying, it didn't look like they were catching up at all, but dash. Hermes pulled him back. There are things we don't want to know, Bell. When the time comes, they will tell you. But this is between them. Bell frowned. Fine. The god nodded. Look, I know it's hard, but it is what it is. The boy glanced back at the 2 goddesses, and for some reason, Hestia looked furious, but Bell decided he would ask later. Line break. A while later, Bell sat in the tent he had been given. The feeling he had felt when they were attacked, Bell knew it felt familiar. It had been on his mind before, but he couldn't quite decide where it came from. Now that they were away from danger, Bell could sit down and reflect. Bell stared at the spear, and he knew Hermes had advised from checking it out. But the boy needed to know, the feeling from the barrage earlier felt so similar to the spear in Artemis, but it felt different at the same time. He made his decision. Load. Imawae. The power of the faker filled his body, and Bell laid his eyes on the spear, trace, on. The boy regretted that decision. Information about the spear rushed into his mind, and he felt an excruciating pain shoot through his head. The boy dropped the spear, breathing heavily as he tried to catch his breath. Bell's face blanched. He felt sick. He felt disgusted at himself, at the spear. Anger at Hermes for going through with the plan. Maybe that was why Hestia looked so furious. Maybe that was why Atlanta wanted him to protect Artemis. There were a lot of maybes, ifs, but it didn't matter anymore. The history, the purpose of the spear, no, the arrow, was now revealed to him. Bell stood up, breathing heavily. He needed to talk to the 3 gods. But before he could, Welf barged through the tent. Bell? The boy snapped out of his musings. Welf. The redhead grinned. Come with me, my brother in arms. A holy war is here. Bell blinked, his anger and conflicted emotions almost gone in an instant. Huh? The boy palmed his face. He really should have known better. Bell really should have known better, and he was disappointed in his contracted blacksmith for dragging him in. The reason was simple. Almost all of the men in the Hermes Familia, and now including him and Welf, were gathered outside of the camp. Hermes himself stood at the front on top of a boulder. Listen up. The men all listened with attention as Hermes spoke. Behind me, behind this little stream, lies a paradise that no one has seen before. The god of thieves made a show of clenching his fists. Lily, Asfi, and many others, especially Artemis. A goddess of purity, whose naked body, which no one, and I say no one, even none of the gods, have laid our eyes upon. Hermes looked down. My dreams were shattered once. But here, now, I have all of you with me. My brothers in arms. The god paused, looking around, and he grinned as he saw the captivated faces of the men around him. Save for Bell, today. Today, no man here stands alone. The men all sat up, and Hermes continued, today. We have chosen to believe in each and every one of us. Today, we will feast our eyes on a paradise no one has seen before. The god took a deep breath. There will be many challenges ahead of us. It will be a rough journey. But I trust that each and every one of us understand what lies after. Hermes smirked. Now, what do you say? Will you rise up to the challenge? Will you follow me into the depths of hell just to catch a glimpse of paradise? The men all roared in response, and the god nodded. Then let us stand together. Today, we will carve our names into the legends. Today, we will be known as true heroes. Hermes turned. Now, with me. Bell sighed as the men all rushed forward past the stream, and he stood up and turned away, so much for having a talk with him. A short moment later, all of the men were captured, beat up and tied up in ropes, with Hermes hanged over the waterfall, but that is another tragedy for another time. As Hermes hung over the waterfall, he laughed as he thought, now, go, Belkuin. Show me the true worth of Orion. Show me that Apollo was wrong. With Bell, the boy sighed as he wandered through the forests. Unfortunately, and unbeknownst to the boy, Hermes had seen it coming. With the help of some of his men, he had purposely made it so that the paths in the forest would all lead to a specific part of the waterfall. All Bell needed to do was find his way onto one of those paths, and he would end up to the same spot no matter where he went. Bell blinked when he walked through the trees. And as soon as he did, a familiar figure entered his line of sight. Bell blinked as he slowly waded through the trees, and his face paled when he realized who it was. Oh shit. The boy quickly turned to leave, but in his panic, he rustled some leaves and stepped on a branch. An arrow shot past his face, and he heard Artemis' voice. Who's there? Belle panicked. It's me, Belle. Oh, look, I got lost. I seriously didn't mean to come here. Artemis blinked as she realized it was Belle, and she sighed, realizing what was going on. By the gods, Hermes. The boy started to leave. I'm really sorry. I'll leave now. The goddess waded through the water, dispelling her bow and arrows as she grabbed her towel from the ground. Wait. Belle froze. Why, yes. Artemis sighed. I'm sure you have something you want to talk about, didn't you? The boy blinked. Huh. The goddess put on her robes. I saw you looking at us when I was talking to Hestia, and since we're alone, might as well. Belle blinked in confusion. I'm sorry. What? Artemis snorted. It was literally written on your face, and I'm decent now, so you can turn around. The boy turned around to see the goddess with a towel that wrapped up to her chest, but also not doing much to hide her figure. The goddess smiled in amusement at his obvious discomfort. Now, what did you want to ask me? Belle looked down. What? What were you and Hestia-sama talking about? Artemis' lips thinned. What indeed? What do you think? The boy clenched his fists. You're not truly Artemis, are you? The goddess' smile vanished, and she looked at him. And what makes you say that? Belle stared at her. Yamawai. His powers let me see the history of any blade I see. That spear. No, that arrow. You. No, the goddess Artemis summoned it when she was taken in by Antares. Artemis nodded. Yes, that is correct. To answer your question, that was exactly what Hestia was mad about. I am not Artemis, not in the truest sense. I am but a terminal for the goddess herself. I am Artemis, but as you can see, my personality is not quite there. The white rabbit nodded. A terminal. So you're Artemis, but like a clone. A copy. The goddess nodded. Yes. Everything I see, everything I feel, is a reflection of the real Artemis, of course. It is my consciousness, Artemis consciousness, that is. But this is not my true body. The boy scowled. And you wanted me to kill you. The goddess of the moon looked up. Kill. I guess that is the correct word. Belle frowned. Do not dodge the question. Artemis chuckled humorlessly. You are a cruel man. Belle Cranel. Was the answer you were looking for a yes? Did you want me to say that I wanted you to kill me? The boy fell silent. Before he spoke, Hestia-sama looked furious. The goddess nodded. Of course she would. We are close friends even back in Tenkai. Having her one and only child to kill her best friend is a cruel thing to do. Belle asked, is there truly no other way? Artemis shook her head. No. My being is trapped inside Antares, as you now know. I am but a shadow. The boy spoke up. I'm sure I can dash. The goddess cut him off. You can try, but you will fail. It is impossible. Every one of my children fell before Antares, and that arrow is all I managed to muster in my last moments of freedom. Artemis looked at him in the eye, and her eyes softened. I understand you want to help, that you care. I am happy, I truly am. But a hero cannot save everyone, you know that. Belle clenched his fists. I know, but that doesn't mean you have to give up before you even try. The goddess shook her head. I already did. This is the last option I had. The boy shot back. You don't know that. Artemis sat down with a small sad smile, staring at the stars. If that is what you insist, then I can't say more. Shall we talk about something less serious? I'm sure you would like to hear about Hestia when she was in Tenkai. Belle glared at her. Is that all you have to say? The goddess lips thinned. And what more do you want me to say? You are the bearer of the arrow, and I am asking you to use it for what it was made for. The white rabbit took a deep breath. So this is what the proud goddess of the hunt is reduced to. She clenched her fists before looking at him coldly. Do not waste your time trying. Boy, you are the heir to the throne of heroes. Carry yourself in a manner befitting of that title. Belle scowled, and he stormed away. I will find a way. As the boy left, Artemis sighed. So much for that. You underestimated him, Hermes. It was cruel of her, and despite the god's schemes, now that Belle knew, it was hard for them to go through with the original plan. For the spear to truly work, it needed Belle and Artemis to be close, but now she had instead pushed him away. The goddess snorted in self-depreciation. To think that I would care for the feelings of a boy. Artemis had to admit it. Their short time together had left her rather fond of Belle. Perhaps this was for the best. Line break. The next day, the whole group were gathered in the center of the camp. Artemis was giving a speech with Hermes about the plan, but Belle didn't feel like listening. No, he was frustrated. Despite drawing from the memories of various heroes he had, he couldn't understand how to truly help Artemis. The knowledge from the spear had told him many things, but the existence of Antares, that was the one thing he couldn't get. Of course, Belle had an idea, he had a plan, but without knowing the true nature of Antares, he was still in the dark. But before he could continue his musings, Hermes approached him. Belkuin. The boy almost lashed out at the god, almost. But instead, Belle settled for a calm stare, bordering on a glare. Yes, Lord Hermes? The god of messengers grimaced, having heard from Artemis what had happened yesterday, and he braced himself for impact as he held up the arrow of Orion. You forgot this. The boy looked at the spear, and his jaw tightened, before begrudgingly taking it. Thank you. Hermes nodded and backed away. We'll be heading into the ruins now. I trust you know what to do. Belle stared at him. Yeah, I know. The god of messengers nodded and turned away, leaving Belle with his friends. Ryuu asked, Belle, are you okay? The boy stared at Hermes and Artemis, who were talking to Hestia, the goddess of the hearth, now looking more cheerful. Yeah, I'm fine. Let's get ready. Bell turned away to ready his equipment, and Welf asked Lily and Rhea, what happened? Lily shrugged, beats me. A short while later, the members of the Hermes Familia were spread out around the ruins, drawing most of the pawns of Antares away. That left Bell and his group, which included his regular party, Asphai, Rhea, and the three gods, to make their way towards the ruins itself. Load, Ushawakamaru. Yusamidori appeared in his hands as Bell dashed forward, slicing down the scorpions in but the blink of an eye. Asphai watched in surprise as the level 2 moved with the speed of a high-tier level 3. In fact, in terms of speed alone, he was probably nearing her own, falling short only if she used her Teleria. Soon, Bell flicked the sword to rid it of the gore from the scorpions. Let's keep going. Artemis and Hermes both kept a poker face, whilst Hestia watched on with worry as they continued going in. Soon, they arrived at the main entrance, where a symbol of a bow and the moon could be seen on a small monument. Rhea spoke. This is the entrance we couldn't get through. Artemis nodded. You wouldn't have. This door is sealed by my power, and mine alone. She raised a palm over the sigil, and it glowed, before the door slid open. The goddess of the moon spoke. Let us continue. The group continued walking, until they noticed the walls turning into a bloody red, infested with flesh the more they went in. Asphai scowled as they stood before the fleshy hallway. This temple, they've turned it into a nest. Hermes spoke. We'll have to go further in before we reach Antares. Hestia looked at the others. Are you all okay to continue? Bell spoke. We have to. He went in first, this time with Sakata Kentoki's powers, and he swung the Golden Eater as he cleaved through the monsters that appeared before them. Ryu and Asphai didn't even need to act, for the boy was fast and strong. The scorpions never stood a chance against him. Bell took a deep breath as more scorpions spawned from the corridor. Set, golden. He dashed forward as lightning crackled around the axe, spark. Thunder boomed through the corridor as Bell decimated every scorpion before him, including the pods, or rather, eggs that laid further back in the corridor. Hermes whistled with appreciation. Now that's golden. Hestia sighed. Come on, let's continue. Rhea studied her friend, uncomfortable with seeing such ferocity from the normally kind boy. Asphai evidently noticed it too. You thinking what I'm thinking, lion? The elf glanced at the woman, and she nodded. Yes, there's something wrong with Bell. No, it's not him. The two women turned to Artemis, who held a flat expression, and Ryo blinked. Artemis-sama. The blue-haired goddess sighed. He is just angry, and he has every right. Asphai blinked. I'm sorry. What do you mean? Before the goddess could answer, Hermes butted in. Now, that can come later. We're gonna be left behind, you know? With that said, Hermes jogged on ahead with Welf and Lily, and Hestia patted Ryo on the back. It's okay. Belkowen's fine. But just keep an eye out for him. The goddess of the hearth continued on ahead, leaving the two women. Asphai sighed. If they say it's fine, then there's nothing wrong with it. Rhea just nodded, but kept her eyes trained on her friend. But the moment they joined the rest and venturing further down, Artemis winced as she fell to a knee. Ugh. Hestia was instantly by her side. Artemis. The goddess of the hunt raised a palm. I'm fine. I just need a second. Bell's lips thinned, clenching his fists in frustration, but before he could voice his concerns, Artemis stood up. Let us keep going, and Terry should be just behind the next corridor. The blue-haired goddess pushed forward, and Hermes thinned his lips. Come on, we're close. Soon, the group reached a large opening, the center of the temple. But what they saw next left them in shock. For despite being the center of the temple, everything was razed to the ground except for the walls. And at the very center was a large scorpion-like monster, with pitch-black outer shell and countless tendrils attached to it. In addition to the giant scorpion body, it also had a humanoid-like upper body. A giant blue crystal rested above the center of its upper body, and it gleamed, revealing the figure encased inside. Hestia looked away painfully, and Welf spoke out in shock. That's Antares. Lily blinked. W8? Why is Artemis-sama inside of that? Bell scrunched his nose, glaring at the monster as it released a purple aura that reached up to the opening where the moon was. As if reacting to that act, Artemis fell to her knees again, this time next to Bell. The boy forgot his anger and knelt down. Artemis-sama. The goddess grimaced. Bell, the arrow. Do it. Bell scowled. No, I'm not doing it. Artemis winced in pain as Antares drew more of her arcanum into its body. You have to do it. The boy was about to argue more, but a chime and a gleam, followed by the sudden feeling of arcanum in the skies, caught their attention. Bell cursed. Load. Emiy. Set. Faker Chois. The 7 purple petals formed above them, as the shield of Ajax the Great blocked the rain of fire from the skies. Asphai gaped. A magic barrier? The shield held strong, and after a short moment, it died down as Antares roared with anger from seeing Bell block its attacks so easily. Bell dispelled the barrier, and he summoned Kancho and Bakuya in his hands. But before he could charge forward, Antares roared again, and this time swung its claws and arms at the group. None of them saw it coming, for everyone was blown away, crashing into the walls. Bell grunted as he got to his feet. Damn it. He glanced around. Ryu and Asphai were fine, and Welf was with Lily, while Hestia and Hermes had not taken any damage, having been taken to safety by the 2 level 4s. That left Artemis near him, who was not so fortunate and was caught in the blow. The goddess got to her knees. Bell? Bell furrowed his brows, the weight of the spear on his back feeling heavier for some reason. Not now. He glared at Antares. It was no or never. He had to try it. But before he could, time stopped. Bell Cranel, the heir to our legends, our legacy. A male voice reached his ears, and Bell frowned. Who are you? He didn't need ask. Bell knew already. If you cannot grant her last wish, then let me do it. Just as much as it pains you, it pains me so much that I cannot stand to see her in such a state. Bell didn't respond. He couldn't, because he knew the voice wasn't wrong. Despite the short amount of time of knowing her, Bell did care for Artemis. Let us put her to rest. We are not killing her. We are setting her free. Time resumed, as Bell's lips moved. I am thou, and thou art I. Power filled his body. As Bell's body moved almost involuntarily, thou hast acquired a new vow. Thy body shall serve mine will, and mine fate shall be thine sword. He stood up, reaching for the arrow on his back. Let an oath be sworn here. I shall attain all virtues of all of heaven, and I shall dispose of all evil of hell. The arrow too glowed with power, much to everyone's surprise, but Bell ignored them. If thou dost accede to this will and reason, then answer my call. Come forth from the rings of restraint, O protector of the balances. Load, Orion. Power exploded from Bell's body, as a bow with blade built into its core appeared in his hands, whilst the arrow of Orion turned sleek in response to the power of Orion flowing through Bell's body. The white rabbit knocked the arrow as power swirled into the bow and arrow. Artemis stared at him in shock. Bell? Then she noticed his eyes, and she realized the person before her didn't feel like the boy. Wait. Who are you? The figure before them was undoubtedly Bell, but his normally amber eyes were now black. Artemis quickly recognized the presence. You're Orion, from Pan-Human history. What happened to Bell? Bell glanced at her, but the voice that came out was a different one, deeper, more mature, and it held a deep longing directed at her. The boy is, don't worry, it'll be over in an instant. He pulled the arrow further back, ready to fire, but before he could, his whole body stiffened, and Orion grunted, what are you doing? The boy's eyes flickered, and the right eye turned back to his normal amber. Get out. Bell's left eye widened, before a burst of power exploded from his body, pushing everyone back, as the boy panted, glaring at the ground. Time froze again, and this time, Bell could see a giant of a man before him, wearing hunter pants and a sash over his upper body, also holding the same bow Bell had just used. That man was the hunter Orion. The hunter frowned. Why did you reject me? Can't you see Artemis is in pain? Bell glared at him. I had a plan. But that arrow is not it. Orion stared at him firmly. And what do you plan to do? You saw her. She has been devoured by the beast. The least we can do is release her from her suffering. You agreed when we forged our contract. The boy, despite being half the size of the hunter, stared back firmly. I agreed that it pained me to watch her suffer, but not like this. If you weren't so focused on the goddess, then you would have figured out what he planned to do. The two turned to see a white-haired man clad in a red and black skin-tied outfit. Orion's lips thinned, counter-guardian. Emai smirked, but the power of my version is weak. Do you think you can pull it off? Bell nodded. I do. The hunter frowned. What are you talking about? We're doing something golden. That's what it is. The three turned to see yet another muscular man, but blonde this time, and also holding the golden eater. Sakata Kentoki smirked. You'll be in a world of hurt. You know that, right? Bell nodded. I know, but I have to try. Then let us try. Frankly, you gave up hope too soon, and it is not like you to be like this, Orion. Everyone turned to see a lady with unkempt green and golden hair, with 2 lion ears. Atlanta looked at Orion. Believe in him. I too care for the goddess, but this time, you have jumped the gun, as they say. A loud roar reached their ears, and they all saw the silhouette of Heracles at a distance. The greatest archer from Greece sighed once he looked around. Fine, I admit, I went too far. He looked at Bell. I apologize, this is not our world, nor is it our time. You are our heir, and you know our abilities well as we all do. Bell nodded. I won't fail. Emai scoffed. Yeah, not this time, but don't be arrogant. Atlanta smiled. This will also probably be the only time we can talk like this. It will probably never happen again. Kentoki snorted. If we don't get another problem like what the archer there pulled. Orion's lips thinned, but he kept silent. The counter-guardian nodded. Time's up. Show us what you can do. And try not to burn out so quickly. Bell smirked. Yeah. Time resumed, and Bell raised his head back at Antares. Rhea asked, Bell? You okay? The boy nodded. Yeah, I'm fine. Artemis snapped at him. Why did you stop? You had a clear shot. Bell looked at her, and he frowned. I'm not using the arrow. The goddess glared back at him. Why are you so stubborn? Why would you deny me dash? The white rabbit took a deep breath as he cut her off. I will not use the arrow. I won't kill you. That caught everyone by surprise, and Asfi asked, Wait, what do you mean, Bell Cranel? Bell tossed the spear to the ground. This spear, this arrow? It's a divine weapon. It was created to kill gods. The blue-haired woman's eyes widened. Wait. So that's why. She snapped her head towards Hermes furiously. You knew. Hermes grimaced, but before they could continue, Antares roared. Maybe you will want to focus on that. Asphi glared at her god. We will have words about your actions, Hermes. Hermes winced. Ugh, yep, no suffix, no lord. I'm dead. The blue-haired woman stormed forward. Bel Cranel, lion, will take on the beast. Arde, Welf Kratzo, you two protect the gods. No one objected as they all dashed towards Antares. Asphi threw a handful of burst oil flasks at the monster, while Rhea smacked it with her wooden sword. As for Bel, he held the Hestia knife and slashed at its legs. The captain of the Hermes Familia scowled when her flasks didn't do much damage. If at all, it's immune to my burst oils. Rhea furrowed her brows as she smacked one of the tendrils away. This will take too long. Bel dodged a slash from the pincers. I have an idea, but I'll need some time, and I need to reach the crystal. Asphi looked at him as she floated in the air. What are you planning to do? The boy backflipped away to a safe distance. Something dumb, something stupid. But if I can pull it off, I can save Artemis. Rhea sighed. Fine, we'll buy you some time. Asphi blinked. Wait, lion. The elf smiled. I believe in him. If Bel says he can do it, then he will. Bel nodded. Thank you, Rhea-san. The blue-haired woman gaped, before she let out a growl in frustration. Fine. You did well with the Goliath anyway. I'll trust you again. The two women dashed forward to lure Antares' attention away, and Bel stood there to focus. He took a deep breath. Overload. Heracles, Yemai. An enormous amount of power filled his body, and Bel grimaced as he felt the strain almost immediately. But he didn't stop there. Overload. Sakata Kentoki. The boy winced as the strain tripled, almost struggling to stand. This should be enough. With the power flowing through his body, Bel felt strong and light, but also as if a heavy weight was on him at the same time. Bel took a deep breath again, and he dashed forward. In an instant, he closed the gap and appeared before Antares, much to Rheo and Asphi's surprise. Heracles' nameless sword axe appeared in his hands, and he swung, smashing it into Antares' face. The strike sent it skidding backwards into the wall as Bel landed on the ground. On a side, Hestia stared in shock. What in the... Artemis and Hermes were both speechless too. They could feel it, the amount of power coursing in Bel's body. It was so much that he was literally glowing with a bright bluish and whitish aura around him. Artemis thinned her lips. He's powerful, but that won't be enough. And so what if it's not enough? Evidently, Bel had heard her, as he snapped his head at them. The boy turned back to Antares. It's not over yet. We still have a chance. Artemis frowned. And what more can we do? Bel didn't answer. Trace. On. A ceremonial dagger appeared in his hands, an iridescent and jagged dagger that was blunt and brittle, almost like a magic sword. Evidently, the three Greek gods recognized it. Hermes felt stupid. Oh. Antares, its existence is pretty much magic. Hestia smiled. No, he can do it. He will do it. Back with Bel, the boy dashed forward, appearing above Antares, where the crystal that held Artemis' body was. The boy roared, set fake rule. Breaker. In the end, the power binding Artemis' body to Antares was still considered magic, like a contract. And what better to break a contract than the dagger that embodied the divinity of the Witch of Betrayal? Before he wasn't sure, but now? Now that Bel was sure Antares' body was made mostly with magic, all Bel needed to do was break it. He brought the dagger down, stabbing it into the crystal, and it glowed in response to the blade. But despite the power of the dagger, the crystal wasn't budging, simply because there was still a limit to what the dagger could do. But Bel wasn't done. Now that he was in position, he could do more. So he did. Overload. Atlanta. Ushiwa Kamaru. David. Terra no Kajikyo. Dion. The powers of the five weaker, but certainly no lesser heroes, filled his body, and the glow became brighter as the crystal started to crack. Antares wailed in pain as it felt Bel trying to wrestle Artemis away from its hold, and it tried to pierce Bel with its pincers. But before they could reach him, Rhea blocked one with her sword. Bel? Antares growled and tried to stab them with its other pincers, only for Asphi to blow them away with her burst oil. Lion. Bel Cranel. Bel growled, not yet. Not yet. He pushed the knife down, set, 9 lives. Golden spark. Lightning crackled around his body as thunder boomed, as Bel pushed down further, but it still wasn't enough. His other noble phantasms wouldn't be of much help, given that they would only provide him with speed and technique, but not power. No, what he needed pure energy, raw power. Overload. Orion. It frankly wouldn't have been possible with his current body, but through sheer will, Bel took on the last heroic spirit he had contracted thus far, and the aura around him glowed brighter, so bright it was blinding to look at. Bel felt the crystal crack beneath him, the cracks running all over the crystal. He needed one more push. Artemis. The god and 2 goddesses looked at him, and Bel yelled, don't give up. I'm not giving up yet. So don't you dare tell me to use that arrow. He glanced back at her. I will break your prison. And you can tell me everything about Hestia-sama back when she was in Tenkai. Hestia and Artemis blinked. Huh. Bel yelled again. You offered to tell me about Hestia-sama yesterday, right? Tell me later when I get you out. Hermes blinked. Before he chuckled. I see. So that's how it is. The god of messengers grinned. Go for it, Bel. Bel nodded. Then I pray to you, oh, goddess of the moon, I beseech thee for mine destiny. Power flowed out from Bel's body, and it reached out to Artemis, and only then did both goddesses realize what he was doing. Artemis sighed, but a smile appeared on her face, to try to give me hope. You truly are a cruel man, Bel Cranel. Hestia smiled brightly, Artemis. The goddess of the moon nodded as she faced Bel and Antares. As I grant thee mine blessing, let thy fate be decided here, let thy body be blessed with colossal might, and thy mind with serene calmness. Bel nodded as the power flowed back into his body. Set, Artemis Hagnos. His body exploded with power once more, and he transferred all of the power in his body into the dagger. The crystal glowed once more, and Antares roared in defiance as it tried to hold onto Artemis' true body. But Bel wouldn't let it do so. Then the crystal shattered, as the connection between Artemis' real body and Antares disappeared. Without missing a beat, Bel wrapped his arms around Artemis' body, and he kicked himself away from the monster, landing before the three gods. Bel gently laid the body down. Trace, on. What could only be called a golden scabbard appeared before them, and Bel pushed it against Artemis' true body. Welf and Lily watched in shock as the scabbard glowed, healing the goddess body. The blacksmith easily noticed its craftsmanship. What in the world is that? Hestia gasped. Wait, isn't this? Hermes thinned his lips. Avalon. Artemis looked at Bel. How did you dash? Despite the bright glow around him, the gods all could see that his complexion was getting paler by the second. But before they could voice out his concerns, Bel turned to face Antares once more. It's time we finish this. Orion's bow appeared in his hands once more, and the arrow shot out from the ground into his hands. There were many noble phantasms he could use, but given the situation, it was more fitting to use this. The spear turned into an arrow once more, and Bel slid it over the bow. With this bow and arrow, I shall hunt all beasts in existence. No beast shall escape my sight. Now beast will escape my arrow. Energy swirled into the arrow and the bow, further powered by the 8 other heroic spirits that coursed through Bel's body. Set, Orion Horkos. The boy released the arrow, and it pierced the beast in an instant, leaving a massive gaping hole in the part where the crystal used to be. Antares let out a final wail, before it fell to the ground and vanished without a trace. At the same time, the flesh that infested the temple all disappeared, leaving the ruins back to its original state, if you ignored the damage already done. Bel panted as he released his hold on the powers of the 9 heroes. Is it over? Hermes walked over to him, and he chuckled. Yeah, it is. Well done, hero. The boy gave him a weak smile. Heh, I still have a lot to say to you, you asshole of a god. The god of messengers laughed. I look forward to it. As long as you don't kill me, that is. Bel snorted. Yeah, no. The pair turned to Hestia and Artemis, only to see Artemis glowing, and Bel panicked. W8? Artemis-sama? The goddess chuckled. Relax, I'm just returning to my original body, but I'll probably be out cold for a while. She looked at Bel. But thank you, Bel Cranel. I take it back. You truly are the heir to the throne of heroes. Hermes smirked. Well, you have to teach me your ways to have gotten her to acknowledge you. The boy snorted humorlessly. Yeah. No. Artemis snorted. He is different, Hermes. Her body started to fade away. I guess time is up. We can talk later when I wake up. She looked at Hestia. I hope you will keep my body safe, Hestia. The goddess of the hearth laughed. Who do you think you're talking to? Artemis smiled in amusement, a goddess who has an obsession with her only child. Hestia spluttered. W-Waita. Everyone laughed as Artemis returned to her original body, and Lily commented, she'll be fine. Will she? Avalon had long since disappeared, but Artemis' body looked a lot better than before, and everyone watched as her chest rise and fall, signifying her breathing. Welf nodded. Yeah, it should be fine. Asfi and Rio walked over to them, and the blue-haired woman smiled. Color me impressed, Bel Cranel. Bel looked at them, a small smile on his face, and he opened his mouth to respond, only to freeze. Rio caught the pause. Bel? Blood leaked from the boy's mouth, and he fell to his knees, then everything went black for him. Bel. Author note. Done. So that's the end of the Orion movie. Hope y'all liked how I ended it. It will be interesting with how Artemis will play a role in Oreo. The next chapter will be the start of Season 2, so the Wargame arc. I'm not sure when I'll get to work on the next chapter, due to work and whatnot, but we'll see. Until then, read and review please. Chapter 18. Author note. Hey, I'm back with a new chapter. The quotable patella, my mistake with the radius thing. English isn't exactly my first language, you see. I'm trying, but obviously there'll be errors here and there. And I'm glad you pointed that out, or I would have continued making that mistake. But a 0.5 kilometers spread, it is a bit small compared to canon, I suppose. Anyway, glad you liked how I ended that arc. LuxCranel000, I do have similar ideas on my challenge list on my profile. But considering I've recently done an Ultraman FIC as a crossover with Symphogear, Ultraman is sort of on the back of my list now. But at some point, I do plan on doing a Boku no Hero Academia FIC with elements from Inazuma 11. Anime Fan 13579, now what I was planning is that we have a more in-depth/deeper level version of Load to show the traits. I'm trying to think of a phrase for it that keeps with the theme of Load, i.e., overload for stacking. As for the encounter with Antares, I don't think it's exaggerated per se. As you mentioned, Yemaiwai for the dagger, Heracles for boosting the weapon to its highest degree. But at the same time, Antares is a monster with the power of a god. As shown in the Lost Belts and implied in DanMachi canon, gods have powers that transcend mortals. So using 7 other heroic spirits, plus Orion's Epi to boost him further up, and only then can Bell break through, I don't think it is too exaggerated. And nice catch too, Atlanta is someone Apollo also has a connection to. Sort of, so it will be an interesting thing to write in this arc. Grand Servant, now killing Artemis or keeping her alive was honestly a hard choice for me. But well, we'll just have to make it work. Silver Crow, Jworld 21, Axial Direction, Cody White 162, here you go, new chapter. Sadkali 727, yep, Kiara is a definite no. She's arguably the worst character in Fate with her personality, but well, if you're an M, cough. Skeletal Reader, now Bell being too reliant on the throne is something we will address soon. The skills are there, he has the memories and techniques. But given that he hasn't faced an opponent that its seal is magic, you get the idea. Timsound, thanks. Glad you liked it. And yep, considering he loaded 9 heroic spirits in one go, used 4 noble phantasms, traced another, you'd bet he'd strained his entire mind, soul, and body. Yes, glad you liked the story so far. So yeah, here's the newest chapter and the beginning of Season 2. Enjoy. XXX. 2 weeks later, Hermes and his familia along with the Antares expedition group had returned to Oreo. With how much power Bell had taken on, the strain on his boy was so great that he had been out cold for an entire week. But thanks to Ria's healing magic and Hermes swiftly bringing him to the Dien sect and Mayak familia, Ermid and Naza had managed to keep him from having any fatal injuries. Unfortunately, that meant Bell couldn't go dungeon diving for the next few days. Now, Bell was in the guild, inside one of the private meeting rooms with Aina to report his perspective of the quests. The half-elf sighed, so that's what happened. Bell chuckled sheepishly, why yes. Aina let out a long breath. I won't blame you. The circumstances called for it, and I'm glad you did. You managed to save Lady Artemis from death. That is a great feat considering Antares is now rated to be a monster almost on the level of the 3 great quests. The boy blinked. Wait, really? The half-elf nodded. Granted, Antares is very much weaker, but the severity of what could have happened is what makes it that serious. A smile grew on his face. Really now? Hee. Aina huffed and smacked him lightly on the head with a book. Don't let it get to your head. You almost died, you know? Bell giggled. I know. Speaking of which, I heard Oreo got into some trouble too. The half-elf nodded. After you left, the guild issued a lockdown on the city, and the dungeon went crazy. Fortunately, the Loki Familia managed to stop the monsters from overflowing. The boy nodded. Loki Familia? I see. Aina hummed. At any rate, everything is good now. You have a new achievement to your name, and I'm sure you'll be even more famous from now on. Bell chuckled. Yeah, I don't think that's a good thing. The half-elf laughed. The few days you were out, we announced your efforts in the quest, and everyone was in an uproar, you know? The boy sighed. I can tell. It wasn't easy getting here. The morning, Bell had plenty of people staring at him, whispering amongst themselves. The attention had been more than when he had leveled up before, considering the guild didn't quite hide the details of the quest. Bell focused back on Aina. Anyway, I'll be heading back. I'm still not clear to get back into the dungeon. Not to mention, Hestia-sama and Artemis-sama will be mad if I do. The half-elf giggled. All right, get going then. The boy smiled as he stood up. I'll see you sometime in a few days, I guess. Aina nodded. All right. Bell then left, heading back to the church they stayed in. Line break. After a short walk, the young hero in training reached his quarters, and he quickly noticed Artemis inside, standing in front of the altar. Bell greeted, Artemis-sama. The blue-haired goddess looked back. Bell, welcome back. The boy smiled. What are you doing? Artemis looked at the altar of the church. I was just cleaning up the church. Bell blinked. Huh? The goddess of the moon smiled. Well, considering Hestia is always busy with work, and you with dungeon diving, no one would be around to tidy up, right? The boy blinked again after having a look around. Wait, did you dash? Artemis nodded. Yep, I just finished with the floor. Now for the benches and the altar. It was true. The floor was way cleaner than before. There was literally 0 dust or stains. Bell furrowed his brows. You didn't have to. The blue-haired goddess snorted with amusement. Are you telling me what to do, Mel? The boy nodded. Yes. Artemis chuckled. I wanted to do it anyway. It feels weird being the only one not doing anything. Considering Hestia let me join the 2 of you when I literally have nothing left. Bell sighed. At least let us know so we can help. The goddess of the moon shook her head in exasperation. You know what? I'm not even going to try. Artemis sat down on one of the benches, and Bell asked, Have you gone to see Lord Apollo? The goddess scoffed. Apollo? You must be joking. The boy blinked, but I thought. Artemis shook her head. I told you before, we may share the same connections to pan-human history, but we are not the same. Apollo and I. We may be considered siblings, but we are anything but. Bell looked confused. I don't follow. The blue-haired goddess chuckled. The simple way to put it is that we don't get along. Artemis shook her head. But enough about Apollo. Let's talk about something else. Belle smiled awkwardly, as sure. Actually there is something I was curious about. The goddess of the hunt raised an eyebrow, yes. The boy asked, do you plan on restarting a familia? Artemis hummed, that is a good question. For now, not really. I can't bear the thought of restarting a familia after every one of my child died. Belle nodded, right, sorry. That was insensitive of me. The goddess snorted, no, don't worry about it. To be frank, I've already given you my blessing. The boy blinked, wait, what? Artemis smiled dryly, your noble phantasm, in addition to the power it originally held, it also holds my blessing. Compared to Orion from pan-human history, your version now holds the blessings of the two of us. Belle blinked, oh. The goddess of the moon giggled at his reaction, it's not like a fauna, in case you're wondering. This is more akin to the blessings of the old. But because you already hold Hestia's fauna, my blessing was added to your noble phantasm and will only work when you use it. The boy hummed, I see. That? I never really thought about it. Artemis scoffed, really now? That's disappointing, after reaching out to me for my blessing, and you didn't even realize what you'd done. Belle laughed sheepishly, sorry. The goddess sighed, Hestia was right, you really are hopeless. Artemis leaned into her seat. So, I heard from Hestia and Hermes, you want to be a hero. Belle's face flushed, what? The goddess of the hunt nodded, and not just any hero, but like a hero of the older tales, hence your connection to the throne of heroes. The boy looked down, WL? They're not wrong. Artemis hummed, tell me, do you know how you obtained that power? Belle blinked, sorry. The goddess of the moon looked at him in the eye. Not anyone can just become the heir to the throne of heroes, in fact, it shouldn't be possible. The boy furrowed his brows, what do you mean? Artemis spoke, the throne of heroes should have been in existence outside the realms of this world. The only thing remotely close to even having a connection to it is the existence of us gods. Simply because we share the same existences as our counterparts in pan-human history. Belle blinked again, oh. The goddess nodded, so a normal human, or any mortal in general, won't be able to connect to the throne. Only a god can do it, and Hestia swore she didn't do anything. The boy hummed, I see. So you think a god gave me this power? Artemis nodded, potentially. Or it may be something totally different as far as we know. You wouldn't have met any gods outside of Oreo, have you? Belle furrowed his brows, no, not really. I pretty much grew up with my grandfather in this remote village, and I only came to Oreo a while ago. Literally the first goddess I met was Hestia-sama. The goddess of the moon hummed, I see. Then I guess we can't do much about that. Artemis nodded to herself, all right, now that's enough of a break. Belle blinked, I beg your pardon? The goddess of the moon smiled softly, since you offered, I'll have you help me clean up the church. The boy blinked again, line break. Meanwhile, inside a mansion somewhere in Oreo, an amber-haired handsome god sat in his room, staring at the reports his children had given him. The god of the sun giggled with glee, how wonderful. To think this wonderful young man has saved my baby sister. Apollo laughed, first he prays and dedicates a noble phantasm to me. Then he saves my baby sister. He really does know how to please a god. The god looked aside, what do you think, Hyacinthos? The beautiful man held back a snarl, I believe he should be rewarded. Apollo grinned, you think so too, don't you? I think we should reward him by letting him join our familia. He passes the minimum requirement in the looks department, so he will fit right in with the rest of my children. The god laughed as he went on to fantasize about Belle, not noticing the look of pure anger, hatred, and jealousy on the face of his dear captain. Hyacinthos studied his god, and he closed his eyes. He knew the machinations of his god, and Hyacinthos prided himself in being the one closest to Apollo. Apollo will get Cranel into his familia, one way or another. But that didn't mean he couldn't lay down the rules of the familia before the boy actually joined them. Cranel was a record breaker, a famous adventurer in his own right, that much he could acknowledge. But in the Apollo familia? Well, every familia had their own rules, and the Apollo familia was very much different from the Hestia familia, if the latter could be even called one. So he would teach the young boy a lesson, a very important lesson if he wanted to survive in Oreo. The beautiful man smirked to himself. This would be Hyacinthos' welcoming gift to his newest familia member. A few days later, Belle, Welf, and Lily had finished diving into the dungeon again. Now, they were in a different bar, one recommended by Lily. Belle blinked. Wait, you leveled up? Welf grinned. Damn right I did. I just gained the blacksmith skill, so that means I'll be able to forge better equipment from now on, Belle. The boy beamed. That's wonderful. The blacksmith laughed. I know, right? Lily giggled, before she asked, so? That means we'll be breaking up this party, won't we? Belle blinked. Huh? What do you mean? The prum looked at both men. Well, the reason we even partied up was so we could get Welf-sama to level up and get his blacksmith skill so he could make better equipment for Belle-sama, right? Belle and Welf shared a look, before they laughed. Lily blinked. What? Belle smiled. Lily, we're not just splitting up just like this. Welf nodded. Damn right. So you're not getting rid of us anytime soon. The prum in disguise giggled. Okay. Now since Welf-sama leveled up today, When will you get your next one? Bell-sama? Bell opened his mouth to answer, but before he could, someone cut them off. Level up? Again? We all know you're the so-called record breaker, but know some shame, will you? The three turned to see a prom staring at them with a mocking gaze. Welf scowled. The hell are you? The prom, Juan, snorted, as if I need to tell you my name. Trash? The blacksmith scowled. The fuck you just say? Juan smirked. What? Can't handle the truth? A trash of a blacksmith, a useless supporter, and a cheating rabbit-playing adventurer. They say birds of a feather flock together, so it's fair to say trash would be grouped together too. No. Welf saw red, but before he could do anything, Bell pulled him down. Welf? The blacksmith looked at his friend, and Bell shook his head. Not here. Welf clicked his teeth. Okadash. So the rabbit actually knows his place. Well, I guess I can give you 1 point. Juan continued running his mouth, but then, I'd be ashamed too, especially if I were to be in a so-called familia with a goddess like that bimbo of a goddess. Hell, she can't even be called a goddess. All she has is giant boobs and nothing to her name. Bell stopped, and he glared at the prom, earning a yelp of fright from the sudden glare. But when Juan saw that Bell wasn't doing anything, he went back to running his mouth. I am right, aren't I? That's why you're mad. You're actually embarrassed that you have that bimbo for a goddess. Juan grinned when he saw the snarl on Bell's face, and you're trash members of a party. First you get a poor tiny supporter who can't do shit. Then you get a joke of a blacksmith who's probably only in the Hephaestus Familia because the goddess felt bad for kicking him out. Juan smirked. I feel Ayuwa. Before he could continue, a mug filled with beer smashed into Juan's face, sending him to the ground. Bell and Lily blinked when they saw Welf's extended hand, and the blacksmith glared at the prom. Sorry, my hand slipped. Almost immediately, half a dozen men stood up from around them, and Juan winced, but still grinning. Now you've done it. Bell went to stand by Welf. Welf? The blacksmith scoffed. Save it, he had it coming. The boy sighed. Fine. The men around him charged, but in the face of 2 level 2 adventurers, none of them stood a chance. Welf relished in his newfound strength, tossing 2 of the men into the ground and sending another crashing into the walls. As for Bell, he took on 3 of the men, punching and kicking them into the ground. After kicking the last one on the ground away for good measure, Welf looked around. Who's next? That'll be me. I've been interested in the little hero and his infamous party. Let's see how well you live up to the hype. No? Welf turned, but before he could react, a palm sent him crashing into a wall. Bell's eyes widened. Welf? But before he could worry more, the assailant moved, and Bell raised his arms just in time to block a punch from Hyacinthos. The beautiful man smirked. Oh? You managed to stop my punch. Not bad for a level 2. Bell grunted, and he narrowed his eyes when he recognized the uniform, openly insulting another familia. I didn't think the Apollo familia would be so arrogant. Hyacinthos smirked with sadistic glee, says the one who picks a fight with 6 men. The level 3 lashed out, and normally, the difference in level would have been left Bell at his mercy, but Hyacinthos never would have expected for this level 2 to have been trained by a level 4 and be used to fighting on a level above his status. Bell easily saw the punch coming, dodging them with little to no effort, before sending a punch at the taller man. Hyacinthos' eyes widened when he was forced to block the punch, but Bell wasn't done. His feet lashing out, Bell landing a devastating kick on Hyacinthos' shoulder, sending him stumbling. The level 3 scowled to himself. He had not expected Bell to put up such a fight, despite holding back. Hyacinthos saw red, and he dashed forward with his full might, unleashing a barrage of punches. If Bell were to be any lesser than he would have been caught in the barrage, but weeks of training with Ryuu gave him the strength and speed to block every punch. Left hook, right hook, uppercut. Every swing Hyacinthos gave was met with Bell's guard. The longer it went on, the more frustrated the captain of the Apollo Familia became. Until Bell decided he'd had enough. Ryu's words rang in his mind, and he drew upon the memories of EMY. Despite not needing to load the heroic spirit, Bell could still make use of the techniques he'd learned from it, and he lowered his left arm, creating an opening that left his left cheek wide open. Hyacinthos lashed out, but never did the taller man expect that it was a deliberate act for Bell to bait him into striking. As soon as the man threw the punch, Bell moved, and before anyone realized what was happening, Hyacinthos was sent flying into a wall upside down. Welf laughed despite feeling sore. Go Bell. Bell looked around, and noticing that most of the Apollo Familia members were on the ground, slowly recovering. Whispers erupted around them. Holy shit. Isn't that the captain of the Apollo Familia? The little hero beat him? But isn't he just a level 2? How can a level 2 beat a level 3? Similar comments exploded amongst the audience, and Hyacinthos saw red. You imbecile. He sprung to his feet, drawing a knife from his pocket, and Bell prepared for the attack. But before anyone could continue, a chair flew past between them, breaking as it struck the wall. Shut the fuck up, weaklings. Everyone turned to a corner at the counter, where a familiar figure sat, and he turned to glare at them. Bell blinked. Bet-san. Bet glared at the white-haired rabbit. Shut up, rabbit. Hyacinthos scowled. What? Is the Loki Familia looking to help them? The werewolf scoffed, as if. We have nothing to do with weaklings like them. Bet glared at Hyacinthos, but your presence is making my drink taste like piss, so fuck the hell off. The level 3 clicked his teeth in annoyance. We're leaving. Hyacinthos stormed out, while his other familia members quickly followed after. Bell and Welf shared a confused look, only for the boy to blink when Bet was suddenly in front of him. Bet-san. The werewolf glared at him. Shut up, pissant. What the fuck was that? With that said, Bet walked off, leaving Bell confused, and Welf looked at the boy. What was that about? The white-haired boy shrugged. Beats me. Bell sighed as he looked around, noting that the bar was pretty much trashed. Come on, we should help clean up. We made quite the mess. The boy approached the bartender, who, despite feeling pissed at them for fighting inside, was more than happy for their help. The fact that Bell and his party had offered to help gave them points in the eyes of the bartender. Line break. Later that night, the party of 3 were back in the not-so-abandoned church, where Welf was being patched up. Hestia looked over Bell while Lily patched up Welf. You look fine. Belcoin, are you hurting anywhere? The boy chuckled. I'm okay. I think Welf needs help more. Lily nodded as she dabbed antiseptic cream onto Welf's wounds. Agreed. The blacksmith winced. Damn it, Lily, can you be more gentle? The prum in disguise snorted as she went harder. No, now sit still. I'm done yet. Artemis walked down from the stairs after closing the door. We should be clear. The goddess of the moon sighed as she walked down. I never expected you to be one to get into a fight in a bar of all things. Bell looked embarrassed. They were insulting Hestia-sama. Hestia looked happy, and I'm happy you did, but you shouldn't get into fights for something like that. Lily nodded. Besides, it was Welf-sama who started it. The blacksmith closed his eyes. I don't regret it, and we won, didn't we? The prum dabbed harder on his wound, earning wince. Bell-sama won. You mean? You got thrown into the wall. Welf grimaced. Yay. Way to remind me. Artemis hummed. But you said they were Apollo's children, didn't you? Hestia's lips thinned. Apollo, huh? Lily asked. Do you have some sort of history with him? The goddess of the hearth simply nodded. Not the best history. Artemis laughed. Not the best? I think that's an understatement, Hestia. Bell blinked. Really? What happened? Hestia shoot a warning look at Artemis. The goddess of the moon smiled and ignored the look. See, Apollo has an unhealthy obsession with things or people that look cute. Evidently, our dear Hestia qualifies as cute, or at least by Apollo's standards, so you can pretty much guess what happened. Welf blinked. Wait, so Hestia-sama and Apollo used to be a thing? The goddess of the hearth made a disgusted look. A thing? Hell no. He tried to get me to go out with me every second day. The 3 mortals blinked. Oh. Artemis nodded. At any rate, you can guess that Hestia is not his biggest fan, to put things mildly. Hestia scowled. Fan? I hate him. He needs to learn how to take a hint. Bell chuckled awkwardly. He can't be that bad, can he? The 2 goddesses looked at him as if he was dumb, and the boy shrunk. Oh okay, Apollo. Bad. Got it. Welf whispered to Lily. Hey Lily, is it just me? Or it feels like we're third-wheeling them? The prum in disguise glared at him, and pinched the skin near his wound, earning a wince. Ow ow ow. W.Y. Lily huffed, and put away the first aid kit after finishing with the bandages. Lily's done, so I'll be heading back now. That got everyone's attention, and Bell spoke. Okay, be careful, Lily. The Chianthrope nodded. I'll see you tomorrow, Bell-sama. With that said, the girl left, leaving the 4, and Welf stood up, grabbing his clothes. I'll head back to. I need to tell Hephaestus-sama about what happened. Hopefully she won't be too mad. Hestia smiled knowingly. Good luck, Welf-kun. The redhead nodded. Thank you, Hestia-sama. I'll see you around, Bell. The boy nodded. Yeah, good night. Welf waved as he walked up, leaving the 3 in the basement room. After a short moment of silence, Artemis folded her arms. Apollo, huh? Bell blinked. Did you say something, Artemis-sama? The blue-haired goddess. I was thinking, when you used Atlanta's noble phantasm, I felt your prayer reach out to me. I wonder if Apollo did too. The boy blinked again. Oh. Hestia glared at her only child. You didn't tell me you prayed to them. Bell panicked. W8, Hestia-sama. It's part of the noble phantasm. The goddess of the hearth snapped. I don't care. You cheater. Hestia went to sit at the couch, away from Bell who was on the bed, and the boy panicked more. Hestia-sama. He tried to reason with her, but the busted goddess simply avoided him. On his side watching everything unfold, Artemis couldn't help but laugh. Bell looked at her with a look of betrayal. Artemis-sama. Line break. The next day, Bell was back in the guild after diving into the dungeon once more, and he was in a private meeting room with Ina. The half-elf palmed her face. You really just can't stay away from trouble, can you? Bell looked sheepish, more like trouble finds me all the time. On his side, at least no one was hurt. But just be careful, okay? The boy nodded, of course. The half-elf leaned into her chair. Look, I don't think anything bad will happen, but just be on a lookout for the next few weeks. You fought the captain of that familia. I don't want to jinx it, but people like Hyacinthos don't let things go so easily. The white-haired rabbit furrowed his brows. You think they might do something? Anna nodded. Clashes between different familias have happened in the past, and there are instances where the town became a battlefield. Bell nodded. I know, but I'm stronger than him. On his side, perhaps, and I don't doubt your strength, Belcoin. But the Apollo familia numbers at 100 members. You're only one person. The boy hummed. I see. But it's all done. If the Apollo Familia does come for me, I'll have to fight back. The half-elf rubbed her temples. I was afraid you'd say that. But if anything does happen, you can always come to us for help. If they come after you inside of town and not in the dungeon, the guild can shield you from danger unless they have a legitimate reason. Belle smiled. Thank you, Ana-san. On a side, just try to stay out of trouble. The half-elf finished compiling her paperwork. All right, we finished our exchanging for your collectings today. Is there anything else you wanted to sort out today? The boy shook his head. No, thank you very much, Ana-san. Ana nodded as she stood up. You're welcome, Belkuin. Now, I should get back to my post soon. I'll see you tomorrow. Belle stood up. Yeah, see you tomorrow. With that said, the half-elf left the room, leaving Belle to tidy up his own belongings before he too left the room. When he did, Belle was met with two young women, a tall and slender young woman with short and unkempt red hair, along with a young lady with long silky dark blue hair. The redhead asked, Are you Belle Cranel? Belle blinked. Why yes, can I help you? She handed him a letter. Here. The boy accepted the letter, but his eyes widened when he saw the sigil on the envelope. Evidently, the two women saw his expression, and the redhead spoke. My name is Daphne, and this is Cassandra. Yes, we're from the Apollo Familia. Cassandra spoke up softly. That's an invitation from our god to your goddess. It's for a party we're having. Belle blinked. Wait, what? The shorter girl nodded. You don't really have to come. But go. Daphne cut her off with a light chop to the head. Don't say things like that. The redhead looked at Belle. Look, all we've been told to do is hand you the letter. So that's all we're doing. The boy furrowed his brows as he looked between the envelope and the two women. What is the meaning of this? Daphne sighed. For the record, this conversation never happened, but our god and our captain. They're nasty pieces of work. The redhead glanced back behind them. I can tell you to be careful, but there really isn't much of a point. So all I can say is brace yourself for what's to come, little hero. Belle furrowed his brows more. Are you saying Hyacinthos is planning revenge or something? Cassandra shook her head. Not just our captain, but our god. Daphne cut her off. Not revenge, at least not from Apollo, but just. I can't tell you to come to the party or not. That will have to be your own decision. She turned. We've said enough. Let's go, Cassandra. Without another word, Daphne pulled the long-haired girl away. But before they left, the redhead gave Belle one last look. Whatever happens, you have my sympathy. With that said, the two young women vanished down the hallway, leaving Belle to ponder what had happened. Line break. Later that evening, Belle was in the hostess under the guise of Bella, and he had just told Ryuu what had happened as they washed the dishes in the kitchen. The elf sighed. I won't say it's your fault or anything. Bar fights are the worst, and this is probably going to be worse considering he sent you and your familia an invitation. Bella nodded. I know. The white-haired girl furrowed her brows. I just don't know if we should go. Ryuu glanced at her friend. Have you told Hestia-sama yet? Bella shook her head. No, I was going to tell her and Artemis-sama just now, but they were both out for dinner with Hephaestus, apparently. The elf hummed. That is a pain. The level 2 nodded. I just hope everything turns out fine. Rhea nodded. It will be. The pair continued washing the dishes in comfortable silence until Rhea spoke up again. So, from what I heard, you put up a good fight against Hyacinthos? Bella nodded. Sort of. Bet-san stopped us before things went too far. The elf blinked. Bet. As in, Bet-loga. The white-haired girl nodded. Yes. Rhea's lips thinned. I honestly have no idea how to react to that. Of all the people from the Loki Familia, that was arguably the least liked member amongst the staff members of the hostess. Mainly due to his crass personality and attitude towards Belle and other weaker adventurers. The elf shook her head, but back to the topic. I suppose I can assume it was nothing more than throwing punches? Bella nodded. Yes, he only joined in after we put down his familia members, and I used Imawai's techniques to bait him before I sent him into a wall. Rhea blinked, processing what Bella had just told her. I see. So you used your enhancement magic? The white-haired girl giggled. Of course not. I can still access the memories of the heroes I've unlocked. The elf blinked again. Oh. So that means you have access to the techniques of all of the heroes you have inherited so far. Bella nodded. Yes, that's right. Rhea hummed. That may be something we can look into for training. The younger girl blinked this time. Eh. The elf nodded to herself. Yes, we can get you to try using those techniques without the actual enhancement. That will be a good training method to hone your skills. Bella stared at her friend dumbfounded. Wait. How did we go from the Apollo Familia to my training? Rhea snorted. If you are going to face the Apollo Familia, then we will need to up your training. We can start tomorrow. The white-haired girl gaped. Rhea-san. The elf placed the dishes she'd washed onto the racks, her lips curving upwards. I will not take no for an answer, Bella. As the two bickered around, Freya watched them from her room using her divine mirror, smiling upon seeing her two favorite people getting along. But regardless, their conversation had caught her interest. Freya spoke. Otter, did Apollo send us an invitation to this party of his? The captain of her familia appeared behind her seat. Yes, he did. I was just notified this afternoon. The goddess of beauty smiled. When is it? Otter responded, this Saturday. Freya hummed. I see. I heard my dear Belle got into a fight with Apollo's captain and some of their lackeys. The Boaz raised an eyebrow. I see. Did he perform to your expectations? The goddess laughed. Oh, he did. I didn't see the fight personally, but from what I hear, he put up a pretty good fight. Freya picked up her glass of wine. Tell me, Otter, what do you think of Apollo's captain? Otter paused. Before he answered, Hyacinthos is a decent commander, but he is not the best at combat. Of course, as the sole level 3 of his familia, he is deserving of his position as captain. The goddess hummed. I see. If you were to go all out against my dear Belle? The Boaz answered almost immediately. Belle Cranel will win. Freya's lips curved upwards. I see. That is good to hear. Otter spoke up again, however. That is if it were to be one-on-one. The goddess raised an eyebrow. Oh? Explain. The Boaz nodded. Say we consider the other members of his familia. The Apollo familia numbers at approximately 100 people. The Hestia familia only is Belle Cranel alone. Of course, we can factor in their allies like the Takamikazuchi familia, Mayak familia, and potentially the Hephaestus familia. Freya hummed. I see. So you're saying my dear Belle is at a disadvantage in terms of numbers? Otter nodded. Yes. From the reports, Belle Cranel has reported to be capable of crowd control, but even that has its limits. The goddess hummed. Before she spoke, you have given me a lot to think about. Thank you, Otter. The Boaz lowered his head. Thank you for your kind words. Freya smiled. I've held off attending his parties for a while now, but just to be safe, I think we can go this year. What do you think, Otter? The strongest man in Oreo nodded. As long as it pleases you. The silver-haired goddess giggled. This may be a chance to finally meet my dear Belle in this body. I wonder how he'll react.